And thank you for that report. Some tips to stay safe while not having power. Our Fox Weather team have been doing an excellent job at covering this system since it first began. We, of course, have been monitoring not only the aftermath after Hurricane Ian touched down in Florida, but also looking ahead as this system, it's not over. It is headed now to the Carolinas. Our Fox Weather team are reporting live. Let's listen in.
To the camera.
Absolutely. And those winds, we just recorded a 60-plus mile-per-hour wind gust at Folly Beach, South Carolina.
And it's not just South Carolina who is at risk for seeing impacts from Ian. We are talking about seeing impacts as far north as New York City. And we could see some potential flooding for those of you in Virginia. Welcome inside America's Weather Center. You're watching Fox Weather. I'm Jason Fraser.
And I'm Britta Merwin. We are watching Ian as it gets closer and closer to that second U.S. landfall. And what a storm system. I mean, the vast scope of what's happened and what is yet still to come, it is impressive and also terrifying to really see how far-stretching this is.
And keep in mind, this has so far been a historic storm. So not only did we see landfall in Florida as a Category 4 storm, but then we saw Ian move into the Atlantic Ocean, re-intensify. It went into the Atlantic as a tropical storm, re-intensified, and now it's going to make landfall again somewhere between Myrtle Beach as well as Charleston, South Carolina.
Yes, so let's look at that path of destruction across Florida. These images are really hard to watch. They're hard to take in, and it really shows you why we are dealing with a long stretch to recovery here. First thing that I want to point out is what's happening on the top left of your screen. That is Fort Myers, Florida, and this is a very scary representation of the power of storm surge. That's the top of palm trees. I mean, normally you would be looking up at those beautiful prongs, but they are dipped into the waves. Right behind that pole, you see that structure? That's actually the top of someone's home. It's been washed away off the foundation. And so when we talk about storm surge, this is what you should imagine. It's the water literally swallowing up everything around you, and then you have the waves on top of that, and that leaves behind what you see on every other part of your screen. We have a tremendous amount of water that is still on the roadways. Yesterday, the sun came up and it was, beautiful blue sky, but unfortunately nothing but destruction and standing water left behind. Now, right now, Ian is a Category 1 hurricane. That center of circulation is still offshore. It's right about here. Notice all of the convection that's been happening this morning. On our satellite, you see all that red? Those are the cloud tops that are forming with those outer rain bands that are really starting to stack up as we're getting closer to this second landfall. We do have hurricane warnings up for coastal South Carolina. I think most of our hurricane force winds are going to be more gusts, but that doesn't mean that they don't pose a danger. And look how far inland our warnings stretch. Charlotte, Columbia, Raleigh, all of you are under a tropical storm warning. That means you have a high potential of losing power today because of the winds are going to come through. Also, tornadoes are a risk, and we do have flooding potential here. Flooding really has to be taken apart into two chunks here. So let's talk about the storm surge flooding. We have storm surge warnings up from northeast Florida all the way through North Carolina. Storm surge watch is posted for Cape Hatteras, and this is going to be the area where we have the largest potential of storm surge. Again, that rush of water coming in from the ocean. Within the cone itself, 5.6 million people under alert this morning. Just in Charleston, where we're tracking a flash flood warning this morning, that's over 500,000 people. Now, we are tracking a pretty hefty rain band that is setting up offshore. That's going to roll through Charleston. We still have some time to watch it, but right now in Charleston, we're under a flash flood warning. We've picked up about 1 to 2 inches of rain in the past hour and a half. And when that rain band moves on shore between Charleston and Myrtle Beach, it's going to increase that flood threat. So again, we have the storm surge flooding. That's not going to happen until this afternoon, but we have the flash flooding because the heavy rain that's falling from the sky. In terms of the winds, a buoy offshore is registering a wind gust of 54 miles per hour. But in Hilton Head Island, we have bona fide wind gusts that are reaching tropical storm strength. And we still have this storm over 100 miles that is offshore. We do have storm surge this morning, but it's all the way in northeast Florida. I think many of you waking up in Jacksonville are saying, wow, I'm glad to be done with this. But unfortunately, if you live by the St. Johns River, we have about 1 foot to 2 feet of storm surge happening because of that strong offshore wind. So please be careful this morning by the St. Johns River. Jason, we're expecting that storm surge in the Carolinas to really be an issue later today.
Yeah, and we're also expecting the threat for tornadoes to also go up as well because of that wind shear. So please make sure that you have a way of getting those weather alerts. And if you haven't already, download the Fox Weather app and tell your family and friends to do so as well. Let's take a live look also over in Holden Beach, North Carolina, and look at those swells there. Nobody on the beach there this morning. That is a good thing. If you can, please stay out of the water here because this is going to begin to be dangerous. Now, the good news here is that there's been no change in the strength of Ian right now. We just took a look at that update from the National Hurricane Center, and the track hasn't changed as well. Now, we anticipate landfall. It is going to be happening later on this morning into this afternoon, and it is going to be someplace in between Charleston as well as those of you in Myrtle Beach. But either way, when we talk about landfall, we're talking about that center of the circulation. We're still going to see widespread impacts across much of not only southeast Georgia, but also South Carolina and eventually into North Carolina. Speaking of North Carolina, those of you in the Charlotte area will start to see the winds really pick up here over the next 12 hours. By tomorrow morning, many of you could be waking up to some sustained winds right around 50 miles per hour. And then you'll see those winds really start to increase right along that Virginia border there by Saturday afternoon. And then eventually those of you in Roanoke as well will end up seeing some strong winds as well. So let's go hour by hour and let's show you what to expect here. So by 2 o'clock, Charlotte, Columbia, South Carolina, as well as Raleigh, North Carolina, all will see significant rain. And we're also really concerned about, you see how some of these wind barbs have the rain bands moving inland in places like Morehead City. This is where we could see some significant storm surge as well. We could see anywhere from 3 to upwards of 4 feet in terms of some storm surge. By later on this afternoon, by about 5 o'clock, these outer rain bands are really going to be extending into Washington, D.C., and then those of you along the Cape May, New Jersey, as well as Philadelphia, all will see those impacts. And we are already seeing those impacts in places like Charleston, South Carolina, over in Folly Beach, South Carolina, Carolina Beach, as well as Nags Head, North Carolina there. And look at that rain already sticking there to the cameras. Well, let's get back to some of the destruction that's happening across the Sunshine State. Our colleague, Robert Ray, is going to be joining us live here momentarily in Fort Myers. And all morning long, he has been talking about some of the major impacts to the Fort Myers area. And before we get to him, we're going to go to Britta. Britta, I understand that we have some power outages that are going to be happening. It appears Robert's having a little trouble there with his signal there. So that's the reason why we can't get to Robert.
Which is understandable, right? I mean, a lot of the times that we're going to our reporters, we're going to face some challenges, especially in Florida. We have very little connectivity with just cell phones. I mean, the governor telling us yesterday that they're bringing in some temporary structures to help get cell phone contact back up, especially for folks that are trying to do rescue missions in and out of these barrier islands. If you can imagine, for the folks that made that choice to stay behind, they don't even have a cell phone to try and get themselves help. And so we're really depending on that visual of the helicopters flying around. Now, power outages this morning in Florida do still sit above 2 million. That's an astounding number of people without power. Now, ahead of Ian, we had a lot of resources from out of Florida, even as far north as Pennsylvania, moving crews down to Florida so they could be prepared once the storm was out. And they are doing some tremendous work. We're seeing the power come back on, but it's just the sheer scope of the situation. So there's a look at landfall. You can tell that we have a huge section of Southwest Florida that's struggling, but also look what's happening up towards Daytona Beach. We had wind gusts yesterday of 99 miles per hour in Flagler Beach. And because of that, we have a pocket of power outages across central Florida. So it's going to take some time to get everything back online. I do want you to take a moment to take a screenshot of this. So we want you to be very safe with your generators. And this is a good heads up for you if you live in North Carolina and South Carolina. Even inland locations like Charlotte and Raleigh, you guys are going to have some tremendous weather move through because of Ian making landfall closer to the coast, and definitely down by Charleston. You're going to want to know how to to operate these generators, because so many times in the wake of a storm, we lose people because of carbon monoxide poisoning and also the multiple amount of dangers that come with operating a generator. Make sure you know how to do it safely. You want to make sure that it is on a dry surface, it's removed from your home, and you might think that about 7-10 feet away from your house is enough, but you have to focus on all of those points of entry in your home that are close to that generator. Do you have a window that is staying open? Do you have a door that's going to be opening and closing? That is going to allow that exhaust into your home, and that can increase the carbon monoxide that's also getting in. So please keep you and your family safe, know what you're doing, and practice before you need to actually set it into action. Power outages are possible today, not only at the coast, but as I said, inland locations. Once Ian makes that second U.S. landfall somewhere around Charleston, South Carolina, it could be up towards Myrtle Beach. We are going to continue to see those rain bands push on shore, and that is just going to bring in that heavy wind. Right now in South Carolina, we're looking pretty good. We have minimal power outages being reported for the state. But again, this is just the beginning. Our winds right now, we've only had a couple wind gusts that are reaching into tropical storm force territory. As we get into the afternoon, a few of those wind gusts will be hurricane strength, and that's when I'm expecting a lot of those power outages to start to creep up for South Carolina. So please make sure that you have a plan. Also, make sure that you download the Fox Weather app. If you lose the ability to watch us on TV, all you have to do is pull open your phone, and we're going to be right there in the palm of your hand. And Jason, that's a great resource to have to be able to see what's going on with the storm when the power is out.
And if you are not there, tell your family members as well as your friends there. Well, it seems like we got Fox Weather's Robert Ray, his live shot back up here. So let's go to him. He is live this morning in Fort Myers, Florida. And Robert, you know, taking a look at some of the devastation that you have been walking around in, it's just really been heartbreaking to see.
Yeah, Jason, it is. And what I'm standing in is really an example of just one piece of the devastation. There are scenes like this all over this part of Fort Myers and down to the Gulf of Mexico. In fact, the road that leads down there, about 8, 10, 11 miles to Fort Myers Beach, which is, from the aerials we've seen, is just wiped out. But this is what you see on the sides of the roads all the way down. Boats that have been pushed up by the surge and the winds. I mean, look at this, guys. This is a boat, part of a boat, that's on top of another boat that is surrounded by the debris from inside other boats, and it is all piled and pushed into what used to be a restaurant. Hopefully it is someday again, this structure, and the piers that I'm standing on, these concrete piers that are just torn apart like dominoes, like it's nothing. That's how powerful this record storm surge was here in Fort Myers. And you look at the size of a vessel like this, the fact that Mother Nature could push around a vessel such as this, and look at the size, look how ripped up all this is from banging up against these piers and other vessels. And you come over here, and I know you can't see this inside of here, but all the belongings inside of this ship. There's 2 bicycles that are on top of each other here. There are, look at this, the iron from the boat just ripped apart. Look at the cut marks here on the base of this boat from it moving, and you see the piers moving and floating in the water. It's just surreal. And even to be here and be surrounded by it for as long as I have in the past couple days, it still doesn't quite sink in. So you can imagine if you're a resident here and you have no power right now, you have no running water, and you're dealing with visuals like this, and your communications are so minimal, cell phone service spotty. There's no gas stations open if your car survived to even go get it. And if you need to call insurance, how does that happen? You know, can you imagine the amount of insurance calls that agencies are taking right now? And this is up and down this part of Florida. Naples got some power last night. Hopefully it is going to be fully restored today. Hopefully some power begins to come in around here. But looking at these visuals that we're seeing down on the beaches, and the areas like Pine Island is totally cut off right now. There are still people that are stranded as search and rescues continue. And as Governor DeSantis said, over 700 people have been rescued, and he thinks that number is going to go up massively today and in the coming days. 10 confirmed dead, unfortunately. And, you know, and we hear the buzz of choppers here this morning already as the sun has come up. And that is what we're going to hear for days to come. And this area, with so many people moving here for retirement or, you know, perhaps just wanting sunshine or a better life, Ian has given them nothing short but a nightmare right now in paradise. And it's just the time it's going to take to remove vessels, vehicles, to repair homes. The tourism industry down on these barrier islands that is completely wiped out. All the hotels, all the jobs, the livelihoods. The trickle down of this storm is changing people's lives forever. And we just hope that the resiliency is there as the shock is still here for people that have gone through this just a short time ago. Hurricane Ian, the Category 4 winds and the record storm surge, devastating, and it's not done yet, as you've been forecasting up in our studios in New York.
Robert, you know, each and every time I come back to you, it almost seems like a different part of a movie studio, but this is no movie. I mean, this is definitely the reality that we are now facing. Our Robert Ray, live this morning in Fort Myers. Thank you, Britta.
And let's take a live look out in South Carolina. We're going to look at Folly Beach. I mean, this is one spot. I actually surf there. So many people do, but it's known for its gentle surf. It's a good place for beginners. And look at the power of that water. I mean, it is incredible how high the waves are. And unfortunately, storm surge is a large risk for the South Carolina coastline, not only because of the forecast, but because of how the coastline is set up. So we're going to talk about Charleston and Myrtle Beach coming up and really dive into the storm surge forecast. Stay with us here on Fox Weather.
Thank you to our Fox Weather colleagues. You are continuing to stream live now from Fox as we take this live now look from our XRAD weather radar, continuing to monitor the aftermath of Hurricane Ian, which is set to make its second landfall later on this morning. As of 8 a.m., Hurricane Ian had a maximum sustained winds of around 85 miles per hour. This makes Hurricane Ian, yet again, a Category 1 storm. Life-threatening storm surge is possible along the coast of Georgia and Carolina, and the hurricane is currently centered less than 105 miles away from Charleston and is moving in the direction of the central South Carolina coast at 9 miles per hour, a very slow-moving storm. Hurricane warnings are stretching from Georgia, South Carolina's border to Cape Fear, North Carolina, and again, landfall is expected to be made this afternoon. Hurricane storm warnings are stretching from Georgia to northern Florida, and a storm surge warning is in effect for North Carolina. Now, let's talk about the destruction that we are seeing on your screen. The destruction is really coming into focus just one day after Ian initially made landfall in Florida as one of the strongest hurricanes to ever hit the United States. Here's a look at some more images that we are getting from Fort Myers, Florida, which was severely impacted. You can see rescue personnel were searching a flooded trailer park and also in Fort Myers. Just take a look at this astonishing image on your screen. An entire home being lifted off of its foundation and quite frankly just drifting away in what looks like an ocean. So a lot of people who move to this area, again looking for maybe some sunshine or retirement phases of life, are waking up to a nightmare following the landfall of Hurricane Ian. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says that more than 700 individuals have been rescued in Charlotte and Lee counties since search and rescue operations began on Thursday morning. Now, at this time, we are continuing to track the storm as it is set to make its second landfall. Ian is the first landfalling hurricane in South Carolina since Hurricane Matthew in 2016. So we are seeing very historical flooding events taking place across not only Florida, but again, South Carolina bracing for the landfall and impact of Hurricane Ian late this morning. At this time, let's go ahead and check in with our news partners at Fox 35 Orlando, who have been bringing us nonstop coverage of Hurricane Ian.
air from the midsection of the nation right at on top. Now, these winds are going to ease up as we go through the day today. You can see the numbers coming on down as we get you out into this Friday evening, into the overnight, finally laying down as we separate from the circulation of Ian. And out at the Hard Rock Hotel, Daytona Beach Cam, you can see that push of water coming into the coast. If you're interested, I've got your tide times for you. If you live along the coast, you should have interest in this. High tides for you today at 1244 Ponce Inlet. They'll be running a little higher there. And also out at Canaveral, high tide at 1133 will drop out low heading into the evening. So a developing dry streak, friends. That's how it's going to go. Very pleasant air on top. Looks like we're in the 70s northbound, close to that through the mid portion of the state. We'll probably make it into the 80s today with a look at our future radar showing us the fair skies out there. A lot of sunshine, just a little bit of clouds on the backside of Ian. Those will continue to move away. So if you're heading out to the beaches, just be careful. The water really not the place to be, honestly, now with the higher than normal tides, the rip current threat, although we've got some sun and breeze drying out at Satellite Beach and Edgewater today, clearing skies and a little breezy. Actually a nice day as the cleanup continues here in Central Florida. All right, our next 7 showing us we've got plentiful sunshine, just a few clouds here and there. Rain chances are zeroed out, and lows at night will wake up temps down into the beautiful 60s. Enjoy. Time now to snap the sun at 8:20 on this Friday morning. This is from viewer Mike. Mike, thank you so very much for the share and the send for the segment today. It's a hashtag Snap the Sun right there in the social media platform Twitter. And with your permission, we'll feature your photos like Mike's right here on Good Day Orlando. Here's Allison now, Sky Fox traffic.
Good morning, Jamie. Sky Fox is over the Orla Vista neighborhood. This is near University Boulevard. I want to let you know the signal's going in and out, so it looks a bit choppy, but this is Riverdale Elementary School, and it is completely underwater right now. There's several houses just down the road that we were watching. The roads are completely flooded there, and we do see some stranded cars. So this is the scene that we are waking up to this morning. I also want to take you out to I-4 eastbound at University Boulevard. There are several crews on the scene that are cleaning up debris. It looks like there's some standing water in the area as well. So it's something that I'll continue to monitor for you right here on Good Day Orlando. We are saving you money, though, in our Fox 35 Pump Patrol segment. Gas is $3.28 a gallon at the race.
And that was the latest from our news partners at Fox 35 Orlando. We are continuing to tap in with our teams across Central Florida as we, again, continue to monitor the aftermath of Hurricane Ian, which is set to make its second landfall by the early afternoon hours. At this time, let's go ahead and check in with our colleagues at Fox Weather. They're bringing us the latest as South Carolina prepares to have its first landfalling hurricane since 2018.
Winds, but notice this is 50 foot in height, so still above the surface level, but an indication that some of the stronger wind bands are pushing through. And here is another site that's telling us that it is still got plenty of energy in the open water. This is a buoy that's just off of the coast there of South Carolina, and these are 6 different pictures, all from the same buoy, showing you the different vantage points there. This is 41 miles southeast of Charleston. And it can show you how angry the surf is. Plenty of energy. The Gulf Stream runs through here as well. Noticing the wind gusts during this buoy, it's 60-mile-per-hour gusts right now. At a time frame, though, intermittent, getting into the lower 70s. So showing you that the hurricane force winds, they actually stretch 70 miles out from the core of this system and will be approaching the South Carolina and North Carolina coastline in the coming hours. Tornadic conditions expected because of the outer bands feeding in to the coastline, all the way to the Delmarva, the Chesapeake Bay, down the North Carolina coast into even portions of South Carolina. It's the friction over water and then on land. Quick spin-ups can happen. That is just another layer of concern as we look into the afternoon and evening as Hurricane Ian approaches. Jason?
Well, if we have been reporting for the last 48 hours, we've been talking about the big impacts that Hurricane Ian has brought to the state of Florida. And I want to bring in the commanding officer, Captain Brian Bender. He is in Mayport, Florida. That's not too far away from Jacksonville, Florida. Captain, good to see you here this morning. And Ian forced you to relocate some ships over at the Naval Station, right?
Good morning, Jason. Yeah, I've come live from Naval Station Mayport, Florida. Back on Tuesday, we did make sure we got our ships out to sea and as well as our aircraft Tuesday afternoon and early Wednesday morning. You see the airfield behind me. And this is all about predictive modeling And huge thanks to all our weather, including Fleet Weather and our national weather, to make sure that we had early modeling to make these great decisions. Because Tuesday was a good day to have that done, not Wednesday, and obviously not to yesterday here in the Mayport area.
Yeah, let's talk about what happened there yesterday. I mean, not only did you see some strong winds, but also some pretty heavy rain. What was it like outside your window?
Yeah, well, as the storm, the last couple of days, the storm has shifted its cone and became on the east side and out over the ocean. So we did get a good swell that came through in the basin area, which was all in the sound decision, making sure that we got our ships out to sea and our aircraft off the station. But we're in a great spot now. So now we're in really the third quarter, right? So this is the stage where we get our risk assessment teams out there, make sure that we check our base and we check our airfield, because we need to bring these national assets back in, get our aircraft back in and get our ships back in as soon as we can when it's safe to do so. And then we get into the fourth quarter, one that we really want to focus in on, get back out to the community and make sure that that we're helping our local community in Florida and as well as South Carolina if required.
Yeah, so did you suffer any damage over at the naval station?
No, we're in a great spot in Naval Station Mayport. Our risk assessment teams are going through the streets just to make sure there's no down power lines or trees, but we're in a really good position. And we're looking forward to getting back to normal operations here at Naval Station Mayport. And I'll say that between Naval Station Mayport and NES Jax, just to our southwest from here, as well as Kings Bay, we have a combined over 1,000 sailors that are forward deployed right now. I just want to send out a message to them that we have their families' best interests in mind, and we're going to be taking care of them throughout the coming days. And that's really our core focus now in our recovery, to make sure that our forward deployed families and our local military families are taken care of, and we're taking care of our local community here.
And Captain Brent Bender, that really just brings a smile to my face to know that, the families, that our extended families are just like your immediate family. Thank you so much to you, and thank you so much for your service.
Absolutely. Thanks, Jason.
Britta.
And let's take a look at the conditions across South Carolina and also Georgia. We're going to start with Mount Pleasant. I mean, look at this camera shot moving, but also focus on the clouds. They are zooming by. I mean, the winds wrapping around Ian are definitely ferocious. You can tell that we still have a couple drivers out there. You can get out this morning, but exercise extreme caution. So we do have an active flash flood warning in Charleston. Also, we've had a few wind gusts reach 50 to 60 miles per hour, and they're very sporadic. You cannot really tell when that is going to be coming in, so you need to be prepared for that. And that is definitely a danger that you want to keep in mind when you're talking about driving over a big bridge. I mean, this is an elevated surface, and those winds can really catch you off guard. Right now, we're registering a wind gust of 41 miles per hour in Hilton Head Island. That is tropical storm force wind gusts. Right now, we also have winds that are gusting around 30 miles per hour from Savannah out towards Statesboro. So Georgia getting a taste of these strong winds. Of course, they are going to increase. I mean, we're expecting that as we get closer to landfall, and that's going to be happening this afternoon. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Charleston could have wind gusts around 50 to 60 miles per hour. So as we go through the next 2 hours, you're going to notice that the winds are really going to be picking up across South Carolina. This afternoon at 1 p.m., there's a look at that potential landfall, which we're thinking is going to be just up the coast from Charleston. And that's when those winds are really going to be whipping through. And so make sure that you're prepared for the possibility of losing power.
All right. Well, right now, let's go out to Doug Lizader, who's live for us this morning in Charleston, South Carolina. Doug, what's it looking like there?
Well, Jason, good morning. We've seen the winds kind of pick up through the course of the morning. And I tell you, and this is tough to see on TV, the clouds have just been flying across here as these outer bands begin to hit. And if you look at the boats there, those are all floating docks. So they will rise and fall with the tide. Now, we're not quite at high tide yet, but the fear, of course, is that high tide is going to coincide with the arrival, at least the start of the arrival of Ian, and that's going to exacerbate flooding in an area that is prone to flooding anyway. So you have a lot of folks that are putting sandbags down, people that are moving their cars to higher locations. In fact, the city of Charleston opened up the parking garages for free to allow residents to move their cars off the streets just in anticipation of the kind of flooding they could see as this storm begins to arrive. Now, a lot of these folks were under the impression for a while that this was probably going to be a tropical storm, but since it has intensified, arriving as a Category 1 hurricane, that does change things, but still the bigger concern is not the wind, it's the water that we expect with the storm surge here. Jason.
Doug, thank you so much. We'll check back in with you momentarily. We're going to have much more on Hurricane Ian right after this.
All right, again, a huge thank you to our news partners over at Fox Weather. Make sure that you all download the Fox Weather app, staying up to date on the most recent information as we continue to track Hurricane Ian, which is set to make its second landfall just off of the coast of South Carolina early this afternoon. The time is now 8:29 a.m. here on the East Coast. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, and when we return, we will continue to bring you all the latest developments on this very powerful storm. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 8:31 a.m. as we continue to track Hurricane Ian. It is set to make its second landfall just off of the coast of South Carolina late this morning, early afternoon. So residents in Carolina are bracing and preparing for Hurricane Ian. We're taking a look back as you see folks hard at work filling up sandbags in preparation for Ian's next stop. The catastrophic storm, which has already left parts of Florida completely severely impacted, is again making its way to South Carolina. Let's go ahead and check in with our folks at Fox 35 Orlando, and we are on standby happening at 8:45 a.m. We do expect to receive a live briefing from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, as 2.1 million people are currently without power in Florida, and rescue and recovery efforts are still underway. So at this time, again, let's listen into our news coverage from Fox 35 Orlando.
Devastating. The hurricane destroyed parts of southwest Florida completely. And so we do want to check in with Fox Weather's Robert Ray, who is live in Fort Myers for us right now. Robert, good morning to you. I can only imagine what you are seeing, and I see what you are standing in front of right there.
Yeah, good morning to you. What is normally paradise down here in southwest Florida, unfortunately, has turned into a nightmare. You see this marina here just outside of downtown Fort Myers that took the record storm surge on Wednesday, and look at the mangled boats, the mess here. This is the top, or a portion of a boat that is on top of another boat. You see behind me here all of the debris from inside other vessels here. The smell of diesel is just, it gives you a headache. It's so intense over here. It is amazing. This is what you see up and down the roads to the barrier islands, specifically the barrier island of Fort Myers Beach, which we traversed yesterday. and we saw standing water there still as vehicles made their way in convoys down there, unable to cross the bridge because of the search and rescue efforts. Officials will not allow people in. But on every side, both sides of the road, what you see is disaster like this, with vessels, down power lines. There are homes with the roofs ripped off, trees everywhere down, vehicles that were submerged in the storm surge that are now sitting there with debris all over them. And here we are, no power and no running water here in Fort Myers this morning. There is a hospital downtown, so there are some of the parts of the downtown that are on that grid that do have power, but nonetheless, most people right now are in the dark and no ability to get fuel for their vehicles. There's spotty fuel in the region, and the same in parts of Naples right now. I will say I spent the night in Naples last night, about 9:30 p.m. There were some areas where the lights went on, and that made a lot of difference to a lot of people there, a lot of hope. But in the interim, the search and rescue continues, not only from the ground, but up in the air as the sun has come up here. As you all know, hundreds have been rescued down here, and unfortunately, 10 confirmed deaths. Governor Ron DeSantis will give updates throughout the day as the search and rescue is 24/7, and we see those aerials. It's just the destruction takes your breath away. And no matter how much I stand in scenes like this and try to paint the picture and give people the feel, I also I can't really grasp it. I look at it and it just feels like it's not happening, but it is. This is going to be a long, long process forward, not only to remove all of these vessels, vehicles, and repair homes and businesses, but, you know, to touch people's hearts as Americans from around the country will come to Florida and are making their way here to help in the aid process for all these people that perhaps are displaced, injured, or just need someone to give them provisions or even a pat on the back or a hug. We'll continue reporting from here. Back to you.
Just devastating to see that, Robert. Thank you so much. Rescue efforts were also seen in Volusia County, including in New Smyrna Beach.
Well, that area saw some of the biggest rainfall totals that we had yesterday, up to 2 feet in some places. Fox 35's Nestor Motto is back in New Smyrna today. And Nestor, yesterday, of course, it was the pounding wind and rain, and today it is all of that floodwater.
That's right, and you have to remember, even though Ian came so ferociously to the West Coast, one of the first reported deaths yesterday was right here in Volusia County. But I want to show you how it's looking right now. You can see some crews and rescue teams making their way over to the New Smyrna Beach fire station, and of course this is because so many folks needed rescue, and because the water is so high, they need these type of vehicles to make it through. And of course, besides homes that have been damaged, we are seeing cars just littered all over the streets, stalled out from the high waters yesterday. But I also want to tell you that rescues, they went far into the night last night, deep into the night. So many people needing help. In fact, I talked to one woman who had to rescue her own mother yesterday afternoon. She told me that her brother's house is knee deep in water. She got very emotional talking about the next steps. Take a listen.
Taking the kayaks over to his place, assessing it, seeing where to start, and taking it from there, day by day.
Yeah, that woman saying she doesn't know exactly what they're going to do next. And so many people just up in the air right now as they try to find their next move. But that woman, she was in shock. She was so emotional about what she was seeing here. Nobody thought that this historic flooding would happen for a storm that really came from the West Coast. I'm live in New Smyrna Beach. Nestor Malto, Fox 35 News.
Thank you so much, Nestor. Also happening today, Orange County Mayor Jerry Demings. He's going to give us an update on Ian cleanup, as most of the area has experienced extreme flooding and other damage. The mayor will speak from the Orange County Emergency Operations Center. That will happen at 10 o'clock this morning.
It is now 8:38 on this Friday morning. Flooded roads were also seen near Orlando International Airport yesterday, but crews were working really hard. They were trying to remove all of that water that was built up to clear access to the terminals.
Yeah, they wanted to get the airport back open, but you got to be able to get there, right? The airport is going to resume operations today at noon, and Fox 35's Randy Hildreth is there this morning, and she is showing us what you could expect when you walk in, and looks like they got rid of the plastic finally.
Yeah, so we are starting to see signs that the operations here are underway to get everything ready for you to get home or get to your next destination. When we were with you at 7 o'clock, all of these kiosks were filled with plastic. They have since been removed, but they're not quite on yet. And then we also saw that this ticketing area, these computers were also covered with plastic. Those have since been removed, and so they are making their way and getting everything ready. I did get a chance to briefly speak with an airport official as we were waiting for our live shot about 30 minutes ago, and her message again this morning: I know you want to get to your destination, but if you could just hang tight. They don't want you to arrive until 10 o'clock because they still have some last minute things that they need to do, and it's easier to do it without the crowds here. And they plan to resume operations. Flights will start afternoon today. In terms of airport operations, they shut down Wednesday. Everything was closed yesterday, and then reopening today. A FlightAware says yesterday alone across the country there were over 2,000 flights, and we know because of Hurricane Ian, a lot of those were canceled out of Florida, people trying to come to Florida. But again, here operations will resume. They're asking you to contact your airline to find out what exactly the rebooking process is for you. I did a little research for you this morning. So if you are flying United, you can rebook between now and October 10th with no additional fees. Just have to leave from the same airport and have to have the same type of ticket. So no upgrading to first class. American, you can rebook online. Didn't see a timeline for when you have to do that. You're just asked to contact American Airlines directly. Delta and Spirit, you can rebook by October 3rd with no additional fees. And I'm at the Southwest ticketing booth, and you can rebook for the next 14 days without additional fees. I'll go ahead and send it back to you, but again, please, they're asking you not to arrive before 10 a.m. Randy Hildreth, Fox 35 News.
And Lindsay, as you can imagine, it is going to be packed out at the airport there today. Randy, thank you so much for that live report. We are now at 8:40. Coming up next right here on Good Day Orlando this morning, we are checking in with the Volusia County Sheriff as they deal with severe flooding in that area.
We'll be back with our interview with Sheriff Mike Chitwood right after this.
I love Jamie King. I mean, this
Fox 35 Orlando continuing to partner with us when it comes to our nonstop coverage of Hurricane Ian. Residents in Charleston, South Carolina, as you see on your screen, continuing to prep for Hurricane Ian, just as it is set to make its second landfall late this morning, early this afternoon. So you can see folks filling up their sandbags in preparation for Ian's arrival. At this time, we are still monitoring the aftermath of Hurricane Ian in the state of Florida, especially in Fort Myers, which was severely impacted. You can see this entire town almost completely underwater. Take a look at this very, very dramatic image. You can see an entire home being lifted off of its foundation as it floats throughout the city of Fort Myers. Our news partners in Fox 13 Tampa are also continuing to track the aftermath of this storm. Let's listen in.
Its second attempt to put satellites into orbit. The company's Alpha rocket was unable to lift off from Vandenberg Space Force Base. That's over on the west coast in California. They plan to arc over the Pacific Ocean towards space. Officials say that it went into auto abort after ignition. This is designed to ensure safety. Last year, the first Alpha was launched, but it exploded before it could reach orbit. Of course, Hurricane Ian impacted several parts of Florida as it made its way to the Atlantic. Jen Epstein is here now to explain what we're seeing in central Florida. Good morning.
Hi, Laura. Good morning. Hurricane Ian has left many reeling in central Florida, and the recovery process there is just beginning. 150 people are now safe after being rescued from an assisted living facility. The Army National Guard brought out residents to boats in Orlando. Others were taken to safety by trucks and buses. And those weren't the only people they rescued from flooding. About a dozen people were evacuated from the Union Park community and about 45 others from Orlo Vista. And now the Orange County Sheriff's Office and Fire Rescue will focus on drainage and cleanup. And 20 minutes outside of Orlando, a heartbreaking scene after flooding unearthed bodies from their graves.
What?
Yes, this happened in Oakland Cemetery. There's also several downed trees throughout the property, which officials say experienced historic flooding. We're told people rushed out there in hopes their loved ones weren't washed away. You can see them digging through the rubble. And even those waiting to bury loved ones there are now expected to wait. And here's a bizarre side effect from flooding during Hurricane Ian. Fire ant colonies are being pulled from the ground. This one was seen floating on top of floodwaters in what's called an ant boat. It's when they cling to each other and they hold their breath to stay afloat. Authorities say it's another reason to stay out of the floodwaters. And experts say floating ants will start scrambling for any higher ground that may come in contact with, and that also includes humans. Still ahead, we are awaiting a news conference from Governor DeSantis, joined by FEMA, and we'll bring you that live in just a few minutes. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
In sports, there's an old saying, if you want to be the best, there are no off days. So the team here at Fox 13 took that concept, twisted it, and created a new kind of show that's part TV and part podcast. It's a healthy dose of nod.
All right, the time is now 8:44 a.m. A huge thank you to Fox 13 Tampa, continuing to help us bring you all the latest developments when it comes to the aftermath of Hurricane Ian. Ian is now making its way towards the Carolinas. It is actually the first landfalling hurricane in South Carolina since Matthew, and that was in 2016. So we will expect hurricane force winds of 75 miles per hour or more. That's expected to begin along the South Carolina coast and portions of the southeastern North Carolina coast late this morning, early this afternoon. Hurricane force winds are also possible for farther north along the North Carolina coast by later on this afternoon. And officials are also warning that there could be a storm surge of 4 to 7 feet. That's predicted along the South Carolina coast as well, including in the city of Charleston. A 3 to 5 foot surge is forecast from the South Carolina to North Carolina border to Cape Fear, North Carolina. And a storm surge of 3 to 5 feet is also expected in Savannah, from the Savannah River to the beach that's in North Carolina. So officials are bringing you all very detailed information as we continue to track this storm. And this is why we want people to heed the warnings and make sure that you all are preparing the best way that you can. At this time, I do want to bring you all this live now image that we are getting as we are on standby for Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He is scheduled to address the world at any moment now. He's expected to give an update. As of right now, we do know that 2.1 million people are currently without power in the state of Florida. The last update that we received from DeSantis says that there were hundreds of people who were rescued. So again, we're waiting on another real-time update from the governor of Florida. At this time, we do want to continue to monitor the aftermath of Hurricane Ian. We know that many people in the central region of Florida are still continuing to recover. Road conditions are still hazardous, and many people are still without power. So let's go ahead and check in with Fox 35 Orlando.
Rallied around one another, knowing that, we really have to depend on ourselves because everybody else is in the same situation as we are.
Sheriff, what do you want people to know about getting out and driving around? Because we've seen some of the images, DeLand, DeBerry, some of those areas look really flooded. And then it looks like you still have a lot of floodwaters up, as you mentioned, up on the coast.
We do. And, I was out this morning before I got in here, and I'm amazed at the people that think that they could just drive through water of their cars like a submarine, and they end up, shot. We still have roadways out here that have waist-high or knee-high water. And I'll tell you, yesterday, Amy, we were out to check on a woman in a horse farm, and I got snakes swimming between my legs as you're walking in there, and you're like, oh, what else is in here? So you got to stay away from the standing water. If you don't have to go out, don't go out. Don't go out and be a sightseer because the cleanup crews are out there, the power crews are out there, the tree removal people are out there trying to get us back as we go forward. So that would be my advice. If you don't have to go out, don't go out.
Sheriff, you've been in Volusia County a long time. How does this compare with some of the storms you've seen in the past?
16 years, this was unprecedented, Amy, unprecedented. When I was out yesterday morning between 3:30 and 5, I thought, we're going to do pretty good here. And then it seemed that around 5:30, we took all the water that we could take. And those roadways that I had passed at 3:30, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning, they now had 2, 3, 4 feet of water. And it just came in such force and such speed that people were completely socked in and taken by surprise by it.
Wow. We're so grateful for the work that you all have been doing there and continue to do. So, Sheriff, thank you so much. I know the rescue efforts are not over yet, and I know folks feel confident that they can call and you will come get them. So thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, Amy. As bad as it is here, you know, my prayers are really for the folks in southwest part of the state. They really, really got hit bad.
Yeah, just devastating to see those images out of southwest Florida. Sheriff Chitwood, thank you again. Great to see you.
Thank you, Amy. You too.
Take care. All right, let's talk weather. Jamie King standing by as we wait the governor. Jamie?
Yep, Amy, I'm going to give you the latest now on what is now again Hurricane Ian going into South Carolina later today. Winds at 85 miles per hour. Checking the tropics now because it's still hurricane season, friends, all the way to November 30th. Anything can happen, and I'm watching an area of low pressure now. A wave exiting West Africa, about 50% chance of development over the course of the next 5 days. Coastal flood advisories now for you. Warnings, in fact, around Volusia, down to the Brevard County. A lot of water moving around right now, so the high tides will be a little bit higher. Be careful out there. Rip currents aplenty. Best to just stay out of the water. Live look at our Weather STEM camera network, courtesy of the Ponce Inlet cam here, shows us skies slowly beginning to ease with the clouds. Sunshine shall return to this portion of the viewing area. All locations should experience beautiful weather, and that's exactly what the doctor ordered here in terms of our cleanup weather. We need good-looking weather here. Power outages still aplenty. The numbers still looking pretty big out there. Power crews are doing their due diligence now, trying to get things restored. We're tracking this for you here in the Storm Center. That's the current info I've got. And a look at temperatures. Boy, is it gorgeous out there. Solid 60s on the backside of Ian circulation, also providing us some gusty surface winds now. These are current wind gusts, still reaching close to 30 at Daytona Beach and Palm Coast. These will ease on up as we go deeper into the day today. You'll see the numbers inflated at first, but slowly but surely coming down as we especially take you in the early Saturday morning, and then back to more typical wind patterning around here as we separate a little bit more from Ian. Here's a live look at our Hard Rock Hotel Daytona Beach cam. Surf rolling in. Look how high the water is all the way up to the bulkhead here. No beach left. The pier there in the distance. Sky still a bit murky. Our outdoor comfort index today will push her on over and stop it right here, about a 9, even a 10. It's going to feel that good and look that nice out there. So do enjoy the return of some sunshine. Developing dry streak, that is the question, and we think so. Rain chances have been zeroed out longer term, and we look for day-to-day temperatures to be in the 70s and 80s, especially today as we see that shock there of so much drier, cooler air. 70s for you at Gainesville, Ocala at 78 for the high today. Then a nice diverse mix of 80s as you work over the central and down into southern peninsula Florida. Our future radar for you showing us just some fair weather clouds. The gusty northwest winds will begin to ease up. Winds will shift direction in the coming days. We should see more of an easterly wind flow as we get to early next week. That could bring a couple coastal showers in, but for the most part, much of the modeling keeping things nice and dry. So head out to the theme parks. Nice. Enjoy. Sun returns. Breezy west-northwest winds out of Melbourne today. More of the same. Sunny skies. Dry and breezy by high noon. Looking for 77. For my travelers today, obviously, that's the danger zone with Ian there. Just some scattered showers as the cold front moves across the northern extent of the U.S. with some 50s right now. Denver, Albuquerque, Dallas at 60. Chicago 47. And St. Louis at a cool 48. For my travelers today, we've got some showers in the Rockies. About 81 at Denver. 95 at Phoenix. Sun-filled skies. And lots of clouds and raindrops from the coastal Carolinas all the way to New York today with a mix of sun and clouds. In Manhattan, about 64 degrees for the high. Our forecast here for the next 7 days from the Fox 35 Storm Center shows temperatures finally below the bar there. Typical high this time of year, around 88 degrees or so. So both day and night, rather pleasant, a breezy, sun-filled today. Enjoy it, friends, with a high of about 81. That's your forecast. Let's take a look at the Fox 35 weather baby for you on this fabulous Friday morning. It is baby William looking good. Love a beach baby shot. And Mom and Dad, we appreciate you for sharing and sending there. Go to our website for more on the Fox 35 weather baby segment seen here daily on Good Day Orlando. Your source, as always, fox35orlando.com, of course. Here's Allison.
Good morning, Jamie. I do want to take you out to Sky Fox. We grabbed a picture of the scene that they were over just moments ago. This is in the Orla Vista neighborhood. You can see that streets are completely flooded. The water is up to some of the side mirrors on some of the smaller cars and almost up to the bed of trucks. So that has been moving into homes. I haven't seen any folks out, at least in the shot that they were over for about the last 5 minutes. But Sky Fox is now heading over to the scene out at Lake Eola. Then I do want to take you into what we're seeing on 44. This is in New Smyrna Beach. I mean, slow and go because the roadways are still flooded there. We're looking at US 1 I-81 blocked from Dixie Freeway to Myrtle Ave. So if you do live in that area, it is not safe to drive in at the moment. Also, I-95 northbound, the entry ramp for I-4 eastbound is blocked there. You can see slow and go conditions all along the roads here. So we just want to make sure everybody is safe. And remember, it is not safe to drive through those flooded roadways. For now, we'll send it back to you.
Oh, that is such great advice. Those roadways are going to be flooded for a while, so take precautions when you do go out and about. It is now 8:54, still ahead. Ian may have left Florida, but it is not over by any stretch.
It sure isn't. How the Carolinas are now preparing for the storm. Also, Florida not the only place hit hard by Ian. How the people of Cuba are still trying to save one of their more valuable assets. And we are awaiting a news conference from Governor Ron DeSantis. As soon as that happens, we'll bring it to you right here on Good Day Orlando.
The time is now 8:51. Again, thank you to Fox 35 Orlando for allowing us to tap in and out of their coverage, bringing you all the most recent updates as we continue to monitor Hurricane Ian. We are taking a live now look as we await the arrival of Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Any moment now, we do expect him to address the people of Florida on rescue and recovery efforts, power outages, and the aftermath of Hurricane Ian. We know that the state of Florida has honestly been devastated, especially in areas along the western coastline, cities like Fort Myers, obviously underwater. We've been showing you all some very, very dramatic images all morning long, and we will continue to cover the aftermath of the storm. We know that this will likely last not only days, but weeks and months, as this was one of the most powerful storms to hit the state of Florida. So again, we are on standby. We are waiting for the governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, to address the media. We're also seeing other emergency officials and volunteers from other states, honestly, lend their support and lend a helping hand to Florida residents. At this time, let's take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are quickly approaching the 9 a.m. hour here on the East Coast. My name is Rain Augustine, and we are continuing to track Hurricane Ian as it is set to make its second landfall just off of the coast of Carolina. We are getting some new video to our Live Now from Fox desk. You're taking a look as the Coast Guard worked around the clock to rescue people stranded on Sanibel Island, cut off from Florida's mainland after the hurricane hit. Now, Sanibel officials said that 200 households reported staying on the island during the storm. the Coast Guard released this dramatic video of several rescues. You can see they are showing residents climbing into special baskets and being hoisted by helicopter. We saw rescues that included a couple being hoisted into these special baskets, a woman and her grandson, as well as people with their pets. We saw someone with their dog and 2 other residents with their cats. You can imagine everyone very frightened by the situation. So Lee County officials say that several sections of Sanibel Island were completely destroyed, and this includes the area that connects the barrier islands, including Sanibel and Captivia, to the mainland, completely destroyed. So as you can imagine, this will take probably weeks, if not months, for local residents to recover. And we are on standby any moment now. We do expect to receive a live update from the governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis. He will update the media and everyone that is watching the aftermath of the storm. So, of course, we will stream this all for you live, raw, and unfiltered. Now, officials in Florida say that they fear the number of dead might rise after Hurricane Ian completely destroyed many vulnerable coastal communities. But as recovery and rescue efforts remain underway in Florida, folks in South Carolina are rushing to protect themselves and fortify their homes. Here's that story from Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader.
Ian is back up to hurricane strength now as it makes its way toward Georgia and the Carolina coast. Just a day after Ian left a trail of destruction in parts of Florida, it's expected to be a Category 1 hurricane when it makes a second landfall along South Carolina's coast. It had weakened to a tropical storm after moving northeast over Florida, but ramped right back up again. And President Biden approved an emergency declaration for the Palmetto State, ordering federal assistance to help.
Everyone in Ian's path. The danger is real, to state the obvious. Please obey all warnings and directions from emergency officials.
As always, state officials warning people to stay home and stay safe.
People failing to take the necessary precautions. That's the real danger that we have is human error. So again, we want to, all of us want to urge everyone in our state to take a look at those maps, to pay attention, to see what is going to happen in your area.
And with Ian expected to cause life-threatening flooding, storm surges, and strong winds, people across the Carolinas and parts of Georgia are hoping they have prepared enough to keep disaster at bay.
This will provide very much needed support for our, building and keep us, away from having too much damage.
And a hurricane warning is now in effect for South Carolina all the way up into North Carolina. In Charleston, I'm Doug Luzader, Fox News.
And after leaving a trail of destruction across Florida, millions of people preparing for Hurricane Ian's impact as it moves north. Now a Category 1 storm. People of the Carolinas are preparing. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera has the latest on that story.
Ian strengthening back into a hurricane, now taking aim at Georgia and the Carolinas.
Now is the time to prepare. Please do not wait.
The National Hurricane Center warning of life-threatening storm surge, flooding, and strong winds as Hurricane Ian moves north.
The storm surge is now estimated to possibly be between 4 and 7 feet.
Residents across Georgia and the Carolinas preparing for the worst after seeing the devastation Ian left behind in Florida.
Hopefully all of this won't be necessary, but you know what? It's better to be prepared than not prepared,
Hurricane Ian making landfall in Florida on Wednesday, leveling entire communities and leaving millions without power. Fort Myers and Sanibel Island suffering some of the worst damage.
And it got hit with really biblical storm surge.
I'm getting important stuff, my paperwork, my husband's personal things. I lost him 2 months ago, and now I've lost my only home.
Meanwhile, rescue crews continue their work along the state's Gulf Coast, as well as in central Florida, where the storm dropped heavy rains, causing massive flooding. Officials say the next 72 hours will be critical when it comes to successful rescue missions.
And that 72-hour clock is that we search first, we secure, and then we stabilize.
President Biden approved a disaster declaration for Florida to free up federal resources and says he will visit the region in the near future. In Fort Myers, Florida, Malda Rivera, Fox News.
The time is now 9:03. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis briefing the media on Hurricane Ian's aftermath.
Immediately descend onto the scene, particularly in Southwest Florida. There's life rescue, making sure people are okay, following up on any type of calls, and there's been really a Herculean effort. There's also the assessment, of what's been damaged that's going to impact the entire community. And of course, the power is a big issue. There are people that are working. I think Lee and Charlotte have about 15% restored. There's going to be able to be some more restored likely in the relatively near future. There is going to be some that's going to require some rebuilds. And so the utilities, FP&L's was down there first thing. They understand that and they're prepared to do it. The other issue with Lee County that they've asked support from is they had a water main break for their county water utility. That means that the county does not have water at this point, and you need that to be able to function in society. They've requested support from FEMA, and then FEMA was able to provide the Army Corps of Engineers, and they were on the ground after Kevin called them, I think at like 3 in the morning yesterday. They were on the ground from Jacksonville all the way down to Southwest Florida in the afternoon. They've been working to assessing that situation. We also have Florida National Guard personnel standing by to help the Army Corps if they need it. But at the end of the day, that is something that will be very, very critical to be able to get that back. And it may require more of a rebuild. Maybe it require some more short-term remediation. They're going through that. But that's clearly a top priority. And we're thankful that FEMA and the Army Corps are there helping out. We have, obviously, there was a lot of folks in affected areas that evacuated. Some did shelter in place. As of last night, we've contacted over 20,000 Floridians that filled out a shelter-in-place survey on floridadisaster.org. Over 10,000 have responded, and all 10,000 said they were safe. And the state sent the first alert late last night and are expecting more responses this morning. Cell phone connectivity is sparse in some areas and sometimes easier. It's easier to get out a text message. So the process has been streamlined. There's now a standalone site to report your location. So if you're having issues contacting your family via phone, and if you're sheltering and want them to know you're safe, there's a website, missing.fl.gov, missing.fl.gov. These forms are triaged by staff here in Tallahassee and dispatched to responders that are on the ground. In addition to the rescues yesterday, rescue personnel have gone to more than 3,000 homes in the hardest hit areas. Going door to door to check on the occupants of those residences. There are over 1,000 dedicated rescue personnel who are going up and down the coastline. They all also are going to be doing more and more inland in some of our counties, inland portions of Charlotte and Lee, but also DeSoto and Hardy counties. I think Hardy County is the most without power right now. I think they're 99% without, or they're pretty.
Yes.
Yeah. So you see the really troubling images of a washed out home on the Fort Myers beach, and that really is ground zero and obviously very important. But this was such a big storm that there are effects far inland, and these rescue personnel are sensitive to that, and they're going to be helping. We've opened 2 major points of distribution for food and water this morning. First, Charlotte Sports Park, the spring training facility for the Tampa Bay Rays in Charlotte County, and then the Lee County Sports Complex, the spring training facility for the Minnesota Twins. These are pods that are much bigger than normal pods. There have been over 1.6 million gallons of fuel into Southwest Florida that have been moved in to support the response. I think what we're finding with the fuel is the fuel supply is flowing. It's just a matter of the gas stations need to have power to be able to operate, and if they have a certain number of pumps, they're required to have a generator. I was in Lee County yesterday, actually saw some of the larger gas stations were operating, so that's a good sign. As of 6 a.m., there are about 1.9 million people, our customers, without power. Right now, the hardest hit areas are Hardy, 99% without power as of this morning. Charlotte and Lee both have 85% without, and DeSoto is at 80% without. Sarasota, Collier, Manatee, close to half of the customers there are without power. Hillsborough and Pinellas, 15 to 18% are without power, and these crews have been on the ground since it was safe to do so, and they are working 24/7 to be able to restore power all throughout the state of Florida, and that's over 42,000 linemen and associated personnel that are on the ground. FDOT has had over 1,300 people on the ground. They've cleared more than 1,100 miles of roadway. I was happy to see the traffic flowing in Southwest Florida. Obviously, there's some structural problems in some of the bridges leading out to Sanibel and Pine Island, but by and large, there were toss and clear operations. The traffic is flowing in Southwest Florida, probably better than would have been anticipated so soon after such a major hurricane, so we appreciate that. They've also inspected and reopened 800 bridges across the state, and this includes 67 high priority bridges inspected and reopened in Lee, Charlotte, Sarasota, and Manatee counties. Pine Island, Sanibel, those are going to be rebuild efforts. The Sanibel Bridge had breaks in multiple parts of it. It was not where the water and the pylons were. Those held up very well. It was where you had it on some of the sandbar, and that basically just got washed out from underneath. In the meantime, and Kevin can talk about this, they're going to be running barges to be able to bring more heavy equipment onto the island to be able to help with the response. The first responders that have been there, by and large, coming in via air, they do have some equipment, but they're traveling lighter just to be able to go and get to people as quickly as possible. There have been 6 healthcare facilities evacuated in Southwest Florida. They were having problems with water or problems with power for an extended period of time. We're also prioritizing getting power and running potable water to the rest of the area's healthcare facilities. There have been 117 facilities that had lost power that now have power restored. The ports, Tampa Bay, Miami, Everglades, they are reopened for fueling, and I think between today and tomorrow, all the ports in the state of Florida up and down both coasts will be operational. Food and water, massive amounts, and Kevin is sensitive to the water situation in Lee, so I'd say this is an extraordinary amount of water that has been staged and is continuing to be brought into the area. So FEMA has activated their individual assistance program. So if you're in need of help of recovering in those affected counties, you can go to disasterassistance.gov or call 1-800-621-3362. 1-800-621-3362. 34,000 people have already registered with FEMA. Make sure if you are looking at claims on your property, you document that, take photos, make sure you have it. We want you to be able to be made whole as quickly as possible. There will be, in conjunction with FEMA, the state of Florida, and the local communities, what are called disaster recovery centers. Those will be set up very soon, and that will be a place, if you need help with things like individual assistance, you can go, although Gracia will point out you don't need to go there. You can do all this online. There's also going to be insurance villages set up under the leadership of CFO Jimmy Petronis. You're going to have a lot of flood insurance claims as a result of this. You will have some wind claims as a result of this, and it's our view that these claims need to be paid very quickly so that people can get back on their feet. I want to thank the First Lady for spearheading our efforts for Volunteer Florida and activate the Florida Disaster Fund, where people can donate. If you want to contribute, you will be joining a lot of people who've done a lot of money, and we now have over $12 million with 24 to 36 hours after the storm hits. Pretty incredible that's happened. If you want to go to floridadisasterfund.org, floridadisasterfund.org. More than 12 million has come in, and there's a lot of interest to do a lot more. Why is that important? FEMA has certain things they can do via statute regulation. But if it falls outside of that, they just can't do it. That's not the way it works. And so when you enlist private organizations, they can be a little bit more nimble. They can tailor their response to maybe some of the more unique needs that citizens may have. And obviously, you have people that have been dislocated. You have people that no longer have homes. And so there's going to be a wide variety of things that they're going to need in the coming days, weeks, and months. Volunteer Florida. If you want to volunteer your time, visit www.volunteerflorida.org to find volunteer opportunities. I think this is one way where you can really make an impact, and I know people really appreciate all the outpouring of support. I want to commend the folks that we were able to meet with down in Southwest Florida. You know, this has been a major event, of course, and these people have been working around the clock to be able to serve their constituents and serve their communities. And we appreciate the dedication. We appreciate the perseverance. We know that there's a lot of difficult days ahead, but they've really done a great job standing up for the people of their community. I'm going to let Kevin give a brief on the state response, and then we'll have the FEMA administrator come up and provide some perspective from FEMA.
Thank you, Governor. So I'll obviously thank you, the governor, but I want to thank the agencies represented here to my left, especially Gracia, FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell, Captain Rooney, and Admiral Brendan McPherson from the United States Coast Guard, others that are not here that are certainly on that floor behind me, Lieutenant Colonel Miller from the U.S. Army Corps District out of Jacksonville, Colonel Booth out of Jacksonville, and many, many other federal partners that have certainly helped us here. Captain, if you can just grab that easel and just put it right back up here for just a second, I'd appreciate it. I wanted to thank them before I covered them up with a sign here in just a second. So, all right, so let's talk. We're right in that 72-hour area of search, secure, stabilize that I talked about yesterday. So everything that I want to talk about right now is about that search, secure, and stabilize. So we continue to have our fire rescue partners, search and rescue, going in there and conducting the what we call the hasty search, and then they're coming back and do their primary search, and then they'll do a secondary search. So again, I think it's very important for everybody to know that as a part of the search and rescue element, over a 72-hour period, there's actually 3 searches that are conducted. That hasty search is just very quick, see if they see any survivors that are alive or in a traumatic situation, and they start to move those individuals to safety. That's been conducted. Now we're back in that primary search area, which is now we're doing a little more detailed search, and then we'll do a second search behind that. Stay safe. I want people to make sure that they are safe. This comes down to personal preparedness, or I should say personal preparedness, but the individual response. Generator safety. We have been talking about it and talking about it and talking about it, but we still get reports of people operating their generators inside of a garage, operating their generators just outside of a cracked window with a cord running through the window, and we're having continued issues with carbon monoxide. All right, I'm not saying we've had carbon monoxide deaths. I'm just saying that we're still having carbon monoxide issues. Please operate your generators in a safe mode. That also includes not having electrical cords actually run through puddles of water. Let's make sure that we got them elevated and not running through puddles of water. Next, as I mentioned last night, chainsaw safety, ladder safety, wire safety. If you don't know what it is, don't cut it. If you don't know how to cut it, don't cut it. Let the professionals come in and do that. We have more than 2,000 resource requests from our impacted local partners, and more than 1,700 are in process or completed. I think there's a very important bullet to note here. A lot of counties put in mission requests for bulk food and water when we had a 45, 50 county disaster. Now we have counties starting to cancel their food and water. So when we say 2,000 and 1,700, and we have this 300 gap, I wanted people to understand there were 2,000 mission requests. We're filling 1,700. Some of those are going to be organically canceled because they're not impacted at the county level. We've mobilized more than 14,000 gallons of diesel to Fort Myers for a water plant to provide water to nearby hospitals. We've deployed 2 for Hernando County Fire and 2 Hernando County Sheriff sheriff staff to use drones for photography and video of flooded areas in DeSoto County. And I want to make sure that I take this time to say thank you to our restoration crews who have been able to take 500,000 individuals and get them power back. We're down to 1.9 million in the power restoration area that still need to be restored. Again, thank you to our first responders. I want to bring in, we're starting to get some questions about food and distribution points. So I'm going to ask Brian to give me this, this graphic that we've made here. And I think this is important for a couple of reasons. We talk about a family personal preparedness plan. So what we've done here, we are in day number 2-3 of the response disaster. This is where your personal family plan is being executed. This is why we've asked, we partner with FEMA on this, have 3 to 7 days of water. We talk, you hear me talk a lot about 5 to 7 in Florida. So again, days 1 through 5, personal family plan. This is the food and water that you had. Now we do have food and water at shelters if you go into a shelter. The next phase of this you'll see is in orange. This moves us from the family plan over into the National Guard and local community level point of distribution plan that will run for somewhere between 72 hours and about 120 hours. So 3 to 5 days. So as we exit that, again, we're way back over here, we will then come in with mass feeding kitchens. Those mass feeding kitchens will be designed to provide those hot meals 3 times a day to the most impacted communities that still don't have food and water. And we're getting some questions, the First Lady is getting some questions, and I want to make sure that we take the opportunity to educate individuals as a part of how everything ties together. So again, personal plan, National Guard food distribution plan, which is water and dry food at our points of distribution, and then we'll move into a hot feeding kitchen plan. So I thought it was important for everybody to understand how that connects, and that as we continue to get questions about that, where is your government? Today, we're in the process of moving National Guard to, the bulk food has gotten to those 2 locations the governor's already mentioned. Now we're moving down to the community plan, which is that local National Guard element that's going to go up and set that up. I'm working with Lee County today, which is obviously the most impacted county. They have 8 community pods that will be opening, hopefully in some form or fashion, moving cars through them later today in 8 locations. I'm going to let Sandra take the lead on announcing those locations at the local level for her staff so that when they're ready, we're ready. But I want to make sure we tie all that together. Last thing I want to talk about now is as individuals start to move debris to their curbside, you must separate it into piles. My communications team will be giving graphics at another update today at the 5 o'clock or this evening update. We will tell people how to separate their debris into piles. But if you're doing it now, vegetation needs to be in its own pile. Structural, this is food, or I'm sorry, structural is furniture, building materials, plumbing issues. That needs to be in a separate pile. Then we call it household hazardous waste. These are your cleaning supplies, your batteries, your pesticides, anything that's hazardous goes into its own pile. Electronics, TVs, computers, things of that nature go into its own pile. And the last pile is what we call white goods or appliances. Need to go in a separate pile. So again, recapping, that's vegetation, structural, household hazardous waste, electronics, and appliances. As always, when moving stuff, if it is too heavy, get help. These are absolutely avoidable deaths and absolutely avoidable injuries. Get people to help you. We have many faith-based community groups. We have Team Rubicon, individuals willing to help you to get that stuff to the roadside. So please be safe. Use gloves, use goggles, make sure you're wearing boots. Make sure you look for power lines that may be mixed up in all of this debris. Thank you for allowing me to do a little extended briefing today and provide you a little more detail. We'll be back this afternoon with some more information. And as always, Governor, thank you very much for your leadership.
Okay, Administrator, floor is yours.
All
All right, thank you. Governor, thank you first for allowing me to join you here today. And I'd also like to recognize my regional administrator, Gracia Check. She has been on the ground since before this storm hit, working side by side with Director Guthrie. But it's not just that. Our regional office works with the state of Florida and all the states within Region 4 throughout the year to make sure that we are planning, we are coordinated, and that when we have an event like this, we can seamlessly move in to assist and support the state with their needs. What we have done prior to landfall is we did stage a lot of search and rescue resources to support the great efforts that have been happening here in the state of Florida. We have those resources available as the state needs it. And we've also begun to move in food and water into those points of distribution to support what you just heard from Director Guthrie and the governor. What I want to say is we are here to support. FEMA is here to support these ongoing efforts right now to continue the life-saving missions that are still ongoing, but also to begin to support the recovery mission. As you heard the governor say, the president did declare a major disaster declaration for individual assistance as well as public assistance. Public assistance is going to allow us to reimburse a lot of the costs for the first responders who have been doing an amazing job, allow us to reimburse some of their overtime costs for all of the work that they've been doing to stabilize this incident. And on the individual assistance side, right now there are 13 counties that have been designated for individual assistance, but we will add more. As we continue to do assessments and it has been safe to go into those neighborhoods, we will continue to add more counties so individuals can apply for assistance through FEMA. And I just want to reiterate how you can do that. You can go to disasterassistance.gov, you can go to you can call 1-800-621-3362, or you can go to our FEMA app. I also want to let people know that we are going to have teams of individuals that are going into the shelters to help them register for assistance. Right now, we know that many people are away from their home. They may not have access to the internet. They may not have access on their cell phone. And so we're going to send teams to go into the shelters to begin that recovery process for them. Governor, I just want to commit to you, and on behalf of the president, we are here to support this recovery. We know we're still in a very active response stage. We're going to go into the stabilization, but we've already started planning for what the recovery is going to be, because we know that this is going to be a very complicated and complex recovery. We want to make sure that we have the right resources. So I appreciate the opportunity to join you today so I can see firsthand what some of the needs are. I've brought recovery and response personnel with me to make sure that we are bringing the right resources to support the governor's needs and what his concerns are. So thank you very much.
Okay, any questions?
Governor, I got two quick ones. First of all, do we have an update on casualties? And second of all, obviously you're meeting with the administrator today. What are you asking for? What does the state of Florida need from FEMA?
Well, I think the number one thing that we needed, that they provided, which was the Army Corps to support Lee County and their water situation. Critical to get that infrastructure back up and running. You look at this storm, obviously there was really significant damage, but you also have a lot of folks who had minimal or maybe no damage, and getting them back, make sure they're in their homes, they have the running water, the electrical, all of that is going to make all the other efforts so much better. So we appreciate that, but I think that is probably the number one priority. Kevin, would you say that that's probably the number one priority? And the Army Corps, they're the subject matter experts, and so hopefully they get a diagnosis and then they can plan and the county can go in and fix it. I'll let Kevin talk about the other.
So where we stand right now on fatalities is, I'll break this down by county. We have one confirmed fatality in Polk County. We have 12 unconfirmed fatalities in Charlotte County. We have 8 unconfirmed fatalities in Collier County, and we are still processing through the situation with the hasty search that I mentioned before in Lee County. Now, let me talk about confirmation and unconfirmed. People die in disasters that have nothing to do with the disaster, right? So the medical examiner is the one that makes that determination. They are the lead agency at the local level to determine when they investigate that this is either disaster related or not disaster related. If it is determined to be disaster related, you've heard the governor and I talk about this now for about 3 or 4 days, there is a direct death, in other words, storm surge, rising water, things of that nature, or indirect, the stuff that led up to it after the fact. So with that being said, we have 12 unconfirmed fatalities. In Charlotte County, we have 8 unconfirmed fatalities. In Collier County, we have 1 confirmed fatality in Polk County. So that brings us up to 21 total. We do have an identified situation that was done during the hasty search of some fatalities. We do not know exactly how many were in the house, and let me paint the picture for you. The water was up over the rooftop, right? But we had a Coast Guard rescue swimmer swim down into it, and he could identify that it appeared to be human remains. We do not know exactly how many. We do not know what the situation is, and before we comment on that, we want to be transparent, but we just don't know that number. And we got a couple of other situations where we had that particular type situation. So right now, the number we're going with is we have 21. We have identified a situation for sure that we know we got something in, but until the water recedes and we get the special equipment, again, we've got to have special equipment to get in there. And as the governor's already talked about, is we can't get that over there. So I'll take it just a point of privilege there and talk about that. We've got a 20 by 40 foot spud barge that's now been delivered that we can now start traversing some heavier equipment. In the Search and World Rescue, this is called hackneys. These are basically like beer delivery trucks, soda delivery trucks that have specialized equipment that we can get on that spud barge, get it on the land, the other side, and start doing some really technical type of rescue. Once we get to that point, then we can probably give you some better numbers. But where we're at today is 21, 1 confirmed, 20 unconfirmed.
For clarity on the survey, Governor, you mentioned that there were about 20,000 people that had responded to the survey, 10,000 were contacted, and they were fined. Does that mean that 10,000 have not responded and they're not okay? Or?
No, that's not what that means. So, for instance, right now we have about 14,000 people just in Lee County, I believe it is. Well, I'm sorry, across the 3 counties. We've got about 14,000 people in shelters. So we are now, we did an automation of collecting data. We are now at a point where in this 10,000 is we're physically having to find people. Do they have communications? Can we get them on the cell phone? In the hardest hit impacted area, we may not have cell phone capability. So we are trying to, it's going to take us some time. If you guys recall back when I was here for Hurricane Michael, we had over 30,000 people. And then we whittled that down to 3,000. And then we whittled it down to 300. And that just happened organically over time. But if you recall, between indirect and direct deaths for Hurricane Michael, I think we only had 77. So that number is going to continue to squeeze itself down, down, down as we have the ability to get into shelters and find people that are registered inside of shelters. People will register via the FEMA app, FEMA website, on the phone with FEMA, person to person with FEMA, and then we'll start to be able to whittle those numbers down between federal data, between state data, between local data, and that number will continue to shrink. But again, we are way ahead of where we were at for Hurricane Michael when I was here on this floor for that. We were 30,000 weeks into that situation. We're down to less than 10,000. We're only day number 2. So that number is going to continue to come down drastically.
Consider that 10,000 number just maybe a combination of whether they're missing, out of contact, out of power, not the location might have changed, or what exactly?
Right.
How would you consider the categories?
All the aforementioned. And for those that didn't hear the question, what categories will we put this into? Those without power, those without communications, those that are just trying to still reconnect with loved ones. At the end of the day, it's all of those categories. But again, we will shrink that. That will organically shrink day by day. That the pod that's right behind me, 30 feet behind me, are human services. There are people that are dedicated to doing nothing but that and take the information that comes from Urban Search and Rescue and connect to that data and whittling that list down.
We have a number of missing people at this point in time.
Right now, so again, missing people is a local law enforcement jurisdiction. All right. So if you want to ask questions about what are the missing person numbers, that's got to be a local county sheriff or a local law enforcement ask.
Governor, speaking of county sheriffs, appreciate the transparency on casualties. Do you think the message that the Lee County Sheriff put out was premature or makes your messaging more difficult?
Look, I mean, I think these are stressful situations. I think that when you have a storm like that bearing down on your community, and then obviously hitting the community, the people were going through that. They're working, but you kind of have a lump in your throat because you just don't know what's going to happen. And I think that that was done because there's concern for the well-being of the people of Lee County, and there's a concern of the damage that the storm has done. I mean, clearly, it's packed a big wallop. When you look at some of these things, like you see a house totally washed out, and it's just nothing but a concrete slab on Fort Myers Beach. You just pray to God that no one was in that, because some of these things, these people on Sanibel that have the real big houses, they could hunker down and it'll pass, and their homes are raised, and so the surge they're probably protected from. Some of these others, particularly some of the older construction, didn't stand a chance in that. And so you just hope that those were folks that that had left, or that those structures were not occupied. So I think it was just about the concern for what they were facing, and the fact that you did have people that as the storm was in process, there were people that were really concerned with what they were seeing with the water rising and whatnot. I think and I think Kevin would agree, as the search and the rescue folks have gone to a lot of these areas, fortunately, you're not finding like desperate people waving, saying that it's usually, there's some people that are brought off the island, they're thankful, but many of these people on Sanibel are saying, we're fine, thanks for coming by and doing that. So there's obviously going to be more that happens in the next few days, but I do think the response was very, very quick. I think it absolutely has made a huge difference. And if you just look at where are we at in rescues now, I mean, we're over 700 rescues.
We're over 700,000 rescues, but the CFO's office has over 3,000 touch points. So I think that's an important number. We've made contact with 3,000 people in the field, touch points in the field, and actually rescued 700, sir.
Yeah. So, but this is ongoing. Those guys have worked really hard, and especially you think about who was the first one to get over there, literally driving through tropical storm across Alligator Alley, was Task Force 2 out of Miami. And who was Task Force 2? When did we see them last in a public way? We saw them at the Surfside disaster. We saw the Task Force 1 there, and many other task forces from around the state and the country that came in. So when they're doing this, it's obviously important work, but these are not easy missions to be doing on. I mean, it was not easy for them to be on that pile in Surfside and search for people, and unfortunately, find many people who were killed in that collapse. And so now they're in a situation, where they're looking, and hopefully they find people that are okay, or that the buildings are empty. But you don't want to have to see people that had gone that didn't make it through. And so it's a physical, it's putting yourself out there in harm's way, but it does also take a toll. And Kevin, why don't you talk about the mental health that we're doing in here?
Sure. So in the mental health category, if you recall, very early on in the DeSantis administration, First Lady Casey DeSantis took on the role of providing for first responder mental health, to include of hiring the first ever in the division a state mental health coordinating officer. So Sarah Newhouse is our state mental health coordinating officer. She is housed here in the Division of Emergency Management. It has a bifurcated chain of command, me on a day-to-day basis, but in a disaster situation, she reports directly to the First Lady to help coordinate those disaster mental health services, not only for disaster mental health in general, but even more importantly focused on first responder mental health. So you're going to see already, there are already embedded what we call critical incident stress management teams, or CISM teams for short. Those are already on site, and you're going to continue to see first responder mental health resources come into the area, including FEMA's first responder mental health services, as well as individual mental health services, as well as ours. So again, we have a person, I'm titled the state coordinating officer to coordinate all of these state agencies that respond to a disaster, but we have a person that just takes a subset of mental health and is that state mental health coordinating officer that works under me and underneath the First Lady for disaster mental health.
Okay, thanks guys.
Of the house where
You're streaming live now from Fox. That was the latest update from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Let's check in with our news partners at Fox 35 Orlando for continuous coverage.
All the different steps to take is to try to get Southwest Florida and, of course, many of the Central Florida neighborhoods that flooded back online.
You know, one of the things that they talked about, which I thought was so fascinating and heartbreaking, quite frankly, so much flooding, so many evacuations, so much debris that it is not going to take days. It's not going to take weeks. This could be months to years before all of this is cleaned up and out. And then just the devastation, the people now who are left to clean up as well.
Yeah, it is heartbreaking. It talked a little bit about the death count as a result of the storm, and the numbers have progressed since what we learned this morning, talking about how there's 1 confirmed and 20 unconfirmed deaths related to the storm. And he talked about how the medical examiner is the one who makes the final determination. But one of the things they'll be doing today is doing what they called a secondary search, where they will be going from house to house and making sure that everyone is accounted for.
What they said was it's kind of a 72-hour period, right? And so first what they do is what's called a hasty search, where they go in really quickly to see if there's anybody who needs help right away. They do the primary search. That's what's happening right now. And then the secondary search, they go in and do another check just to be sure they didn't miss anything the first 2 times around.
All right, we're going to pause right now and we'll be right back.
Fox 35 News.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are continuing to listen into our Fox 35 Orlando coverage as we follow the aftermath of Hurricane Ian. Right now, we are listening into a very intimate story of survival.
Now that's Roxy and my cat, Milo. And then Luna and Holstein is missing. And Holstein's blind.
Holstein's blind.
We don't think he didn't make it.
And you said there was a shed in the back of the house where some of these animals live?
Where I put them, where I had her in her cage and she broke out of her cage because what we left in the middle of the night, the water was already up to the middle of my tires. It was like 1:30 and we were leaving.
It's amazing. You look at the intersection here of Quintard and Washington, and this is actually pretty tame compared to where your house is.
Yeah, it's definitely chest deep. You see where the fence line is?
Yeah.
It's over the fences. You can barely see some of the tops coming out. It's over the fence line.
Slow to recede indeed. We wish you the best of luck. We'll stay with you here as you've got more pets coming back. Sir, thanks for talking with us and good luck.
Thank you.
Tragic. I tell you what, Amy and Danielle, it's not just people, it's our best friends that need rescuing. Awful.
David, that is beyond heartbreaking, and you're absolutely right. Our pets, they are members of our families.
Absolutely. So sad to hear from her, David. Thank you. We're praying for all the people who are living in those conditions right now. Coming up here in Good Day, Orlando, millions of people along the Gulf Coast are also sifting through the devastation.
We will get a closer look at Fort Myers and what people there are doing now and in the days ahead. Don't go far.
Fox 35's Community Calendar is brought to you by these sponsors.
All right, and that was the latest from our news partners over at Fox 35 Orlando. At this time, let's go ahead and listen into the most recent update from our friends at Fox Weather.
requires them to get back in service here at Sept Clearwater. So they're making those plans now. So we'll see some flights come in tonight.
Okay, so it's going to be a restricted schedule for today. Understandable, because you guys did close on Tuesday at 5 p.m., and now you're reopening here at 10 a.m. this morning. And so as you had said, call the airlines to make sure to see if your flight is going to be underway. We know that there's a coordinated effort with nearby areas for the search and rescue and to try to help. Is Tampa and St. Pete Clearwater International Airport a part of that too?
At this point in time, there's no involvement in terms of the other airports. We'll begin planning to see what we can do to support. In past hurricanes, we've done hurricane donation drives and help support our neighboring communities that way. So that'll be things that we start planning in the next days.
Okay, and so once again, we are talking to Michelle Ralph, Public Relations Director at St. Pete Clearwater International Airport. Thank you for joining us on Fox Weather this morning.
Thank you.
All right, let's take a live look over in Lee County, Florida. And as you can see there, I mean, these images just now coming in of Fox Weather of just the devastation that was left behind by Hurricane Ian.
Yeah, what looks like, canals connecting homes, those are actually roads that are still flooded because of the flooding in Lee County. We're also getting some information from the governor. One confirmed fatality in Polk County. We also have 12 unconfirmed fatalities in Charlotte County, 8 unconfirmed fatalities in Collier County. That's a total of 21. So just some heartbreaking information that we're just now getting in from the state of Florida to pass along to you. And, today's a really big day because they're continuing rescue efforts. So hopefully that we hear larger numbers of people being rescued from the barrier islands today in comparison to these heartbreaking numbers of the tremendous loss of life. And it really is a very sad day for Florida, and this is going to take years to move past. Stay with us here on Fox Weather as we continue to track Ian.
Hi friends, Richard Karn here. Now I'm known as the guy who can fix just about anything, but the technology.
9:45 a.m. here on the East Coast. You're streaming live now from Fox. That was an update from our news partners at Fox Weather. You guys, make sure you all are downloading the Fox Weather app as we continue to bring you all the most up-to-date coverage of Hurricane Ian. It is set to make its second landfall just off of the coast of the Carolinas, late morning, early afternoon. So go ahead and download the Fox Weather app and make sure that you all continue to visit foxweather.com, the most powerful name in weather. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are getting these aerial images into our desk over Orange County, Florida. This is the Orlando area. As you can see, floodwaters completely covering what looks like an apartment complex. Again, we're hearing that this is Orlando, Florida. Continuing to follow Hurricane Ian, which made landfall on Wednesday afternoon as a catastrophic Category 4 storm. The historic storm had maximum sustained winds of 150 miles per hour, and it battered the southwest portion of the state. Now, it continues to bring life-threatening flooding, as you can see, storm surge and high winds to parts of Florida. But it's now making its way towards the Carolinas. They are bracing for Hurricane Ian's second landfall, now as a Category 1 storm. But let's go ahead and stay in Orlando, Florida. They're bringing us many updates. We know that the airport in Orlando has been closed in preparation of this storm. So let's go ahead and check in with Fox 35. They're bringing us the latest on when we can expect travel to resume.
Unfortunately has turned into a nightmare. You see this marina here just outside of downtown Fort Myers that took the record storm surge on Wednesday, and look at the mangled boats, the mess here. This is the top or a portion of a boat that is on top of another boat. You see behind me here all of the debris from inside other vessels here. The smell of diesel is just, it gives you a headache. It's so intense over here. It is amazing. This is what you see up and down the roads to the barrier islands, specifically the barrier island of Fort Myers Beach, which we traversed yesterday. And we saw standing water there still as vehicles made their way in convoys down there, unable to cross the bridge because of the search and rescue efforts. Officials will not allow people in. But on every side, both sides of the road, what you see is disaster like this. This is going to be a long process forward, not only to remove all of these vessels, vehicles, and repair homes and businesses, but, you know, to touch people's hearts as Americans from around the country will come to Florida and are making their way here to help in the aid process for all these people that perhaps are displaced, injured, or just need someone to give them provisions or even a pat on the back or a hug. We'll continue reporting from here. Back to you.
Yeah, as the governor said, lots of difficult months and perhaps years ahead. And we want to let you know that Fox Corporation has donated $1 million to the American Red Cross to support relief efforts. If you would like to help, you can visit redcross.org/FoxForward. And we do have a link to that posted for you on our website, fox35orlando.com. We are now at 9 minutes before the hour. Let's turn things over to Allie for another look at our weather. Allison?
Good morning, Danielle. I do want to take you into the latest track on Ian. It is a hurricane with 85-mile-per-hour sustained winds and likely going to be making landfall along the coast of South Carolina sometime this afternoon into the early evening hours. You can see it there. Hurricane warnings are in effect all along the coast. That's going to be this darker red that's shaded on your screen. Then it makes its way across the interior, decreasing in intensity, but still going to be bringing some very heavy rain, strong winds, as well as the chance for a few isolated tornadoes. I do also want to mention that the tropics, we are looking at one tropical wave making its way off the west coast of Africa right now, a 60% chance for further development. So always something we're watching for you right here in the Fox 35 Storm Center. As for current conditions outside Ponce Inlet, Florida, you can see those blue skies are starting to peek through. Yes, it is going to be a bit breezy out there, but skies will be clearing and temperatures definitely not quite as warm as what we've been seeing the last several days. Current temperatures right now, widespread 60s. Yes, it is 9:52 in the morning and we're waking up to 65 in Leesburg, 67 in Sanford, and 70 degrees in Titusville. The dew point temps are holding on to the 50s, so feeling very nice out there, a bit more like fall as that dry air is going to be moving right on in. That's going to be keeping those skies clear today. And afternoon highs in the upper 70s through north central Florida and low 80s along our east coast. So our hour-by-hour forecast in Windermere does show mostly sunny skies. A few of those breezes out there, especially along our east coast. 72 degrees by lunchtime in Leesburg and 77 by 5 p.m. So we want to show you our outdoor comfort index. The last several months, it's been at a 3 or a 4, but today we're taking it all the way to a 9 due to the very dry air and slightly cooler temperatures, and that trend will be continuing as we head into the weekend. Afternoon highs today sitting at 81 degrees and then up to 85 on Saturday, 86 degrees on Sunday, and staying dry. I mean, rain totals are going to be very, very low now through next Thursday. The chance for a few ocean-blown showers. We're looking at potentially a few hundredths of an inch, but likely no more rain for at least the next 7 days. And we're not only feeling those slightly cooler temperatures, also cities to our north waking up to 56 degrees in St. Louis, 54 in Chicago, as well as in New York City. And for all the travelers out there, you can expect sunny skies in Texas as well as Phoenix, highs there at 95 degrees, and some showers and thunderstorms moving through Denver. Here's a look at your 7-day forecast. Low 80s today and then holding on to the mid 80s this weekend, and then leveling out as we head into next week. But you can see no chance for rain through at least next Thursday. Right now it's time for our Fox 35 sweet weather baby. We have baby Phoenix. Oh, I love the name and that sweet face, just hanging out, staring off into the distance, looking like a model. Well, thank you so much for sharing. And if you have a picture of your baby or toddler that you'd like to see right here on our show, just head over to our website, fox35orlando.com. We'll send it back to you.
Either that or he's waiting for the keys to the car.
That's right.
One or the other, right?
I love the little tractor pictures. So cute.
6 minutes now before the hour. Coming up next right here on Good Day Orlando this morning, a Central Florida icon underwater.
We're going to take a look at how Lake Eola fared during Hurricane Ian. Not so good. Plus, Floridians doing what they do best, making the most of a bad situation.
Oh, look at that.
What we saw after Hurricane Ian coming up right after this.
Continuing to track Hurricane Ian as it bears down on South Carolina, residents are bracing for 3 to 4 feet of storm surge. Here's the latest from Fox Weather.
And it does increase the risk of potentially seeing some tornadoes. So that's the reason why we've been encouraging everybody to download the Fox Weather app. Here's a look right now at some of the current wind gusts that we're seeing over in Charleston. 44 miles per hour over at the buoy here, which is about 50 miles to the east over in Hilton Head right now. 54 mile per hour wind gusts. And this is going to continue to move northward. We do anticipate seeing landfall later on this morning into this afternoon. And it's likely going to happen somewhere between Charleston as well as Myrtle Beach. So that is where we are anticipating seeing some of the strongest winds with the system. But that doesn't mean that those of you down in the Savannah area will not see tropical storm winds. You're likely already seeing those tropical storm winds, and that is going to extend all the way up into Nags Head, North Carolina. So as we go hour by hour, there goes Ian right there. This is slowly going to continue to move north and west. And as it ends up making landfall later on this morning into this afternoon, we're going to see those winds really pick up for those of you in Wilmington as well as over in the Raleigh-Durham area. We could potentially see winds. These are sustained winds anywhere from about 50 to upwards of 60 miles per hour. And then this is going to continue to move inland. So Columbia, you'll likely end up seeing some isolated wind gusts anywhere from 40 to about 50 miles per hour. And then in the overnight hours, we're expecting the sustained winds to start to move into the Charlotte area anywhere from about 30 to upwards of 40 miles per hour. And then even those of you in the Roanoke area. All right, let's talk about what's going to be happening in Queen City. You'll likely see some of your strongest winds later on this evening. And Britta, we are talking about potentially seeing those winds gusting up to near 50 miles per hour. And that is going to produce some power outages there.
Yeah, so people in Charlotte need to be prepared to lose power. We already have a power outage issue in Florida. I do have some good news. 500,000 people this morning have been brought back online, but we still have 2 million people in Florida that do not have power. Of course, a lot of concentration of that in Southwest Florida, but also look at the Daytona Beach area. We had wind gusts in excess of 90 miles per hour along the Atlantic coast because of Ian yesterday. So we have a lot of work to do here. And in fact, Lee County and Charlotte County both likely likely are going to have to be rebuilt. Here's a look at the power outage concerns for today. So again, if you live in South Carolina, North Carolina, landfall is over the next couple hours. These strong winds will reach inland, so you need to be prepared to be without power, charge everything up, and if you are going to operate a generator, know how to do so safely. Let's take a look at some aerial footage from Lee County as we are surveying the damage left behind by Hurricane Ian.
You're looking pretty good, Mr. Johnson, but we need to take some...
All right, that was the latest from our colleagues at Fox Weather, continuing to track Hurricane Ian. At this time, let's go ahead and take a look back. In case you missed it just moments ago, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis spoke on rescue and recovery efforts, which are still underway across Florida following Ian's destruction. The Coast Guard has been performing rescue missions on the barrier islands consistently since the wee hours of Thursday morning, the governor said. In total, 28 large helicopters from the National Guard and the Coast Guard are performing rescue missions, with more air assists being brought throughout today. Let's go ahead and continue to listen in. Again, Governor Ron DeSantis speaking after Ian made a devastating impact on the Sunshine State.
To function in society, they've requested support from FEMA. And then FEMA was able to provide the Army Corps of Engineers, and they were on the ground after Kevin called them, I think at like 3 in the morning yesterday. They were on the ground from Jacksonville all the way down to Southwest Florida in the afternoon. They've been working to assessing that situation. We also have Florida National Guard personnel standing by to help the Army Corps if they need it. But at the end of the day, you know, that is something that will be very, very critical to be able to get that back. And it may require more of a rebuild. Maybe it require some more short-term remediation. They're going through that. But that's clearly a top priority. And we're thankful that FEMA and the Army Corps are there helping out. We have, obviously, there was a lot of folks in affected areas that evacuated. Some did shelter in place. As of last night, we've contacted over 20,000 Floridians that filled out a shelter-in-place survey on floridadisaster.org. Over 10,000 have responded, and all 10,000 said they were safe. And the state sent the first alert late last night and are expecting more responses this morning. Cell phone connectivity is sparse in some areas and sometimes it's easier to get out a text message. So the process has been streamlined. There's now a standalone site to report your location. So if you're having issues contacting your family via phone, and if you're sheltering and want them to know you're safe, there's a website, missing.fl.gov, missing.fl.gov. These forms are triaged by staff here in Tallahassee and dispatched to responders that are on the ground. In addition to the rescues yesterday, rescue personnel have gone to more than 3,000 homes in the hardest hit areas, going door to door to check on the occupants of those residences. There are over 1,000 dedicated rescue personnel who are going up and down the coastline. They all also are going to be doing more and more inland in some of our counties, inland portions of Charlotte and Lee, but also DeSoto and Hardy counties. I think Hardy County is the most without power right now. I think they're 99% without, or they're pretty.
Yes.
Yeah. So you see the really troubling images of a washed out home on the Fort Myers beach, and that really is ground zero and obviously very important. But this was such a big storm that there are effects far inland, and these rescue personnel are sensitive to that, and they're going to be helping. We've opened 2 major points of distribution for food and water this morning. First, Charlotte Sports Park, the spring training facility for the Tampa Bay Rays in Charlotte County, and then the Lee County Sports Complex, the spring training facility for the Minnesota Twins. These are pods that are much bigger than normal pods. There have been over 1.6 million gallons of fuel into Southwest Florida that have been moved in to support the response. I think what we're finding with the fuel is the fuel supply is flowing. It's just a matter of the gas stations need to have power to be able to operate. And if they have a certain number of pumps, they're required to have a generator. I was in Lee County yesterday, actually saw, some of the larger gas stations were operating. So that's a good sign. As of 6 a.m., there are about 1.9 million people, our customers, without power. Right now, the hardest hit areas are Hardy, 99% without power as of this morning. Charlotte and Lee both have 85% without, and DeSoto is at 80% without. Sarasota, Collier, Manatee, close to half of the customers there are without power. Hillsborough and Pinellas, 15 to 18% are without power, and these crews have been on the ground since it was safe to do so, and they are working 24/7 to be able to restore power all throughout the state of Florida, and that's over 42,000 linemen and associated personnel that are on the ground. FDOT has had over 1,300 people on the ground. They've cleared more than 1,100 miles of roadway. I was happy to see the traffic flowing in Southwest Florida. Obviously, there's some structural problems in some of the bridges leading out to Sanibel and Pine Island, but by and large, there were toss and clear operations. The traffic is flowing in Southwest Florida, probably better than would have been anticipated so soon after such a major hurricane. So we appreciate that. They've also inspected and reopened 800 bridges across the state, and this includes 67 high priority bridges inspected and reopened in Lee, Charlotte, Sarasota, and Manatee counties. Pine Island, Sanibel, those are going to be rebuild efforts. The Sanibel Bridge had breaks in multiple parts of it. It was not where the water and the pylons were. Those held up very well. It was where you had it on some of the sandbar, and that basically just got washed out from underneath. In the meantime, and Kevin can talk about this, they're going to be running barges to be able to bring more heavy equipment onto the island to be able to help with the response. The first responders that have been there, by and large, coming in via air, they do have some equipment, but they're traveling lighter just to be able to go and get to people as quickly as possible. There have been 6 healthcare facilities evacuated in Southwest Florida. They were having problems with water or problems with power for an extended period of time. We're also prioritizing getting power and running potable water to the rest of the area's healthcare facilities. There have been 117 facilities that had lost power that now have power restored. The ports, Tampa Bay, Miami, Everglades, they are reopened for fueling, and I think between today and tomorrow, all the ports in the state of Florida up and down both coasts will be operational. Food and water, massive amounts, and where Kevin is sensitive to the water situation in Lee, so I'd say this is an extraordinary amount of water that has been staged and is continuing to be brought into the area. So FEMA has activated their individual assistance program. So if you're in need of help of recovering in those affected counties, you can go to disasterassistance.gov or call 1-800-621-3362. 1-800-621-3362. 34,000 people have already registered with FEMA. Make sure if you're looking at claims on your property, you document that, take photos, make sure you have it. We want you to be able to be made whole as quickly as possible. There will be, in conjunction with FEMA, the state of Florida, and the local communities, what are called disaster recovery centers. Those will be set up very soon, and that will be a place if you need help with things like individual assistance, you can go. Although, Gracia will point out, you don't need to go there. You can do all this online. There's also going to be insurance villages set up under the leadership of CFO Jimmy Petronis. You're going to have a lot of flood insurance claims as a result of this. You will have some wind claims as a result of this, and it's our view that these claims need to be paid very quickly so that people can get back on their feet. I want to thank the First Lady for spearheading our efforts for Volunteer Florida and Activate the Florida Disaster Fund, where people can donate. If you want to contribute, you will be joining a lot of people who've done a lot of money, and we now have over $12 million with 24 to 36 hours after the storm hits. Pretty incredible that that's happened. If you want to go to floridadisasterfund.org, floridadisasterfund.org. More than 12 million has come in, and there's a lot of interest to do a lot more. Why is that important? FEMA has certain things they can do via statute regulation, but if it falls outside of that, they just can't do it. That's not the way it works. And so when you enlist private organizations, they can be a little bit more nimble. They can tailor their response to maybe some of the more unique needs that citizens may have. And obviously, you have people that have been dislocated. You have people that no longer have homes. And so there's going to be a wide variety of things that they're going to need in the coming days, weeks, and months. Volunteer Florida. If you want to volunteer your time, visit www.volunteerflorida.org to find volunteer opportunities. I think this is one way where you can really make an impact, and I know people really appreciate all the outpouring of support. I want to commend the folks that we were able to meet with down in Southwest Florida. This has been a major event, of course, and these people have been working around the clock to be able to serve their constituents and serve their communities. And we appreciate the dedication. We appreciate the perseverance. We know that there's a lot of difficult days ahead, but they've really done a great job standing up for the people of their community. I'm going to let Kevin give a brief on the state response, and then we'll have the FEMA administrator come up and provide some perspective from FEMA.
Thank you, Governor. So I'll obviously thank you, the Governor, but I want to thank the agencies represented here to my left, especially Gracia, FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell, Captain Rooney, and Admiral Brendan McPherson from the United States Coast Guard, others that are not here that are certainly on that floor behind me, Lieutenant Colonel Miller from the U.S. Army Corps District out of Jacksonville, Colonel Booth out of Jacksonville, and many, many other federal partners that have certainly helped us here. Captain, if you can just grab that easel and just put it right back up here for just a second, I'd appreciate it. I wanted to thank them before I covered them up with a sign here in just a second. So, all right, so let's talk. We're right in that 72-hour area of search, secure, stabilize that I talked about yesterday. So everything that I want to talk about right now is about that search, secure, and stabilize. So we continue to have our fire rescue partners, search and rescue, going in there and conducting the what we call the hasty search, and then they're coming back and do their primary search, and then they'll do a secondary search. So again, I think it's very important for everybody to know that as a part of the search and rescue element, over a 72-hour period, there's actually 3 searches that are conducted. That hasty search is just very quick, see if they see any survivors that are alive or in a traumatic situation, and they start to move those individuals to safety. That's been conducted. Now we're back in that primary search area, which is now we're doing a little more detailed search, and then we'll do a second search behind that. Stay safe. I want people to make sure that they are safe. This comes down to personal preparedness, or I should say personal preparedness, but the individual response. Generator safety. We have been talking about it and talking about it and talking about it, but we still get reports of people operating their generators inside of a garage, operating their generators just outside of a cracked window with a cord running through the window, and we're having continued issues with carbon monoxide. All right? I'm not saying we've had carbon monoxide deaths. I'm just saying that we're still having carbon monoxide issues. Please operate your generators in a safe mode. That also includes not having electrical cords actually run through puddles of water. Let's make sure that we got them elevated and not running through puddles of water. Next, as I mentioned last night, chainsaw safety, ladder safety, wire safety. If you don't know what it is, don't cut it. If you don't know how to cut it, don't cut it. Let the professionals come in and do that. We have more than 2,000 resource requests from our impacted local partners, and more than 1,700 are in process or completed. I think there's a very important bullet to note here. A lot of counties put in mission requests for bulk food and water when we had a 45, 50 county disaster. Now we have counties starting to cancel their food and water. So when we say 2,000 and 1,700, and we have this 300 gap, I wanted people to understand there were 2,000 mission requests. we're filling 1,700. Some of those are going to be organically canceled because they're not impacted at the county level. We've mobilized more than 14,000 gallons of diesel to Fort Myers for a water plant to provide water to nearby hospitals. We've deployed 2 for Hernando County fire into Hernando County sheriff staff to use drones for photography and video of flooded areas in DeSoto County. And I want to make sure that I take this time to say thank you to our restoration crews who have been able to take 500,000 individuals and get them power back. We're down to 1.9 million in the power restoration area that still need to be restored. Again, thank you to our first responders. I want to bring in, we're starting to get some questions about food and distribution points. So I'm going to ask Brian to give me this this graphic that we've made here. And I think this is important for a couple of reasons. We talk about a family personal preparedness plan. So what we've done here, we are in day number 2-3 of the response disaster. This is where your personal family plan is being executed. This is why we've asked, we partner with FEMA on this, have 3 to 7 days of water. We talk, you hear me talk a lot about 5 to 7 in Florida. So again, days 1 through 5, personal family plan. This is the food and water that you had. Now we do have food and water at shelters if you go into a shelter. The next phase of this you'll see is in orange. This moves us from the family plan over into the National Guard and local community level point of distribution plan that will run for somewhere between 72 hours and about 120 hours. So 3 to 5 days. So as we exit that, again, we're way back over here, we will then come in with mass feeding kitchens. Those mass feeding kitchens will be designed to provide those hot meals 3 times a day to the most impacted communities that still don't have food and water. And we're getting some questions, the First Lady is getting some questions, and I want to make sure that we take the opportunity to educate individuals as a part of how everything ties together. So again, personal plan, National Guard food distribution plan, which is water and dry food at our points of distribution, and then we'll move into a hot feeding kitchen plan. So I thought it was important for everybody to understand how that connects, and that as we continue to get questions about that, where is your government? Today, we're in the process of moving National Guard to, the bulk food has gotten to those 2 locations the governor's already mentioned. Now we're moving down to the community plan, which is that local National Guard element that's going to go up and set that up. I'm working with Lee County today, which is obviously the most impacted county. They have 8 community pods that will be opening, hopefully in some form or fashion, moving cars through them later today in 8 locations. I'm going to let Sandra take the lead on announcing those locations at the local level for her staff so that when they're ready, we're ready. But I want to make sure we tie all that together. Last thing I want to talk about now is as individuals start to move debris to their curbside, you must separate it into piles. My communications team will be giving graphics at another update today at the 5 o'clock or this evening update. We will tell people how to separate their debris into piles. But if you're doing it now, vegetation needs to be in its own pile. Structural, this is structural is furniture, building materials, plumbing issues. That needs to be in a separate pile. Then we call it household hazardous waste. These are your cleaning supplies, your batteries, your pesticides, anything that's hazardous goes into its own pile. Electronics, TVs, computers, things of that nature go into its own pile. And the last pile is what we call white goods or appliances. Need to go in a separate pile. So again, recapping, that's vegetation, structural, household hazardous waste, electronics, and appliances. As always, when moving stuff, if it is too heavy, get help. These are absolutely avoidable deaths and absolutely avoidable injuries. Get people to help you. We have many faith-based community groups. We have Team Rubicon, individuals willing to help you to get that stuff to the roadside. So please be safe. Use gloves, use goggles, make sure you're wearing boots. Make sure you look for power lines that may be mixed up in all of this debris. Thank you for allowing me to do a little extended briefing today and provide you a little more detail. We'll be back this afternoon with some more information. And as always, Governor, thank you very much for your leadership.
Okay, Administrator.
That was the latest from the Director of Emergency Management there in Florida. Now, following the devastating aftermath of Hurricane Ian, Fox Corporation has announced a donation of $1 million to the American Red Cross to aid in their relief efforts. Currently, the Red Cross is on the ground right now in Florida, providing resources to those impacted by the Category 4 hurricane. We're seeing things like shelter assistance, meals, medical supplies, and more. Fox has also announced that it would match any donations made by employees to the Red Cross, but this is an opportunity for everyone to help. If you can join Fox in our commitment to helping the Red Cross provide aid to the victims of Hurricane Ian, you can visit the web address on your screen. That is www.redcross.org/FoxForward. Anyone who wishes to join, again, you can visit the website on your screen, www.redcross.org/FoxForward. The time is now 10:18. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, and we will continue to bring you all the effects of Ian after this break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 10:20 a.m. here on the East Coast as we are continuing to cover Hurricane Ian, initially making landfall as a powerful Category 4 hurricane impacting millions of people along the western coastline of Florida. And it's now set to make its second landfall in South Carolina. Let's check in with Fox Weather. They're bringing us the latest as many people in the Carolinas anticipate Ian's second landfall.
Back in. Anything that they should be prepared for? Any specific changes that have happened, or is it just all back to normal?
So operations are back to normal, but certainly for our passengers, make sure that you call your airline to make sure that your flight is operating and operating on time, and you want to get to the airport no later than 2 hours before departure.
Great. Thank you so much. It's good to see that everything is all systems go. Thank you, John, for being with us here on Fox Weather. We appreciate your time. And here's to some good travel out there. I know people are ready to head back. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for keeping everyone safe, making the tough decisions to make sure you could make it through the storm. Myrtle Beach, South Carolina is the next spot where Hurricane Ian takes aim. We're looking for a landfall, a second landfall here in the U.S. with Hurricane Ian as we go into the early afternoon, sometime between lunch and around 2 p.m. Seems reasonable. The outer bands of the storm are already bringing rain and shoving the waves on shore. We'll keep you up to date here on Fox Weather. We'll be right back.
It's only a matter of time until your check engine light comes on, or worse yet, your car needs repair. That could mean a big surprise auto.
Make sure that you all download the Fox Weather app for the latest updates and information on not just severe weather conditions, but your everyday weather forecast. Download the app in your Google Play Store or in your Apple App Store to make sure that you are staying up to date. Or you can also visit foxweather.com. At this time, let's go ahead and check in with our news partners at Fox 35 Orlando. We have learned that the Orlando International Airport is back up and running. However, we want to bring you all the latest as search and rescue operations continue. It looks like we are getting a live update from Mayor Jerry Dimmons.
Includes nearly 80 people who have special needs. Lynx has asked me to report that about a quarter of the Lynx routes are now operational. It would take some time before they're fully operational, but if you are a bus rider and you need information, you can go to their website at golynx.com to gather additional information about the Lynx services. Let me just touch on our tremendous staff who have been really working around the clock now for several days. They have been doing yeoman's work in our community to assist with evacuations, as first responders respond to keep our community safe, as public works and utilities workers to also deal with the myriad of challenges that we have with the loss of power, down power lines. I want to point out that we do have a significant number of traffic signals that are still out, and that creates quite the hazard in our community. So to our traveling motorists, let me remind you that if you come to an intersection or location where there's a traffic signal out, we want you to treat that traffic signal as if it's a four-way stop sign. That is the best way that we can approach it. Just go barreling through the traffic signal because that just increases the potential for motor vehicle traffic crashes in our community. We have been in partnership now with the National Guard. We do have representatives here with us in the ELC from the National Guard. They have been working with our Orange County Fire Rescue Department and other fire departments in various evacuation efforts. We saw where we had to use high water vehicles and transported them to a sister facility from the Life Center, which is an assisted living facility on Rouse Road in East Orange County. That was a significant mission for our firefighters and the National Guard last night. So let me just say to the National Guardsmen, thank you for your assistance here within our community. We have been working with the American Red Cross. We do have a representative here from the Red Cross to assist us with providing housing and other needs, unmet needs of individuals who perhaps have been displaced, impacted because of the storm. Some of the rescues that we participated in yesterday included the Orla Vista area. I had the opportunity to go out myself and witness firsthand that rescue mission. We were in the Bunnybrook neighborhood, the Cypress Landing neighborhood, Hampton Courts Apartments, Oakcrest Trailer Park, the Avante Senior Living Facility. That happened during the early hours yesterday. Now let me just talk a little bit about our utilities Orange County Utilities personnel really have been working hard for the entire time of this response effort. I'm fortunate to report that we really have not had any interrupted delivery of reliable and safe tap water here within our community. I appreciate the work that our utilities division has helped to keep us functional and operational in that regard. Our solid waste division staff have also been working. Our regular services will be back on track soon. The Orange County landfill and transfer stations will be closed to the public today, and with the goal of reopening tomorrow. Certainly if we don't get reopened tomorrow, it will be Monday at the latest, but our goal is to get reopened tomorrow. There will be an updated schedule available through our ocfl.net/storm website that will provide precise information. In terms of trash pickup, you may see, depending upon whether you live in a municipality or you live in the unincorporated area, if you live in a municipality, I will tell you to pay attention to the communications that come out from those municipalities, such as the City of Orlando, about trash pickup, etc. But as it relates to unincorporated Orange County, we will have an updated schedule of trash collections on our website, but our residential curbside collection program is slated to resume its regular service beginning on Monday, October the 3rd. Residents, however, may experience some delays with yard waste collection for the next several weeks. We look forward to executing our debris removal contract, where we will bring in additional contractors or haulers to assist with removal of the increased amount of debris that we have throughout Orange County. While the storm could have been much worse, we do have an extraordinary amount of debris that is in our neighborhoods and along our roadways, and it's going to take some time to clean all of that up and get our community back the shining, beautiful community that it was pre-storm. Residents, again, may see some delays in the trash collections. We just ask that you be patient with us as we move forward. We do have representatives here from Orlando Utilities Commission. Ms. Luz Aviles is here. I may have messed up the name partly, but I came close. But in either case, I'm going to ask her to come up in just a few moments. But before we do that, we have a number of people who have joined us. First, let me recognize my colleague from the Board of County Commissioner, Commissioner Commissioner Myra Uribe is here with us. And we have Orange County Sheriff John Mina. So we're going to have Sheriff Mina come up and address the group, and then he's going to be followed by Mr. Scott Howard from the Orange County Public Schools, and then we're going to ask our OUC representative to come up and share some details about their respective services. So again, we'll begin with Sheriff John Mina.
Thank you, Mayor, and good morning. And so I know there are parts of Orange County that are still dealing with the impacts of Hurricane Ian, and so we just want our residents to know that the Orange County Sheriff's Office will be with them every step of the way. As always, we will be out and about around the clock. We're staffing many intersections and roadways that are most severely impacted by the hurricane, and I know their work is far from done, but I do want to take some time to thank the men and women in the Orange County Sheriff's Office and all of our first responders who have been out there really doing such a fantastic job. And, our emergency response team and Marine units have rescued more than 40 people and 3 dogs from neighborhoods and other facilities. And our patrol units have been out in every corner of the county assisting our residents. We've been receiving a lot of calls from families and who are concerned about their loved ones whose power might be out and not being able to get in contact with them. So we have been doing a lot of that, and those folks are very, very thankful we're able to get a hold of their loved ones. I can't say enough about our civilian support staff. We can't do what we do in law enforcement without all of our civilians, from supply to fleet. They give us the tools that we need to do to keep our community safe. And then again, I want to thank our dispatchers and call takers. They have literally taken thousands and thousands of calls and dispatched thousands and thousands of calls, much more than we normally see during their regular service hours. So they have done an exceptional job. And those are just a few of the examples of the great work that's going on. And many of you have heard me say that the Orange County Sheriff's Office cares deeply about this community, and that just shows that. And of course, our own employees are affected and part of this community as well. We have 17 employees who have had pretty significant flooding and roof damage to their homes while they're out, patrolling the streets. So we're going to go ahead and take care of them. All this past week, I've been telling our residents and specifically our criminals that I told you that we would be out there in force and to not be committing crimes. Well, last night, 3 people tried to burglarize the Family Dollar at on Apopka Island. They were quickly apprehended after their car got stuck in some flooding water. So we were happy about that. But it was nice to have all those additional personnel. They weren't going anywhere, and they were taken into custody peacefully and without incident. Again, we're probably looking to send deputies to Southwest Florida to assist, most likely in a relief effort. There are a bunch of other agencies that are there now helping all those in the southwest part of the state, and they're going to need relief soon. So we'll probably send close to 50 deputies and support personnel down there. I did want to let people know that Governor DeSantis did reach out to check on our first responders and deputies and thank everyone for the job they're doing, and also asked if there was anything that we needed. So we appreciate that. Again, as the mayor has said, a lot of intersections are impacted. Please, if you come to an intersection that doesn't happen to have law enforcement there and all the lights are out, treat that as a 4-way stop. And of course, again, stay away from standing water and down power lines. Thank you. I'll turn it over to Scott from Orange County Public Schools.
Thank you, Sheriff. Scott Howitt, Chief Communications Officer, Orange County Public Schools. Just want to thank the Sheriff, Sheriff Mina, and his deputies for supporting our school shelters during this time. Great job. We really appreciate that. And thank the mayor for his leadership and staff and their cooperation and partnership throughout this. It's been it's been a difficult road, but certainly we appreciate that. Let me start by saying, first of all, I hope that our employees, our families made it through this storm with safely and with minimal damage to their property and homes. If any of our employees are in need of assistance, they can contact our employee assistance line. It's 877-622-4327. That line is manned 24/7. And any parent or guardian of a student in need of assistance can always call the County 311 line. Be sure to continue to follow us on our website at ocps.net and also on Facebook and Twitter, where we'll be posting information and updates and resources in regards to our schools. Our students, families, and employees are always top of mind during this time, and our goal is to return to school on Monday, October 3rd. All of our schools and offices will remain closed through today. Extracurricular activities have been canceled through the weekend, and athletic events will be rescheduled if possible. Once we are able to assess any potential damage to our schools and district facilities, we will provide phone, email, text messaging updates to our families and employees this evening as to the status of schools opening on Monday. As of now, we're seeing major flooding issues at one of our schools at Riverdale Elementary, which we've been talking about this morning, and what options we will have for the students and families and employees at Riverdale. Our priority is to ensure our students and staff return to a safe learning environment as soon as possible. If necessary, the district will look at alternative instructional options for students, such as alternative locations for instruction, alternative sites, or, if possible, virtual learning. We have not received any direction from the state as far as the virtual option, but we will certainly look at that as a possibility. As a reminder for our students who are planning on taking the SAT tomorrow, you're off the hook. The SAT and the administration of the test has been postponed, and a new date will be determined in the near future. Again, our thoughts and prayers are with our students, parents, and employees as they recover from the impact of the storm. And I encourage our employees, again, if they need assistance, to call 877-622-4327. That line is open 24/7, and our parents or guardians or employees can always call the 311 number. Please continue to be safe as we recover from the impacts of Ian. And now I'll turn it over to Luz from OUC.
Thank you, Scott. On behalf of OUC, please know that our thoughts are with the millions of Floridians who've been deeply affected by the storm, especially here in Central Florida as well. Thank you to the crews and emergency personnel working to restore power and help people in communities throughout. Yesterday, OUC outages peaked at 97,560 around 11 a.m. As of 9:30 this morning, we were just under 27,000 customers still without power, which means teams of OUC and external crews were able to restore about 72% of our total outages. The work continues today. 69 assessment teams are currently out in the field surveying damage to help us prioritize our restoration work. More than 300 additional crew members made up of line techs, tree specialists, and trouble techs are also in the field, making the necessary repairs to restore remaining outages as quickly and safely as possible. Our restoration process began with a focus on critical customers such as hospitals, wastewater plants, fire, police stations, and other emergency locations. We are now making repairs to feeder distribution lines that will restore the power to the largest number of customers in the quickest manner possible. Then we will work down to the individual customer level. We expect a system-wide estimated time of restoration sometime today or tomorrow at the latest. We want to ensure residents never forget the powerful nature of electric lines and equipment. The equipment is incredibly dangerous and should never be handled by untrained hands. Please remember that you should never, under any circumstances, touch down power lines or wire. If you encounter one, please report it to 911 or call your utility company. The storm brought our service territory more flooding, as you've been hearing today, than we've had in recent memory. Remember that electric current passes very easily through water, so it's imperative to stay away from pooled water that may be impacted by down lines or other electrical equipment. We also remind you to keep generator safety top of mind. Finally, OUC should visit OUC.com. OUC customers should visit OUC.com/Storm Center for important information and sign up for outage alerts offered in English and Spanish by texting REG to 69682. Please rest assured that we are working as quickly and safely as possible to restore services to our customers. Thank you, and we appreciate your patience.
Okay, since we're talking about energy companies, Duke could not be here this morning, but they did ask me to provide some information to you, the public. First, they wanted to thank the customers for their patience as they work to get everyone's lights back on. As of 9:15 today, Duke reports that 35% of Duke Energy Florida customers in Orange County are without power. Crews have been working around the clock where conditions allow and have restored more than 130,000 customers in Orange County. This morning, the company has released an estimated time of restoration for Orange County customers. The current estimated time of restoration for 90% of Duke customers in Orange County is no later than 11:59 p.m. on Sunday, October the 2nd. The flooding continues to hinder the company's ability to restore power and complete their damage assessments and provide estimated times of restoration in some areas, but they wanted you to know that they remain out in the field and they're committed to restoring power where it is safe to do so. So we share that with you. At this time, I'm going to ask Division Chief Avery, our emergency manager, to come forward to kind of give you a summary of some of the things that's happening currently in our emergency operations center related to our recovery efforts. Chief Avery.
Thank you, Mayor. So good morning. So we are the Orange County Emergency Operations Center is still activated at a full activation level 1. So what that means is all of our partners are in our Emergency Operations Center. As we transition to recovery, we are still working with all of our partners in Orange County. We're very fortunate to have over 200 partners that when we have a disaster such as this, they come together and support each other to make sure we get our community back up and running. Over the last couple days, we've assisted fire rescues, assisted over 12 neighborhoods that had a massive amount of flooding, as you've heard. And when we talk about partnerships, we have the National Guard that's been right alongside with us. I do want to give a special shout out as well to Lynx. They have been steady by our side through this whole process, whether it's been taking people to shelters or taking them to a partner sister assisted living facility. They have been right there willing to support. Prior to the storm, they were right there helping us get people into shelters. So we can't overemphasize the importance of our partnerships here in Orange County. And just incredible work by all of them coming together. Fire Rescue has deployed Task Force 4 to Punta Gorda. I'm sure you've seen their devastation there. So they are in Punta Gorda currently, and that's a team that's made up by a couple of our local fire agencies, City of Orlando, Seminole County, and a couple of others. So they are right now on the ground in Punta Gorda assisting. So pretty incredible with the resources that we have here. We're not only worried about our citizens here, but we're also helping other communities. So we'll continue to work together towards recovery. We've got state teams from the Florida Division of Emergency Management are currently mobilized, and they're en route to Orange County today. They will be getting together with FEMA and our damage assessment teams that we have here in the EOC and going out and looking at those impacted areas to make sure that we are addressing that through all of our submissions for FEMA reimbursement. So thank you.
Okay, and with that, we're going to open it up for any questions. If we have any Spanish-speaking media and you want any of the questions or the responses interpreted in Spanish, I'm going to ask Ms. Ilia Torres, one of my special assistants, to come up and assist with that. If it's specific about public works or utilities or what have you, we do have staff in the room who are bilingual who will be able to respond to those questions as well. So with that, we're going to open it up for questions now.
Mayor, could you address the bottled water resources that may be available in East Orange County? A lot of people out there have wells, but they don't have any power, that they can't pump water out. So there may be a lack of fresh water for them. Do you know what the county may be doing about that?
Yeah, our teams are now working here within the Emergency Operations Center to devise a plan of action to actually take the supply of water that we have, where we'll do a water distribution in those areas that may be impacted where they're on well water and they don't have access to good quality tap water. So we're putting that together and we'll release that sometime today when we will be out in those areas.
I know you had a chance to visit the Oro Vista community. Do you feel enough was done since Irma to protect them from this kind of flooding?
The short answer is no. But I will put that in the context of we had a hurricane. There is no system out there that when a hurricane impacts an area, it's massive. It will overwhelm any stormwater system. So part of what we experience in Orla Vista is related to just the phenomena associated with the hurricane. Now, have we done enough over time to address the infrastructure needs? No, we're going to step that up a bit because I think the people out there, they deserve that. It's a costly fix. The Orla Vista neighborhood is 60 years old or so, and so over the decades, it has experienced some challenges with flooding just by the way that it was designed. And so we can't, in order to compensate for the development that has occurred around it, the poor design, it's a very, very costly fix. So we are going to look to not only address this with county funds, but we will look to partner with FEMA, our federal funds, as well as state funds to kind of address that in the very, very near future. So I was out there, and I know that the district commissioner, Commissioner Siplin, and our entire board, we're committed to that, like we are to addressing all the needs of our community. So I'm not here to make excuses for it, but the reality of the situation is we had widespread flooding across the entire county and across the entire state of Florida, and that's because of Hurricane Ian, and not because of necessarily the shortcomings of man.
And do you know how many people were rescued from that community?
We all total across the county did over 1,000 evacuations. From that community, I haven't received the final numbers because that was an ongoing process yesterday, but we can provide that to you. I know prior to yesterday, prior to the storm, we had evacuated some 300. So yesterday, that was a mission that was operational, and the numbers were growing as the day went on. And so we'll get you the number on the final group. Okay.
Do you, by chance, know, have we had any reports of any deaths that have occurred as a result of Hurricane Ian in Orange County?
We have not had any storm-related deaths. I am told that in one case, when at one of the assisted living facilities, during the process of transporting patients, a patient that was already very critically ill, elderly patient, passed, but that at this point it has not been deemed storm related. It just was a natural cause for that particular individual. Okay. Other questions?
En español.
En español. Okay.
Bueno, el estimado de daños en el condado que ha dejado ella, si nos podría decir.
Let's take una a la vez. The first question would be the estimated damages caused by Hurricane Ian here in Orange County.
Okay, so our damage assessment teams led by the controller's office and other staff, they're out doing the damage assessments as we speak. So we don't have that final number. We will have the estimate sometime within the next 24 hours.
Nuestros equipos de evaluación de daños están ubicados acá en el Centro de Operaciones de Emergencia, están liderados por la Oficina del Tasador de Propiedades y están en proceso de salir a la calle a hacer esas evaluaciones de daños. No tenemos los números en este momento.
Basado en esto, ¿hay un estimado de residentes que consideren estarían aplicando a los beneficios de FEMA?
Based on this damage assessment, would you have a number of residents that will be applying for FEMA's individual assistance?
We have no way of knowing how many residents will apply for assistance at this time.
En este momento no tenemos forma de determinar cuántos residentes estarían aplicando para asistencia de FEMA.
Bueno, en el tema de las escuelas, entiendo que son 1,000 refugiados y estarán abiertos estos refugios, 10 escuelas en total que están sirviendo como refugios. En este sentido, estas 10 escuelas entonces no abrirían la próxima semana.
This question is regarding schools and those that are being used as shelters.
We have been listening in to Mayor Jerry Demings of Orange County, along with the sheriff, a representative from FEMA and OUC, giving us an update on the state of Orange County. And the biggest thing that the mayor wants people to know is that efforts are continuing to help residents who need it. He's talked specifically about the Orla Vista neighborhood, saying more needs to be done to help them out because they have flooded now several times due to Hurricane Irma and now Ian. He also talked about how Orange County is now part of that FEMA disaster declaration. And what that does is that will open up funding and aid to get to so many people who need it because their homes were flooded, maybe a tree landed on it. And so they talked about how you will be able to get to those FEMA representatives to get the help you need. And then Sheriff Mina talking about how they've taken thousands of calls for help over the last 48 hours. 17 of their own deputies actually sustained significant damage to their homes, deputies and other employees. So those folks dealing with that. And then on top of that, he said they will send 50 deputies and other personnel down to Southwest Florida to try to help with recovery efforts on the coast. So we're going to wrap this up. The president is going to be speaking at 11:30 this morning. That's what time we anticipate hearing from him, giving us updates probably on FEMA as well. So we're going to break back into programming then. For now, though, we're going to send you back to regular programming, and we'll see you again in about a half hour.
All right, that was the latest from our news partners over at Fox 35 Orlando as we continue to discuss the aftermath of Hurricane Ian, which is making its way towards these Carolinas. Hurricane Ian is set to make landfall in South Carolina as a Category 1 storm. We are currently taking a look at video from the aftermath of Ian as it made landfall in Florida. This video coming from Fort Myers, Florida. But of course, again, we just received that update from our colleagues at Fox 35 Orlando. We are also in touch with our news partners at Fox Weather. Here's the latest on Hurricane Ian as it is set to strike the south of South Carolina in just a matter of hours.
Dry land. We're expecting between 4 to 7 feet between Myrtle Beach and Charleston. Lesser amounts all the way up to Hatteras and also stretching down to Daytona Beach. Notice there's still a surge there of 1 to 3 feet. So the expansive nature of the wind and wave action with a hurricane can have a big impact up and down the coast. Now, as far as Myrtle Beach and Charleston go, the good news here, I think, is that we're seeing high tide. They're around 11:40, I believe. It's between 11 and noon in most of the high tide locations there. And so currently looking at the tides coming up, there it is, 11:41 for the high tide at Admiral's Inlet in Charleston. So that area right there will be past high tide by the time we're expecting landfall. Now, the water's high right now, and we're seeing a lot of that wave action, so that could create some initial surge and some initial flooding. But we will be on the downside going towards low tide when the storm makes actual landfall, likely between 1 and 3 p.m. So Sanibel Island, Florida, getting a look there and a peek there at them doing their search and rescue. You see a woman there on the ground. My heart just really hurting for this situation where people are having to be rescued out of the floodwaters. This is terrifying to have to go through. Right. But these folks here are being rescued by people, first responders, who are out there risking their lives. And to look at what the U.S. Coast Guard in District 7 is doing there on Sanibel Island to save lives. These people are, they are being rescued because there's no way to get out of this water.
They can't get to them.
And it would be so dangerous to try to navigate or maneuver through this area, even in a boat. Right. It would be difficult to do. Sorry, that caught my attention.
Absolutely.
I wanted to take a minute to look at this. People having to be rescued out of their windows, their doors not able to open because of the impact of the water up against it. And then even airborne rescues because it's just so dangerous to make it through the water.
And they had to wait for the storm to pass to have the clear skies and no wind, right? Because they can't do these rescues while the storm was happening. Earlier during the 9 o'clock news conference.
She had a pet
with her. I think they had a couple of them in there. Governor DeSantis did say that they planned to send some barges in with help because they can't get to them because of the bridge. As we know, a good portion of it's wiped out. Apparently, it broke near the sandbars. So they're hoping to get in with barges today with supplies to the island because there's no other way to reach them out there.
It is another reminder that you want to get out of the way as we watch for this second landfall here in South Carolina. The impact may not be as extreme, but it can be so dangerous. And the other thing is when you look at people who are there in Sanibel, maybe the reason that they didn't evacuate is because they couldn't at the time, or they had nowhere to go.
Right.
And so they were stuck.
You think about even just the amount of money it costs just to get out of there, try to find a hotel, try to drive, get the gas, get to make sure the car's going. By the way, I'm just checking South Carolina power outages is up to 32,000 people at this hour. Get you going with the storm right now, but you can see as we look at Charleston, South Carolina, where a good portion of the area, when you look at topography maps, part of it is below sea level, 20 feet below sea level, goes up to about 319 feet, but in general, right about 19 feet or so. The storm continues to bring the heavy rain, the rounds of rain, and we'll see more in the way of power outages. Again, it looks like at last count, 32,000 without power. What we have there is a shot of Edisto Island, South Carolina there. You can see we do have a flash flood warning, and that is in place until how late is that, Jeff? Do we know how late that is? Until noon.
Until noon. I want to bring in this new information that we're just getting in here at the 11 a.m. advisory. We've got still a sustained wind, 85 miles an hour in the storm. Movement right now is north at 14 miles an hour. That positions this storm about 120 miles southwest of Cape Fear, North Carolina, about 60 miles from the Charleston coastline. Again, it's picked up some speed here.
Incredible.
14 miles an hour. Pressure still at 980. This is just the early information that's coming in with the advisory. We've got the surge warnings up. Those stay consistent. Looking at this information, though, 85 mile an hour wind, Category 1 hurricane remains, and those hurricane winds do extend 90 miles. The tropical storm winds, that wind field is at 415 miles. We'll be right back with more here on Fox Weather.
Carolinas will not see the full force of Hurricane Ian the same way that Florida did, but state officials are continuing to warn residents that they could see high winds, storm surge, rain, flash flooding, and even tornadoes into the start of this weekend. So make sure that you all download the Fox Weather app. They are keeping you up to speed as we continue to track the forecast of Hurricane Ian. The time is now 10:58. Let's take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back.
Good morning, and thank you again to everyone who's watching here with us on Live Now from Fox as we continue to always keep track of this hurricane here as Ian is now making its way to South Carolina. But first, let's talk about some of that damage that's been left behind. We know that we've been seeing a lot of aftermath, especially when it comes to the state of Florida, and Ian still continuing to track on. Right now, we know also that there has been multiple deaths that have been reported, unfortunately, billions of dollars in damage as well. Let's go ahead and give you the very latest as cities all across Florida, they're still flooded. Millions are still without power after one of the strongest hurricanes ever to hit the United States came upon us earlier here this week. This is just some video and some chopper footage of some of that damage that we saw just earlier here today and also multiple days after. The storm continues to be life-threatening. It has the flooding still around areas, storm surge, high winds are still in areas in Florida here as it's now going to the Georgia and Carolinas areas. Now, we've had multiple officials recounting as they are getting more death reports in. There's been about multiple people who have been confirmed dead here at this time. Officials do say there's going to be more reported deaths that have yet to be confirmed here as of right now. We are hearing that there's been more than a dozen deaths here in the state of Florida. So we've continued to do this coverage since we know that it is just going to continue to be life-threatening for those who are impacted right here and now as it is set to make landfall. Let's go ahead and take a look here at the map as the track continues to make its way from Florida out into the Atlantic, now headed towards the Carolinas as well. So how strong are those current winds? Well, they're about 85 miles per hour. In some areas, it is moving about 9 miles per hour, and we know also that it is going to be bringing even more winds and rain to the areas once it does make that landfall as well. So this is something we'll be continue to keep an eye on. There's a lot of South Carolinians who say they are very worried. They're hunkering down as Ian makes its approach later here today on Friday. It will make its final landfall in South Carolina. Again, right now we know there has been about a dozen people who were killed in Florida. Now, Carolina will not see that full force of Hurricane Ian like the way Florida did. State officials, though, continuing to put out warnings to residents that they could see high winds, some storm surge. They could be seeing rain, flash flooding, and even tornadoes into the start of the weekend. That's something that Florida officials had to keep a close eye on as well. Once the hurricane had started to make landfall, then it also had produced multiple other storms that were across the state of Florida. So we will be continuing to keep an eye fully on that here for you. Let's go ahead and bring you the very latest with Florida Governor Brian Kemp, as well as other officials in Georgia as they prepare for this hurricane and the effects it's going to be bringing to their state. Let's go ahead and bring you that latest update right here on Live Now from Fox.
All right, well, good morning, everyone. We're at the State Operations Center here with Director Stallings from the Georgia Emergency Management and Homeland Security Agency and General Carden of the Georgia National Guard. Just wanted to give you a brief update this morning on what we saw overnight. Thankfully, the storm has continued to move east and away from the coast of Georgia, so we really dodged a bullet on this one. We continue to have the folks in Florida that have literally been devastated by this storm, and our thoughts and prayers. And really at this point, we are starting to ask them if they need any of our potential resources that we've had geared up and ready to go for the last several days, and potentially helping our friends and neighbors in South Carolina as well. What we're seeing on the coast right now are very, under the circumstances, pretty mild winds, 25 miles an hour, gusts a little bit higher than that. We've got just a little over 1,000 people across the state without power, which for us is very minimal, and that's under control, and we have crews responding to that. We've seen minimal flooding on the coast as well. We continue to have messaging to the locals down there just to be prepared, because we feel like that could continue throughout the day, and just keep a watch on that. We're seeing normal traffic flows all across the state right now, and the Sidney Lanier Bridge down in Glenn County has reopened. So anybody traveling through that region, perhaps coming from the east coast of Florida, can make their way across Sidney Lanier Bridge now if they need to. Thankfully, we never had to close the Talmadge Bridge in Chatham County. And our port operations, as you can imagine, are continuing to be at a standstill waiting for the storm to pass, and it's our hope that we can work with the Coast Guard and the Ports Authority and their great team down there to get traffic flowing just as soon as it's safe to do so. We have seen a few folks from Florida that have come up and are sheltering in the great state of Georgia, and we're honored to be serving them, and we still have a lot of capacity in our state parks, shelters that have been set up by local communities, and certainly in our hotels and motels around the state. I asked Director Stallings and General Carden this morning, and they'll both give you a quick update after I finish, to start asking how we can participate and help our friends and neighbors in Florida and South Carolina. We have a compact that allows us to do that, and we stand ready to use our resources to help our friends and neighbors in a time of need. And with that, I'll turn it over to Director Stallings for an update, and then followed by General Carden, and we'll be glad to take questions. Chris.
Thank you, Governor. First of all, I want to thank the Governor and his team for the constant support and open lines of communication we've had throughout this event. Georgia has been extremely fortunate that we did not take the landfall event that was anticipated, but we are primed and ready now to start preparing resources to assist with Florida and with South Carolina and possibly into North Carolina. I would just say if you have family and friends in South Carolina, they have not been in the forefront of the predictions, but now they are there. So I would make sure they're weather-wise, make sure they're prepared. And I would imagine in South Carolina, it's just like we are here in Georgia. We can't get help to you until the storms are safe enough for us to come. So they've got some rains that have already started there. But Georgia itself has been very fortunate, and so we're very proud of that. Still thankful for the team here at the SOC. We're still at level 1 activation and ready to take on any challenges that come our way. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Major General Tom Carden with Georgia DOD so he can give you a little brief on what they've got going on, sir.
Thank you, Director. At the direction of Governor Kemp in coordination with the Georgia Emergency Management Agency, the Georgia National Guard is anticipating requirements that we might receive from Florida or South Carolina. And the focus of those requirements at this phase is logistics, transportation, debris removal, and possibly some security augmentation, as well as aviation. So we're certainly honored to help support our neighbors. Governor Kemp and I had a conversation this morning with the Adjutant General of South Carolina, and the governor offered that support as he has with the state of Florida. We certainly look forward to serving them at their time of need. Thank you all very much.
Just in closing, before we open it up to questions, I just want to thank everybody, all the state resources, our federal partners that are here in the State Operations Center. They've done an incredible job getting prepared for the storm. Thankfully, this storm, even though we were over-prepared, the storm under-delivered, at least in the aftermath for the state of Georgia. So we're blessed and thankful for that, but we stand ready to help our friends and neighbors. But I just want to thank the whole team for how hard they've worked over the last 3 or 4 days to prepare for Hurricane Ian, and we stand ready to help our neighbors. And with that, we'll open it up, any of us, for questions.
Governor, have you had a chance to speak with the governor of Florida yet?
No, I have not. I talked to Director Stallings yesterday about any requests that they've had. I did talk to Governor McMaster recently, but listen, I know, Governor DeSantis has got his hands full down in Florida, and he knows how to get me if he needs me. He knows that we've offered to help, whether it's the Guard or other resources. I've also talked to Commissioner Williams with the Department of Natural Resources. I mean, we've had chainsaw teams, watercraft teams ready to respond, and so we stand ready to help them if needed. The intel that we're getting right now, there's a lot of resources in Florida already. And so it may be logistically better for us to go to South Carolina if they have a need. And, Director Stallings and General Carden are going to continue to communicate, as well as everybody in the SOC, will today as the storm passes and hits South Carolina and see, you know, where it is we need to respond or where we're being asked to respond, and we will be glad to do that.
Governor, how fast can those crews respond to South Carolina if there's an event like
Well, I mean, you never know how bad the damage is going to be from a, you know, road perspective of having blocked roads. I think in the case of this kind of storm, we could probably respond very quickly. But the point is we're ready to roll when they need us, and we just need to have the request. And they obviously won't know that until the storm hits and passes.
Can you give a sense of the scale of National Guardsmen who would be available to deploy either?
Well, I think it's pretty big scale, but I'll let General Carden speak to that.
The Georgia National Guard is actually the home of the FEMA Region 4 Homeland Response Force. So we've got 500 at the ready today, and we can scale that up to several thousand. There's 14,000 men and women in our organization, only about 1,500 of which are deployed right now. So in terms of the toolkit available to our neighbors, it's significant.
All right.
Director Stallings, you had pre-positioned a lot of equipment in Macon to move down to the coast quickly. Is there any movement of some of those closer to South Carolina to be able to move more quickly?
Yes, sir. Our team is starting to relocate those items today. We'll be working, that's part of our partnership with General Carden and his team and transportation to be able to rapidly move those wherever we need them around the state.
Governor, of course, we saw the damage that this hurricane did in Florida. If, God forbid, something were to happen like that here in Georgia, do you think Georgia is ready to respond to that? Do you think your agencies are ready to respond to something like that?
Oh, yeah. We've been ready. We've been ready. Thankfully, we're not having to deal with that.
And given that we have dodged flood, I did want to ask about the decision on the Rivian plant. Governor, if you have any comments?
Yeah, I mean, look, we just saw the decision yesterday, so the lawyers are looking at that. Obviously, my attention and focus has been on storm preparation and potential response, and now that we're through that, our focus is now turning to help our neighbors literally to the south who've been devastated. And so we'll have more on that, I'm sure, when the legal team digs into it.
This may be for Director Stallings. I don't know if Bill Langston's here. I see on the map behind you parts of East Georgia still in red. Is there still some danger, some small danger to wind damage in that area? Say.
I was just talking to Will actually before we walked up here to make sure we had the most accurate information. But right now, and Will, if you want to come address that specifically, but it's more along the lines of just some hurricane tropical force winds. But Will, if you want to expound on that.
So there's still tropical storm watches and warnings active along the coast of Georgia and in some of our eastern counties. That should expire later today as the storm moves inland and then begins to weaken. We do also have a wind advisory for much of northeast and east central Georgia for gusts of 35 miles per hour or greater, which we've been seeing some of that, but that's been scaled back as well as the storm has moved to the east, and it's supposed to expire tonight at 8 p.m. So we should start seeing those watches, warnings, and advisories start to expire throughout the day.
All right, thank you.
No? Okay.
All right, thank you, everybody.
All right, so some good news for people in Georgia, but not great news for those right along the coast, and especially for those in the Carolinas, both South and North Carolina, especially since this is going to be bringing a lot of rain. There's experts who are warning that there could be life-threatening storm surge that is happening along the coast there on our East Coast. So we did have Governor Henry McMaster. He was saying residents in those low-lying areas are prone to flooding, particularly along the coast. They need to plan to move to higher grounds for their home, out of their homes, so they can be safe because local agencies, they're opening up emergency shelters based on those needs and the storm conditions. Some locations, when they open, they'll be posted on the South Carolina Emergency Management. And speaking of that, the director said flooding due to the storm and the rain could be a major concern. It will be vital for everyone to be prepared to act if told to do so by local public safety officials. Now, we do want to just read off here what the National Hurricane Center is saying about Ian here at the, they just updated here at the top of the hour. They did say that the center of Hurricane Ian, it's located about 60 miles southeast of Charleston, South Carolina. It is moving towards the north near 14 miles per hour. Ian is forecast to move more quickly towards the north today, followed by a turn towards northwest by tonight. On the forecast track, the center of Ian will reach the coast of South Carolina today, and then it's going to move further inland across eastern South Carolina into central North Carolina tonight and into Saturday as well. Right now, maximum sustained winds, they're remaining near 85 miles per hour with some higher gusts also being reported. Ian should maintain about the same strength before landfall later, then weaken rapidly, transition into that post-tropical cyclone by this evening overnight. And Ian should dissipate over western North Carolina or Virginia late on Saturday. Now, hurricane force winds extend outward up to 70 miles per hour from the center, and tropical storm force winds extend upward up to 270 miles. And the sustained wind of 62 miles per hour and a gust of 87 miles per hour were recently reported at an elevated weather flow station. This happening also in South Carolina. Now, the estimated minimum central pressure is 980 MB, and based on data from our NOAA, they're saying that it is about, again, 45 miles southeast of Charleston. So our National Hurricane Center giving us this very latest update. They're continuing to post these latest pieces of data as they continue to track Ian. Again, this is the last time we'll see it make landfall before it dissipates, as we mentioned, up in the North Carolina, Virginia area. We're going to step away for a brief break right here, and when we return, continuing to give you more, not only on the preparations happening in the Carolinas, they're getting ready for catastrophic floods, that storm surge, but also the aftermath happening in Florida as cleanup and recovery are well underway. Let's go ahead, send you out to that break. We'll see you right back here on the other side. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, a live look here at the radar. As we know, Hurricane Ian continuing to push its way northward as it's now headed towards the Carolinas, should be impacting cities all across South Carolina. They are predicting about a 4 to 7 foot surges for Myrtle Beach, Charleston, areas like that. We do have our Fox weather team giving us more updates. And for those of you who aren't familiar with our Fox weather team, they're a great asset to use anytime when you want to stay stay up to date with the weather, I just want to show here that you can download the app. That way you can stay up to date on the very latest with our team, as they are always on top of the very latest breaking news and weather events that you need to know about, whether that's impacting your area or areas all across the U.S. They are on top of it. So let's go ahead and get into just some of their broadcast here, as again they're talking about what's to come for South Carolina.
Pretty high, and if you add 4 to 7 feet on top of that, that's now you're into flooding territory. And when we saw those storm surge maps, when there's color there, that means that's above the ground in that location. So significant storm surge forecast in those areas that I was highlighting. And then we get into the flooding issues that will go on for the next couple of days over the southeast and pushing through the mid-Atlantic up to at least New York City. All right, guys, lots going on here with this. Still seems like it's been going on forever, but it's only really been just a few days. Back to you.
Great analysis there, Brian. Gave us a lot to think about, especially pointing out those rivers there in Georgetown, how important it is to pay attention to surge there.
And by the way, the Red Cross is on the ground providing help to people who have been impacted by the storm with services and supplies.
To support this effort, Fox Corporation has donated $1 million to the American Red Cross. This money helps to fund Hurricane Ian relief efforts. Fox is also double matching employee donations. They're going to give all of this to the Red Cross for their hurricane relief efforts for Ian and Fiona. Our thoughts, of course, are with our Tampa and Orlando stations, our teams there, and other Fox employees all across the region, everyone who's been affected by this storm. If you'd like to join us in Fox efforts, you can visit redcross.org/FoxForward.
And thanks again to our weather team for keeping track of the storm. We'll jump back into their broadcast a little bit later here for you on Live Now from Fox. Just want to remind everyone, though, you can download their app if you need to stay up to date with your local areas or weather happening all across the country. Let's take a live look again, though, at that radar. You can see that storm turning. It is right now Category 1 hurricane. It is going to be hitting South Carolina here today and making its way through into North Carolina overnight and into tomorrow. So a lot of people who are right there in those two states need to be prepared for this storm to come. Even though it will quickly downgrade once it hits land, it's still going to be bringing with it those strong winds, a lot of heavy rain, which is also going to be causing a lot of storm surge and flooding in areas all across those states. When we talk about those two states, we need to also, though, mention Georgia, because we were just listening in at the top of the hour with Georgia Governor Kemp. And he was mentioning that even though they aren't going to have that direct hit, they're still going to see some of that back end hitting some parts of Georgia, as they're going to be getting then some rain that they're going to have to keep an eye out for. But they are a little bit thankful that things had pushed a bit more north. So they're going to be ready to lend a hand to those who are going to be directly impacted to their states there to the northeast of them. Live now from Fox, we're continuing to give you more coverage right here after we return from this 2-minute break. you so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Christy Larson here as we continue to always keep track of the very latest, especially when it comes to breaking news, top stories, and yes, even weather happening all across the country. We've been eyeing this storm ever since it was down past Cuba and then made its way into the Gulf Coast, affecting Florida, and now eventually making its way to the Carolinas. Ian has definitely not only been bringing a lot of anxiety and anticipation for those ahead of the storm, but now a lot of cleanup and devastation after it's impacted our states across the country as well. So let's go ahead and bring you some of the very latest as we continue to track Ian. We're going to go back into our Fox weather team as they're giving us more looks at what's to come here for the Carolinas, especially as we have life-threatening storm surge expected along the coast. Let's go ahead and go back into some of their coverage here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Some of that moisture away from the coastline. We've been taking a look at this Murrells Inlet here in South Carolina, where you can see the camera shaking around, at times becoming loosened and unbolted. Really some wild wind, at one point going down to zero visibility with these rain bands that are coming in. So it's the combination of the waves being pushed against the shoreline, the persistent rain, and of course the potential impacts here of a tidal situation. So I think that as we look at some of these numbers, the good news is that as the storm is moving, it's picked up a little speed, but it's more of a northerly direction, which means that we're probably looking at a 2 to 4 p.m. range here of landfall. And the storm's speed is around 14 miles an hour, but the core, the center of the storm, is about 60 miles off the coast of Charleston. So you kind of have to do the math here and look at the trajectory of what the storm could do. Notice how the visibility, once again, as a very intense rain band has come on, and you can barely make out the ground below that waterfront line between the waves and the sand at Murrells Inlet, South Carolina. It's Category 1, Ian, with 85-mile-an-hour winds. It also has a movement north at 14 miles per hour. Pressures remain pretty much the same at the last advisory, but there was some intensity in and around the eye wall that was noted by the hurricane hunters as they went into the storm. And that can, of course, give us some intensity there with the core of the storm. Once it makes landfall, seeing very intense winds up to that Category 1 strength. And then once it comes inland, we're expecting Ian to start to diminish in strength or weaken. Here are some of the buoy reports that we've seen, up to 20-foot wave heights. Wow. Looking like those are coming in just off of the shore there of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. So those buoys are out there, and they can give us not only wave data, but they can also tell us some of the wind speeds. Even air temperature and water temperature can be collected depending on the type of buoy that it is. So we're watching those pretty carefully to see the information coming in. There's a storm surge warning that goes from Savannah all the way up to Hatteras. We do have a watch north of there, but this is a long stretch where we're expecting the surge to come in anywhere between 2 to almost 9 feet. So depending on where you are, you have to adjust how far you go inland, because the surge is how far water will come over dry land. The surge will not be as intense nor as devastating as it was for the western coastline of Florida, but it's still a very high impact area. It's a vulnerable zone in the peak storm surge in and around Myrtle Beach into Charleston, 4 to 7. And then there could be pockets in and around Georgetown where we could see even higher. There are 2 rivers there that meet. And so we'll see what happens with the high tide and timing of the storm pushing the water inland. So that's one area to watch. Besides the storm surge, you've also got to look at what the water does inland with rain. And so we know that the storm will start to see some of the intensity diminish as far as the rain goes, but it'll still be there, and we have very vulnerable ground. These are the latest storm surge numbers. We've got Beaufort at 2.4 now, Wrightsville Beach 2.8, so they're nearing a 3-foot surge there. And you'll notice that the winds are directly pushing that water up into the shoreline. Center of the storm's just south of there, so the highest surges are coming in right now. Spring Maid Pier just north, 2.7. And we don't have anything for Wilmington yet as we come inland. The center of the storm still about 60 miles off the coastline, and so about 60 miles outside of Charleston. And the northward movement at 14 miles per hour. There's the high tide, which really we're about 10 minutes away from the high tide in Charleston. And then we're going to be on the backside. The low tide isn't until 6:15. But maybe if we meet in the middle there, it's a little bit of a, it's a little bit of a cushion. It could be a cushion because earlier we were thinking that maybe the landfall might coincide right with midday, the noon hour. But because the turn there from a little bit directly to the north, not necessarily slowing down or moving away from the shoreline, but just a little push in direction has changed things.
Big change. And the wind gust, boy, quite a change right now. 53-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Charleston right now. Savannah all the way to 30, but well up to the north on the northern side as that wind's whipping around there. Wilmington at 38. You could see that field, the wind field. The bright red that you see there, those hurricane force winds at 74 miles per hour or stronger.
That's a 90-mile-an-hour wind, or 90 miles, that wind field.
90 miles.
Right now.
Yeah.
And then the tropical storm force winds go out 415 miles.
Incredible. Especially to the north. When you think about North Carolina, you think about the Virginias, a lot of that rain extends all the way, even into portions of Tennessee, if you will, but most of it in South Carolina right now. All right, so let's bring you going with what's going on with the storm right now. Again, the latest information that came in at about 11 o'clock. We talked about that being at about 60 miles southeast of Charleston, South Carolina, continuing to move to the north. A Category 1 hurricane as it moved over those open waters, warm waters, which were about 79 to 80 degrees or so. It refueled. It's that heat in the water that turns to energy that basically fuels that storm, continues to track up to the north. Who's in the path? Boy, when we look at what's going on here, this is going to be impressive. All the people in this area, we're talking about 5.6 million people within the forecasted cone out there, 4.4 rather now at the latest ones. But you can see the counties there as we list them as the amount of people who live in each of those counties. So 4.4 within the latest information that's coming in earlier, that was quite a bit higher. Hurricane Ian, as we look at the hurricane warnings, they extend up and down the coast of South Carolina. You think about those winds at 74 miles per hour or stronger. The tropical storm warnings extend all the way up into a good chunk of North Carolina, down through southeastern Georgia there, where you can see those winds 39 to 73 miles per hour. Power outages likely. And again, as I look at the latest information that's been coming in South Carolina alone, we're talking about right now 44,000 power outages in South Carolina. As I look at North Carolina, 16,000 power outages right now. Just give you a quick update on Florida, by the way, 1.9 million customers without power. Remember, those are customers, so it could be an apartment, it could be a home. It doesn't include the amount of people that are in there, but it's that customers. You could have a family of 4. Charleston, when we look at the impacts, we're looking at about 5 to 8 inches of rain falling that will lead to flash flooding on top of the storm surge as well. Wind gusts now through the afternoon hours, 40 miles per hour possible, getting even stronger as we go through the afternoon with those wind gusts as the center gets closer. Storm surge is a major problem, 4 to 7 feet. When you're talking about Charleston, remember Charleston varies. When you look at topography maps, there are some areas that are about 20 feet below sea level. It goes up to 319 feet, on average about 20 feet above sea level there. Here's a look at the storm itself, and those outer rain bands on the northern side extend all the way up into the Virginias, and it is pushing over a good portion of North Carolina. Heavy rain bands as well. Then you look down to Charleston, where we're getting those strong rain bands, those stronger winds, and we do have a flash flood warning in place here, and this is going to be in place through 2 o'clock, I believe. Is that right, Jeff? 2 o'clock. And we've got the rain that's been coming down. It is heavy, so it's just going to continue to pile up. Future track as we look ahead into the afternoon as the storm continues to track up to the north, moves over land, of course, loses that source of the warm water. Nonetheless, the wind is still there and the rain continues to come down. At this point, look how far north the rain starts to extend up into portions of New York, Connecticut, New Jersey, and also over portions of the Smokies, but well up into even portions of Kentucky. Then as we go into Saturday afternoon, the rain continues to pick up. The storm starts to move off the coast, but on the backside of that, the heavy rain extends well inland. As we know, it's well inland that the communities sometimes forget, oh, you know, we're not going to get the rain or the winds from it, but you are, and it could be heavy rain at times. The flash flood threat is there, level 3 out of 4 for most of South Carolina, most of North Carolina. The lighter blue that you see is the possibility. You can see how far north it extends. Flash flood threat as we go through Saturday into Sunday now moves up to the north a little bit. Roanoke right in the middle of that. We'll see those bullseye with the heavy rain as we go into early Sunday morning. We could also see tornadoes during this time period. That is a concern as we're talking about the overnight hours when people are still sleeping and still, trying to get some rest. Meantime, the flood alerts are in place from South Carolina to North Carolina through Virginia as we go through Saturday morning. The rain still to come on top of what has already fallen. You look at those shades of orange. Watch how far it extends from South Carolina through North Carolina up through Virginia. You're talking about 3 to 5 inches easily for a huge chunk of real estate. But the yellow within that easily seen a few inches of rain here, and quite a bit of it extends well up into even in southern Pennsylvania. That is going to be for the next 5 days. We'll show you that live shot, Charleston, South Carolina, on the top of the right-hand side of your screen where the rain has been coming down. Visibility is dropping. The video from Thursday from Lee County, Florida. Just the devastation that continues to come in as the sun has come up over portions of Florida. We continue to watch this storm, Ian, as it moves to the north. We leave you with the shot right now as we take a quick break from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Look at the waves just pounding up against the coast. High rises already preparing, and some gusty winds have been blowing right through this again, Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. We'll be right back tracking more on Ian right after this break.
And thank you to our Fox Weather team for keeping us in coverage of Hurricane Ian as it is going to continue to make its way into the Carolinas. A lot of rescue still underway in the state of Florida. We did have just a few moments ago House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, while she is doing her press conference, talking about some of the things that they're working on the Capitol Hill there with their members of Congress. She did have a couple comments about Hurricane Ian here briefly. So let's go ahead and replay those here for just a moment on Live Now from Fox.
We're very sad and mourn the loss that Hurricane Ian is exacting in Florida. We're praying for those who have lost their lives, and it's of unprecedented scale. The President said it's probably the biggest hurricane ever to hit Florida. Congress's pledges to be there for those who were affected now and in the future, including the billions more we have in this bill that is on the floor now in the CR that we're passing today, nearly $19 billion more for FEMA. This has been a busy and historic week for those of us in the House. Yesterday, it was my honor to welcome 16 heads of state of Pacific Island nations to the United States Capitol.
All right, so Nancy Pelosi speaking just briefly for a moment. Do want to let everyone know we're going to be hearing from President Biden. He's going to be talking about the ongoing federal response efforts that are happening for Hurricane Ian. We've heard from multiple people already in the state of Florida saying that they are working closely with officials, local officials, working with then the FEMA officials as well. Not only will we hear from President Biden, but we'll also be hearing from Governor Ron DeSantis. He is set to give yet another update. So President Biden, he'll be happening here soon. It was supposed to take place about 10 minutes ago, so it looks like they may be running a little bit behind. And then Governor DeSantis, his next update going to be coming in about less than an hour at 12:30 p.m. Eastern time. So those are two of the events we're waiting on. We're still getting a lot more information from our local counties as well as our officials as they continue to keep us updated. Our choppers going up, assessing all of that damage. And remember, right now there's been an estimated about $120 billion in damage all across Florida. Earlier here today, too, we had Governor DeSantis saying that FEMA has already activated individual assistance, and right now about 34,000 people have registered with FEMA. Of course, that number only going to increase as folks start to make their way back to their properties, to their homes, and assess all the damage that could have been left behind from Hurricane Ian. So with that being said, we're going to continue our coverage here for you on Live Now from Fox. We'll be jumping into President Biden as soon as he does step out and we get that shot. We'll be putting it up so you can be there watching on standby with us all. But until that time, let's go ahead. We'll step away for a brief break, and then when we come back, continuing our coverage, we'll take you into some press conferences from some of those Florida counties from earlier here today. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Christy Larson here at the desk with you, and we are just on standby waiting for President Biden. He is supposed to be making some remarks here soon when it comes to the recovery efforts that are underway in Florida, what the officials are doing to help us. So we will be bringing you into that press conference as soon as it happens. Right now, I don't even have a shot from inside the White House to be able to bring that to you. So again, we're waiting for standby for President Biden here at this time. Let's go ahead and take just a live look at the White House, getting an update from our Fox team saying that we will be seeing President Biden from the East Room a little bit later here today on the Jewish New Year. Also, he'll be making hurricane remarks sometime after. So they're switching our events here around just a little bit. So at least that's an update that I'm glad they sent along here to us, because I would hate to have seen the president said, hey, he's talking about the hurricane, and then heard him talking about Jewish New Year celebrations. So we'll be keeping a close eye out for those remarks from the president a little bit later here on those ongoing federal response efforts for Hurricane Ian, just as we'll also be on standby coming up in less than an hour. We're about 45 minutes away from another press conference from Governor Ron DeSantis. This time he's going to be coming to us from Fort Myers. So he has been traveling all around to some of these different communities that have been impacted by Hurricane Ian. Of course, all across the state, they saw impacts, whether it was small impacts, just debris and possibly some rain, all the way to you see like areas like Captiva Island, where there's just been so much devastation. That whole Lee County area near Fort Myers, that area really hit hard as that Category 4 storm had arrived just the other day. Now our hurricane tracking out into the ocean before it makes landfall one final time in the Carolinas. Hurricane Ian is going to be striking the Carolinas here in just a few hours. Our Fox weather team speaking with some of those reporters. We'll be jumping in and out of some of their coverage, but I want to go to the attention of our Fox 35 team. They were speaking with Fox Weather's Robert Ray. He was in Fort Myers taking a look at some of that damage and destruction that was left behind. Let's go ahead and listen into their conversation that they had with Robert Ray here for you on Live Now from Fox.
And so we do want to check in with Fox Weather's Robert Ray, who is live in Fort Myers for us right now. Robert, good morning to you. I can only imagine what you are seeing, and I see what you are standing in front of right there.
Yeah, good morning to you. What is normally paradise down here in Southwest Florida, unfortunately, has turned into a nightmare. You see this marina here just outside of downtown Fort Myers that took the record storm surge on Wednesday, and look at the mangled boats, the mess here. This is the top or a portion of a boat that is on top of another boat. You see behind me here all of the debris from inside other vessels here. The smell of diesel is just, it gives you a headache. It's so intense over here. It is amazing. This is what you see up and down the roads to the barrier islands, specifically the barrier island of Fort Myers Beach, which we traversed yesterday. And we saw standing water there still as vehicles made their way in convoys down there, unable to cross the bridge because of the search and rescue efforts. Officials will not allow people in. But on every side, both sides of the road, what you see is disaster like this, with vessels, down power lines. There are homes with the roofs ripped off, trees everywhere down, vehicles that were submerged in the storm surge that are now sitting there with debris all over them. And here we are, no power and no running water here in Fort Myers this morning. There is a hospital downtown, so there are some of the parts of the downtown that are on that grid that do have power, but nonetheless, most people right now are in the dark and no ability to get fuel for their vehicles. There's spotty fuel in the region, and the same in parts of Naples right now. I will say I spent the night in Naples last night, about 9:30 p.m. There were some areas where the lights went on, and that made a lot of difference to a lot of people there, a lot of hope. But in the interim, the search and rescue continues, not only from the ground, but up in the air as the sun has come up here. As you all know, hundreds have been rescued down here, and unfortunately, 10 confirmed deaths. Governor Ron DeSantis will give updates throughout the day as the search and rescue is 24 24/7, and we see those aerials. It's just the destruction takes your breath away. And no matter how much I stand in scenes like this and try to paint the picture and give people the feel, I can't really grasp it. I look at it and it just feels like it's not happening, but it is. This is going to be a long process forward, not only to remove all of these vessels, vehicles, and repair homes and businesses, but, to touch people's hearts as Americans from around the country will come to Florida and are making their way here to help in the aid process for all these people that perhaps are displaced, injured, or just need someone to give them provisions or even a pat on the back or a hug. We'll continue reporting from here. Back to you.
Just devastating to see that, Robert. The rescue efforts were also seen in Volusia County, including in New Smyrna Beach.
Well, that area saw some of the biggest rainfall totals that we had yesterday, up to 2 feet in some places. Fox 35's Nestor Mato is back in New Smyrna today. And Nestor, yesterday, of course, it was the pounding wind and rain, and today it is all of that floodwater.
That's right, and you have to remember, even though Ian came so ferociously to the West Coast, one of the first reported deaths yesterday was right here in Volusia County. But I want to show you how it's looking right now. You can see some crews and rescue teams making their way over to the New Smyrna Beach fire station. And of course, this is because so many folks needed rescue, and because the water is so high, they need these type of vehicles to make it through. And of course, besides homes that have been damaged, we are seeing cars just littered all over the streets, stalled out from the high waters yesterday. But I also want to tell you that rescues, they went far into the night last night, deep into the night. So many people needing help. In fact, I talked to one woman who had to rescue her own mother yesterday afternoon. She told me that her brother's house is knee deep in water. She got very emotional talking about the next steps. Take a listen.
Taking the kayaks over to his place, assessing it, seeing where to start, and taking it from there, day by day.
Yeah, that woman saying she doesn't know exactly what they're going to do next. And so many people just up in the air right now as they try to find their next move. But that woman, she was in shock. She was so emotional about what she was seeing here. Nobody thought that this historic flooding would happen for a storm that really came from the West Coast. I'm live in New Smyrna Beach. Nestor Mato, Fox 35 News.
And thanks to our Fox 35 team for, of course, getting multiple reporters out there in the field, getting different updates from all across Florida on damage and recovery efforts underway. Live now from Fox, we're going to step away for a 2-minute break. We'll be right back here, continuing our coverage, jumping back out to our Fox weather teams when we return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We're keeping a close eye on Hurricane Ian. It is at a Category 1. Florida still dealing with the damage while the Carolinas are trying to prepare. Let's go ahead and bring you the very latest as we want to jump into our Fox weather coverage. Again, Florida right now, recovery underway, but South Carolina can feel already the impacts of the hurricane as it is making its way towards land. Let's go ahead and bring you the very latest with our Fox weather team. Do want to remind you ahead of that, though, that you can download their Fox weather app. That way you can stay up to date on weather happening all across the country.
Attended here and really didn't even do much in the way of preparing them, by all indications, for the storm. So we'll see how they do with the wind. As far as the storm surge is concerned, those docks out there are floating, so they'll go up and down with the storm surge and with the tidal surge. But the city of Charleston itself is very vulnerable to this. It is very, very low. Even at high tide, we still see some flooding. So you combine that with the storm surge that we're expecting, and we are likely to see some considerable flooding as Ian makes its way on shore here.
Yeah, the whole timing with high tide, Doug, that can be a concern. High tide is happening right now. So at least hopefully we can see the high tide drop a little bit. We're not going to get to low tide before that landfall, but unfortunate to see any sort of correlation with a tidal effect, considering that Charleston has, tides that change the water level 4 to 5 feet on a normal day.
It really depends on where you are. The tide marker here actually hit high tide a little while ago, but it depends. Different parts of the city, obviously, the tides have a different impact, and they have different significance. So regardless, folks around here keep a very close eye on the tides. In the best of circumstances, it is especially true now with the storm approaching, the combination of the tides and the storm surge. They call it the low country around here. That tidal surge and the storm surge will carry a long ways inland just because of how low the topography is here.
Doug, can I get a feel from you from when you were coming into town, what people were feeling like, what they were sensing, what was the energy, knowing what had happened in Florida as we forecast this going closer to South Carolina?
Well, I think just like in Florida, you have a lot of grizzled veterans of hurricanes around here. And remember, they were initially told that the expected path of Ian would bring likely a tropical storm force storm into this area. And instead, we saw the strengthening happen. So it's a little bit stronger than perhaps some people initially thought. Now, having said that, a Category 1 hurricane is something that a lot of people here think they can weather. We'll see. It's one thing, though, to make it through the wind. It's something else to make it through the flooding, which, again, is going to be significant through the course of this storm. But there was no panic here. We went to a Walmart yesterday to stock up on some items, and, there was no panic buying going on that we could really discern. We spoke to the Walmart greeter who had been through Hugo, who really didn't think this was going to be a big deal. Again, we'll see. I mean, officials are certainly urging folks to seek higher ground if they can, even if there are not mandatory evacuations.
Yeah, all right. Well, we appreciate it. Thank you. Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader. We will check in with you again. Thanks so much. We appreciate it.
To Orlando, Florida. That's where we find our own Brandy Campbell. Now, Brandy, yesterday, such a tremendous amount of water. We had a flash flood emergency issued for the Orlando area. That's a warning that is only reserved for a very specific event when the flooding could actually result in loss of life. So, Brandy, it's a big deal what Orlando went through yesterday. The water that's still behind you, it really is astonishing that it's still there.
That's right. And if you're here today, the storm is gone. The skies are clear. It's starting to warm up because it was oddly cool out here yesterday and this morning. But if you're here, people are starting to pick up, the tree limbs, clean up, and also come out to take a look at what's still here. So right behind me, this is actually Lake Cherokee. But once I walk further away from it, you'll see that this lake extended into the street, into Cherokee Park, in between these homes, and continuing down about 2 blocks, connecting with another lake. So these are some of the remaining issues that are still here after Hurricane Ian. Now, we do want to show you some images from yesterday that we gathered between Orlando and Kissimmee, another area severely impacted resulting in some water rescues happening. And but to give you some updates on today as to what's happening here in Orlando, the city, they're working to pick up debris and says tomorrow they're going to start picking up trash from residential areas and commercial locations. Power still out for about 137 in this county of Orange County. The police and fire department, they say there are no active search and rescue operations happening. All of the city parks here, they're closed until further notice as the city's looking for any damage in those areas. And again, the city, they're just working to clear debris, because if you're driving through here, you will see a lot of it. Now, I do want to take it back to Kissimmee, because that is, again, another severely impacted area. Yesterday, we witnessed countless amounts of water rescues, and one in an apartment complex where a lot of people were still on the second floor trying to hide from the high waters. I spoke to one resident. He was actually at work when it happened, and he got the call, and when he got off from work to go home, he did have a couple of inches inside of his home. Let's take a listen to what he had to say about that damage.
And I really feel bad on the guests on that side. The apartment on the corner, the water was actually more than halfway where the window is. That's how high the water was. And it's just, I know Mother Nature takes its course, but it's just amazing how quickly things can get damaged, and this can change your life for a long time. So it's crazy. I'm gonna send an email to the company itself just to be sure that what's gonna be the next procedure for our property. I mean, I've been here almost 5 years, and this is the first time I see this bad.
Okay, and just in case you guys couldn't hear him very well, it was a little overmodulated, but he was just saying that he felt really badly for his residents, or neighbors, I should say. He lived there, that got the extreme amount of water, you know, very high up on their windows. But also moving forward, he was going to reach out to his apartment complex because he hadn't noticed a presence from them there to see what's going to happen for them next, especially, you know, with rent coming around. How will they move forward as far as their living there and having to pay there, because this is a severe impact for some of the people living there in Kissimmee. I'm going to send it back to you all here from Orlando as we continue to get updates on how things are going here just days or a day after Hurricane Ian. Back to you.
Yeah, in some ways, Brandy, it kind of feels like it has been days because of how much we've been through. I did want to ask you, Brandy, I can tell that they have some tape that's, looks like we're going to lose Brandy. That happens. But what I wanted to say was that you could tell that it's marked off by tape, and that's important to mark. Brandy, we got you back. The tape that I see that is surrounding the area, obviously that's to keep people out of the park. What kind of wildlife have you seen? Because for people that aren't from the South, there's a little critter called a fire ant, and fire ants are awful. And it's interesting that over years, because of hurricanes and floods, fire ants have actually evolved to have this coping mechanism that during flooding, they clump together and they'll have a floating mound of fire ants, and the first thing that the mound hits that's actual hard ground or someone's body, they attach to it, and that's how they survive floods. So I just wanted to ask you, have you seen people heeding these warnings to stay out of the park? I saw the kids playing, but they were a safe distance from the edge of the water. But has that been a challenge to keep people out?
So I will say, yeah, as you see this tape here, right here, it hasn't really been keeping anybody out of this water. We've been seeing a lot of people with their canoes, paddle boards coming out, kind of enjoying the day out here after the storm has passed. So people definitely out here. I haven't seen any hazards just from where I've been. Definitely, some birds, ducks, swans in the water, but there's no question that I'm sure there has to be some kind of hazards throughout this area. It's a very large park and a lot of water that has come onto natural lands out here that normally does not have water. Guys?
Wow, well, thanks for the perspective, Brandy, and definitely watch out for those fire ants. That's all I got to say.
I didn't.
And thanks to our Fox Weather team for always keeping us covered on the very latest. Very scary if you had seen those pictures and videos of the fire ants. It's just amazing to, again, see how they've adapted to climate change, weather changes, and patterns that they noticed. And, of course, it's frightening for us, though, here at home. Live now from Fox, we're going to step away for a brief break. When we come back, though, we're going to give you the very latest update with the National Hurricane Center as they just posted an update here for their 11:30 a.m. time. We'll be playing it out in full for you here after this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I did want to just show this picture here to our viewers just because we had a little bit of a change with our schedule for President Biden. So right now he's getting ready to do an event surrounding the Jewish New Year. And then a little bit later, he is going to be making some remarks on the federal response efforts for Hurricane Ian. So things did get swapped around a little bit. If you were one of those people who were tuning in here with us this morning and were looking ahead and wanted to hear President Biden's remarks, again, they were supposed to happen about a half hour ago, but the White House administration flip-flopping their timing around, trying to get things going, especially since obviously he was running behind. They want to get this event that was planned in the East Room done, and then the president will be making some remarks about the recovery efforts that from the federal response, at least, and what they're doing to assist state and local officials as well. So Live Now from Fox going to continue to always keep track of those latest press conferences. Here's just another look here at the radar as we continue to keep track of Hurricane Ian. It is making its way to the South Carolina area, North Carolina, and then up into Virginia. That's going to be happening all here today, into tonight, and tomorrow as well. I do want to remind all of our viewers you can watch right here with us on Live Now from Fox over the weekend, as we will also be keeping you in coverage of items you need to know about when it comes to Hurricane Ian. But let's go ahead, get that very latest remarks from our National Hurricane Center, who were speaking just a few moments ago. They have an update that I wanted to bring to you here on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning, everybody. This is Mike Brennan at the National Hurricane Center with the daily update on Hurricane Ian for Friday, September 30th. The center of Ian is rapidly approaching the coast of South Carolina. Looks like it's going to make landfall in the next couple hours somewhere here between Charleston and the Myrtle Beach area. We're starting to see the hurricane force winds wrap farther around the center based on what we're seeing in radar data and data from the Air Force hurricane hunters. So conditions are going to deteriorate very rapidly here along much of the South Carolina coast. We have the onset of hurricane force winds expected imminently, life-threatening storm surge developing, and you can see the expansive rain shield associated with Ian that extends all the way up into North Carolina. If we look at the forecast now, we have that hurricane warning in effect for the entire South Carolina coast, as well as Brunswick County, North Carolina. We're going to see those hurricane force winds move on shore within the warning area here in the next few hours. We're expecting the center of Ian to move inland across eastern South Carolina tonight and into central North Carolina and western Virginia on Saturday. But even as don't pay too much attention to the exact location of the center, because Ian has a huge wind field associated with it. You can see tropical storm force winds extending well out into off the North Carolina coast. We have tropical storm warnings in effect for much of the North Carolina coastline, a hurricane watch in effect from Cape Fear up to Surf City, and that hurricane warning for South Carolina. We're also expecting an inland wind threat to develop that we'll talk about in a minute as well. But first, I want to focus on the storm surge hazard. We have the potential we're expecting to see up to 4 to 7 feet of inundation above ground level, and this storm surge is going to be happening now in this area between the Isle of Palms and the North Carolina-South Carolina border. So places like Myrtle Beach, Georgetown, this is your time. You're going to want to make sure you're out of harm's way in terms of the threat of inundation from the Atlantic Ocean water pushing inland over dry land. We could also see significant storm surge all the way up the North Carolina coast to Duck, Albemarle, Pamlico Sounds, and south of including Charleston, Savannah, down to Savannah, Georgia. But the most imminent threat and life-threatening storm surge is going to occur in this area between the Isle of Palms and Little River Inlet in the next few hours. And that's where we have that storm surge warning in effect right now. So if we move on to the rainfall threat, as Ian moves inland, don't pay attention to the fact that the winds are going to decrease. The rainfall, the amount of rainfall that comes with a tropical storm or hurricane has very little to do with how strong the storm is, and has to do mostly with the motion. And all that tropical moisture from Ian is going to be lifted up over a cooler air mass here over the Carolinas and Virginia, and also interact with the topography of the central and southern Appalachian Mountains. We could see widespread rainfall totals here of 4 to 6 inches, with isolated totals as high as 8 inches across much of North Carolina and southern Virginia. Could see some isolated totals as high as 12 inches in some spots near the core of Ian. And that's going to lead to a widespread threat of rainfall flooding. The area in red here is where we're most concerned for the threat of rainfall flooding from today through tonight into early Saturday. And that includes places like Raleigh, Charlotte, Columbia, Roanoke, Norfolk, Virginia, much of central and eastern North Carolina, eastern South Carolina, southern Virginia. And remember, flash flooding kills a lot of people inland in tropical storm and hurricane events. Please don't drive into areas where water covers the road. Be especially careful at night when you can't see if there's flooded waters in your way. So this is going to be a time, not a day or night to go out venturing around if you don't have to. And especially if you live in a flood-prone area along a creek or stream, know where you're going to go and what you're going to do if water starts to rise and a flood warning is issued for your area. And then the inland wind threat will extend all the way up into portions of central and eastern North Carolina, up to the Midlands section of South Carolina, especially in gusts. We'll probably see some numerous wind gusts to tropical storm force that could result in tree damage, limbs down, power lines, some minor structural damage. So we could see power outages in this area. We're likely to see more widespread power outages in the area where Ian comes ashore in South Carolina. And then we also have a threat for tornadoes. That tornado threat is going to be maximized today, sort of to the right of where the center of Ian crosses the coast. That's going to include places like Wilmington, Elizabeth City, Morehead City, a lot of eastern North Carolina, and down to the Myrtle Beach area in South Carolina is the most significant threat. Now, I want to turn back to post-storm safety. For those of you who might be watching in Southwest Florida, areas that were devastated across the Florida Peninsula from Hurricane Ian, we don't want to lose people in the post-storm environment. So it's very dangerous to go into heavily damaged places. You don't want to go into damaged buildings. You don't want to be in standing water. There can be power outages, live power lines. There can be chemicals in the water, other dangerous things that you don't want to be in an area that's been damaged heavily unless the authorities have told you it's safe to come back in. And not just for what's happened in Florida, but also for what's going to happen in South Carolina. For those of you who might lose power, and if you have a generator, please make sure you're using the generator properly. We have a lot of people die after events like this from carbon monoxide poisoning, from not properly ventilating your generator. Never run your generator in your home. Make sure you follow all the instructions, use that safely. Please don't become a statistic after the storm. So for those of you in the path of Ian today and tonight, please stay safe. Thank you for watching this update from the National Hurricane Center. I'm Mike Brennan.
And thank you again to our folks there who've been keeping us up to date, keeping everyone as safe as possible, giving them as much warning as they can ahead of time. Here's some live looks at Florence, South Carolina, as well as Myrtle Beach. You can see the rain already arriving, the wind too, as those cameras are starting to shake, and it's only going to intensify the closer Ian gets to land as well. So Florida still feeling the damage that was left behind, and now South Carolina bracing for what is to come. Live now from Fox, going to step away for a break. We'll continue our coverage of the hurricane recovery and also looking ahead to what South Carolina is going to be dealing with. It's all coming up here in 2 minutes. South Carolina is getting prepared for hurricanes that are going to be impacting the areas here in just a matter of hours. But we do want to turn our attention to our Fox weather team as they've been continuing to keep us in full coverage of what's to come. Let's go ahead and get into what they are seeing from Ian, whether it be not only looking ahead, but also looking at the recovery and damage efforts that are underway in Sanibel, and especially on some of those first hit areas like Lee County as well. Let's go ahead and bring you that newscast right here on Live Now from Fox.
It could be anything, chemicals, it could be paint, whatever is in the path of the storm is getting thrown into the water, getting thrown onto the land, and you just don't know what that mix is or what it's going to do when you inhale that as well. These aerials are just incredible when you look at that. And you notice how small the island is. We talked about the widest part at about 3 miles, but that's the widest part. It's pretty narrow strip of land here in some cases there. Boy. It breaks your heart when you think, too, right? How many people are being affected by this? How many homes live there and how many people live there? Call this home. Maybe it's a second home, but permanent homes for sure for so many people. Look at that. Those, I believe those are manufactured homes or mobile homes. It's tough to tell. But just moved. Who knows if they're even on the center blocks that they are normally put up on to give you the base before they got swept off.
In some aspect, it's probably going to be hard to identify where things came from.
True.
You know, we're getting reports of benches that are found a half-mile away from where they originated. You know, that almost looks like someone's pool,
That's what I was just looking at.
So if you look at the bottom of the feed that we're getting from Sanibel, it appears as if that's a pool and the home is gone. We're going to go to the White House right now. President Biden is stepping to the podium to address what's been happening in Florida.
Everyone there in the state experiencing what could be maybe one of the most devastating hurricanes in the history of that state. And I was going to say more about this this afternoon. I'm making a major address on this. So many families just celebrated New Year's and are now in this solemn part of the high holidays. Some of you are from the area or have family or friends there. And as I said, it's got to be a tough time for a lot of you. And I want to, Representative Ted Deutsch and Debbie Wasserman Schultz are here, and a lot of other friends. Good to see you, Ted. And we're working very closely with the governor and the entire Florida delegation, Democrat and Republican, making sure that we can do everything we can, including now search and rescue, recovery, and rebuilding efforts, which are going to go on for a while, going to go on for a long while. And whatever it takes, we're going to be there as one nation and one America. We're not going to walk away. So let me just say, Ted, you're a dear friend. You're retiring after 12 years. Don't go, change your mind, do something. We're really going to miss you, pal. No, we really are. We're going to miss you in Congress. We've worked together closely for a long time. And I look forward to your leadership in the American Jewish Committee. So thank you. When Jill and I were Vice President and First Lady, Jill and I were honored to host the first Rosh Hashanah reception at the Naval Observatory. And today, as President and First Lady, we're humbled to host the first high holidays reception ever in the White House with so many.
And you've been listening to President Biden speaking. We're waiting for him to get some more information on response to Hurricane Ian. We have these shots, live shots, aerials from Sanibel, Florida, from WTVT, as the aerials just show the amount of destruction on this island that has been cut off. A portion of the causeway, the bridge there just collapsed, especially close to where the sandbars are. The aerials coming in, Britt and I have been talking with you about this, just heartbreaking and devastating. Look at the roofs.
Top of that's off like a dollhouse. I mean, everything is exposed.
In some ways, it almost looks like tornado damage. You know, but
that specific building for sure looks like that.
But it was just,
which, when you think about the winds, I mean, the winds were at 155 miles per hour. It's pretty much like having a tornado that lasted for 12, 14 hours.
I can't even imagine, right?
No, I can't.
All right, we do want to get back to Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader. We've been checking in with him all morning, bringing us some incredible images. How is it looking out there right now, Doug?
Good morning. Well, I feel like I'm a broken record here, but it's getting worse, which is what we've seen hour after hour here as these outer bands work their way inland. And, you know, we're right in front of a marina. We've been showing you these boats. I'm going to step aside here. Actually, let me step to this side. And you'll see that one of the sails on one of those boats, in fact, there's another one as well, have come loose. And it really is kind of surprising how these boats have not been prepared at all, seemingly, for this storm. Boat owners just left them here. And they may make it through, we'll see. But very, very surprising given the fact that we are going to see hurricane-force winds through here in just a short while. The good news for these boats is that these are floating docks, so they will kind of ride the storm surge, but they're not going to get away from the wind, and that's going to be significant here. As far as the storm surge is concerned, we keep talking about 4 to 7 feet. That's going to go pretty far inland here, which is why they're expecting some considerable flooding through the city of Charleston. This is, as we keep saying, called the Low Country, and we're going to see that Low Country inundated with water before this is all said and done.
Thanks so much for the report. Have you noticed any power outages in and around where you are? I know you're in a pretty secure area, but can you tell if there's any power outages near you? I know they've been dealing with power outages.
Yeah, as far as the power outages go, I can tell you that this is just anecdotal, but if you look across the river there, we had seen a bunch of lights on buildings there, and we're not seeing them now. So it may be that we've had some power outages right around here already. It's difficult to say. We know that there are already significant power outages through South Carolina, and the meat of the storm hasn't even arrived yet. So we would expect those numbers to go up in a big, big way before Ian leaves us.
A question for you real quick before we let you go. Going into this forecast for South Carolina, this was supposed to be a tropical storm, but then we quickly, saw how this hurricane was responding to that warm water, and that allowed it to go back from a tropical storm to a hurricane. Did that really impact how people went into this thought process-wise? I mean, did anybody really leave town, or do you feel like people were like, oh, I lived through Hugo in 1989. This is just, tropical storm category 1 hurricane. I'm sticking around. Did anybody leave?
There was a report in the Associated Press that there was a steady stream of vehicles leaving town. That may be true. We haven't seen a great deal of evidence of a mass exodus. In fact, you mentioned Hugo in '89. There was we went to Walmart last night to pick up some supplies, and the greeter there specifically mentioned Hugo, kind of shrugging his shoulders a little bit. And that's kind of the feeling that we get around here, that a lot of folks don't think this is going to be that bad. They've certainly dealt with hurricanes in the past. It's the difference between a very strong tropical storm and a relatively weak hurricane is probably not too huge. And, did those initial reports of a likely tropical storm, did that kind of encourage people to stick around? Who can say? But there are certainly a lot of people who think they can weather this storm out. We'll see how they do in the hours ahead.
Well, Doug, we appreciate the updates. Definitely check in with you soon as we are getting closer and closer to landfall.
Thanks.
And there's the live look at Myrtle Beach. The interesting thing here, Craig, is where is landfall going to be? So if landfall is north of the entrance of the Charleston Harbor, that's going to make a tremendous impact to the flooding that they get in Charleston. Unfortunately, it also makes a tremendous impact to this location, Myrtle Beach.
Right.
And right now, I mean, typically at Myrtle Beach, you actually have a fair fetch of sand that you see in front of the hotels. There's nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah, I mean, you see the dunes sticking out of the water. You do got that. But, I mean, typically when we look at this camera shot on a beautiful sunny day, you're going to see a ton of sand, and the ocean is literally butting up against the hotel front.
And those sets are coming in one after the other, just nonstop, battering. And I imagine a lot of beach erosion and a lot of the coastline is probably going to change a little bit in some cases when we get the aerial shots. A lot of that beach is going to be pulled out.
Beach erosion is a big deal for everyone across the East Coast. It's a big thing that we struggle with on the Atlantic, and this is going to eat against that. And keep in mind, we're heading into October, which we still have time left of hurricane season. But once we get into the winter months, it's nor'easter season. So losing a lot of sand during hurricane season doesn't set you up for a very successful winter season when you're talking about residents from the Carolinas up to the Northeast. So that's hard to take that hit against your beaches.
That is a great point, because you think about the changing seasons, what happens as we move on into the winter months. It's a big impact.
Well, and just to clarify, so many people might hear that and be like, oh, because it affects the prettiness of the beach. No, the beach is there for a specific reason. When you look at just the topography of the earth, beachfront and dunes, they're there to protect inland locations. But as humans, we've decided to build, beautiful hotels and homes on top of them, which it is a beautiful place to live. And I love being there as well, too. But it's important to have that beachfront and to have those dunes because it protects inland locations from devastating flooding. So to lose that sand, it's not just the aesthetic value. It's a very important part of protecting inland locations from flooding, which is not just a hurricane season threat. That's a threat that we deal with winter storms.
And you think about the wildlife as well, what it does to protect it, and the native species that grow there as well. Those dunes, you can't walk on them. They're protected for several reasons, for the land and then also for the grasses that grow there. So they're there for a specific reason. You think about the wildlife, everything that's being affected as well. As these storms, they have huge impacts all around, not just for humans, of course, but it's heartbreaking when you talk about what's happening with all of the people who are in this area. But just both of these images right here from South Carolina, Britta, it just shows how the conditions have been changing throughout the morning, with the rain coming down, the wind coming down, the visibility dropping down.
And thank you to our Fox Weather team for keeping us in coverage of Hurricane Ian, especially as it makes its way over to the Carolinas. Don't forget, you can download their app. Just scan this picture on your screen now, and they will help you get that Fox Weather app onto your phone. All right, guys, as we continue to look at the hurricane headed to the Carolinas, we are going to also be playing out some portions of what the recovery efforts are underway in Florida. More to come here in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A look at just some of the recovery that is going to be needed here in Sanibel Island when it comes to Florida's damage and destruction. A lot of people have been reporting how much rain they've gotten, what kind of damage they've been seeing. And now South Carolina going to be looking to receive just a portion of what had happened here. This obviously was a Category 4 when it hit the island. It is only a Category 1 that is headed towards South Carolina, but still brings a lot of dangerous threats to the area as well. So live now from Fox wants to continue to talk about these recovery efforts. Our Fox 6 Milwaukee team giving us some information on what they know when it comes to the recovery efforts underway.
We went to bed Tuesday night and I was like, we're going to wake up to a different world.
When Carrie and Dan Jones opened their eyes Wednesday,
we were like, geez, wind's really hitting.
They say the storm just kept getting worse.
It was kind of surreal experiencing that we were in the middle of this.
Yeah. They could only watch as the storm hit their home of Naples, their 2 dogs alongside them. They say winds less than 10 miles from them were clocked at more than 100 miles per hour.
This intense of a hurricane, and how lucky, again, we keep saying that word, we got with this.
Lucky because they avoided much of the damage.
But a quarter mile to a mile west of here is very, very bad.
On Thursday, they did see a different world around them.
And then, gas. We can't get gas anywhere.
While driving to help transport 41 cats from a damaged humane society.
So we got to see on our drive quite a bit of just I don't know how to put it, just sickening things. It's just so.
And we were never even close to the coast.
In the wake of the storm, they're looking for ways they can help.
This whole southwest Florida coast is going to be changed for quite a long time.
Asking everyone else to keep their eyes on Florida.
There's a lot of organizations that are going to need a lot of help and support. And it would be great if Wisconsin could show up and send them some love and support and not forget about them.
It's definitely going to be a place that needs a lot of support. Taking a look at just some of this damage again on Sanibel Island in Florida, that in that Lee County area where this is just a devastated area after Ian had impacted them with the Category 4 hurricane. Earlier here this week. Our chopper giving us some different live looks all across the island, and we heard our anchors with our Fox Weather team say it earlier here today, and they described it well. It almost looks like a tornado had went through this area. Multiple different spots have buildings that are just completely torn apart. There's going to be a lot of debris and other items that have been thrown about and possibly even taken away from the island, thrown out into the middle of the ocean as well. So we've been giving you these different looks. We'll continue to do so here. We are waiting on the governor of South Carolina to be speaking. He is set to be making remarks here at any moment as they are all bracing for the impact of Hurricane Ian. It is going to be hitting in just a matter of hours, so landfall imminent. It is going to be the last time it makes landfall before making its way northwards, then into North Carolina and possibly even into Virginia. But the good news about that, too, is once it makes landfall, it is going to be a hurricane Category 1. It will quickly then downgrade afterwards, though. So that is some good pieces of news to come along here with that as well. We'll continue to give you some more updates. This time going to head into our Fox 13 team's newscast. They're giving us a look at not only Sanibel, which is the causeway washed away, but also talking about damage all across the state of Florida. Let's go ahead and jump into that newscast here for you on Live Now from Fox.
For island residents and business owners for the time being. Sanibel officials estimate it will take months to fix what was destroyed by Hurricane Ian. And just to the south, Fox's Lauren Blanchard has been checking out the damage in Collier County, and she joins us now live from Naples. Lauren?
Hi, Linda. Well, it is a lot of damage here, and it's going to take a long time to clean up. I mean, take a look at this. This boat pushed right up against this wall, up and out of the water. This bench right here, I'm told by the manager of this property, it actually comes from a park a half-mile away. Let me show you about what it looks like here on the ground in some of these communities that are trying to clean up. The ground is just covered in mud and debris. As we walk around the corner here, what I'm told by the manager here is that essentially you can't live in any of these first floor apartments. They are just covered in mud. The furniture was all tossed around. And let me give you an idea of how much water was here. This is the watermark, and they are saying this was about a 16-foot surge in order to get to this point. Down here, I'll give you an idea of what is inside all of these homes right now. It's really slippery, so I'm going to be careful here. Imagine that all over your bedrooms, your kitchen. kitchen. Obviously, people cannot live here. This is going to take a long time to repair. They already are getting folks in to clean up. And Linda, there's one story I've heard from the manager here, and actually spoke with the daughter of this gentleman. An 87-year-old man decided he didn't want to evacuate. He wanted to ride the storm out here, didn't think it was going to be that bad. He spent 9 hours in waist-deep water trying to get up on his table. It was 9 hours before somebody could come and help him. That is why you have to heed these evacuation orders. He was thankfully the only resident here when that happened, and he is okay, but obviously very badly shaken.
Oh, yeah, and rushing water. I mean, rushing water can knock you off your feet. Quick question for you, Lauren. Okay, so I see the watermark line behind you, and I see the vehicles in the garage, so safe to say they were covered in water at some point.
All gone. Yeah. Totally. You can even see some of their windows are blown out. The gentleman who manages this property, he just bought a brand new car. It was in one of the garages. He said it's a total loss. And that is the case for more than a dozen vehicles here, the insides of all of these townhomes. So it's really devastating. One of the women who was cleaning out their house, she said essentially there was nothing salvageable inside. And the only thing she could grab that she felt safe grabbing was some bottles of wine, and that's it.
Yeah, I feel really bad too. The mementos lost, like family pictures or family heirlooms. But like you said, the good news is that no lives lost there. So that is a blessing.
Yeah, at least in this area.
Thank you, Lauren. Wow, I know you and Paul and Dave just said it over and over again, but boy, you run from water because it's powerful.
Yeah, you run from water, you hide from the wind.
Right.
And, just as we continue to get more and more of these pictures in, just the scope of the devastation, not even along the coastline, but you see this extending so far inland. It wasn't the storm surge, but it was just
the flooding, right?
Yeah, the flooding, the freshwater flooding. Think about it. We were forecasting 12 to 18 up to 24 inches of rain, and it just seems like absurd numbers, but that happened. And look at this video. This is the Peace River along it. And you look here, and this is not just one isolated area. Helicopters flying around this morning. It was just miles and miles of this, and these are just some beautiful homes here along the river, and you can see it's actually you have a current because the water just flowing through. Imagine this. I mean, you can see the current just flowing by the homes there. How flooded this is. Roads, homes, neighborhoods. I mean, it just goes on for miles, and just absolutely amazing. And this is just a large throughout Hardy, DeSoto, up into southern Polk County. We're seeing this, and this extends really all the way up towards Orlando, that you're seeing this repeated time and time again, right along that track where we saw some of the heaviest rain. Absolutely amazing there. Here's a live view. This is up Myrtle Beach, and Hurricane Ian making its way on shore as we speak. You can see the waves just battering the coastline there. Winds right now at about 85 miles an hour, the top winds of this storm. So here's the latest radar. And there's Myrtle Beach right there. You can see the center spinning, just spiraling, all those rain bands on shore. And we know firsthand what that does. And inside of what's inside of those rain bands, that torrential rain and the really strong winds. Top winds right now are at 85 miles an hour. It's moving to the north at 14. That's about the only thing that's really going to help them as far as the rainfall is concerned, that it's moving a little bit faster north at 14. So it's not in that one spot for any given time. It's a little faster, so they don't pick up as much rain. But still, they're talking 8 to 12 inches of rain. So we're talking basically a foot of rain possible in some of these areas. It'll work its way through South Carolina, up into North Carolina, raining itself out, weakening, but still it's going to take the weekend. And then you're talking about a lot of flooding in these areas. You look at the rainfall totals that we could see over the next few days in many spots, really widespread from Charlotte all the way over to the coastline down in South Carolina, 4 to 8 inches up to 12 inches of rain in some spots. But back closer to home, things are looking much better. 75 degrees at the noon hour. That's the byproduct. It's moved by. It's dragged down this cooler and drier air. And we're going to continue to see some pretty nice temperatures as we go through the weekend and more comfortable as well. You look at these dew point numbers running in the 50s and low 60s, so that's that drier air that's been pulled down over us. It stays around for the weekend. First part of next week, we'll start to bring back a little bit more of that humidity, a little bit warmer as well, but for now, it's quiet across much of the southeast except for Ian, and we've got some beautiful looking weather, plenty of sun, and really more comfortable conditions, which I think a lot of people will really be extremely appreciative. You don't have air conditioning. You want something a little more comfortable. Here's Futurecast showing it just lots of clear skies, pleasantly cool in the evening hours, another nice day for tomorrow. Here's the forecast for today. We top out right around 79, 80 degrees, lower humidity as well. Then for tonight, clear skies, comfortable overnight low down to 68 degrees. For tomorrow, another beautiful looking day, sunny and pleasant, daytime high at 84. Now on the water, high tide comes up at 7:15 this evening. On the marine forecast through the weekend, still a little bit on the breezy side for today along the coastline, but things settle down as we get into Saturday and Sunday. 7-day forecast, some beautiful looking weather, and probably the best part about this is over the next 7 days, no rain in the forecast. We dry things out some. Linda.
All right, Jim, this for island residents.
And thank you to our teams there at Fox 13 for, of course, keeping us up to date on what's still to come for weather as they're starting to clean up after Hurricane Ian. We still have a lot of live pictures coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk. This one over Sanibel Island, the Coast Guard performing rescues there after some residents who had stayed behind needed an extra hand leaving after we had lost the one and only bridgeway that goes out to this island. This, of course, in that Lee County area where we are going to be hearing from Governor DeSantis. He's going to be in Fort Myers giving us an update. It was supposed to be coming in here very shortly as soon as we see a shot for Governor DeSantis. Of course, we'll be bringing that to you here on Live Now from Fox, just as we're also keeping a close eye out for Governor McMaster. He is from South Carolina. He, as well as his officials, are going to be giving us an update on what they're doing to continue to prepare residents as that landfall is imminent. So we will continue to keep you up to date, giving you this press conference in its entirety as soon as we see him step up to that podium. Let's go ahead and take a break. We'll come back here with more Hurricane Ian coverage for you on Live Now from Fox. Sanibel Island, one of the many areas in Florida that have been affected greatly by Hurricane Ian when it came upon shore at a Category 4. Now we are at a Category 1, and it is going to be impacting South Carolina in a matter of hours. We are waiting on a press conference to take place with our South Carolina governor as well as other officials as they are getting ready to brace the storm. Do want to show some live pictures, though, of what's to come, especially since they're already seeing some of these winds, and you can also tell by the cameras a lot of rain coming with it too. A live look here in Florence, South Carolina, and also Myrtle Beach. Myrtle Beach, you can barely see some of the cliffs going into the ocean, and you can tell that that rain is coming down. And it looks like in Florence, still a couple people driving out and about there on that shot. But I'm going to guess as soon as we do have more of those high wind speeds arriving on shore, more rain coming with that, and some flooding beginning as well, less and less people will be out on the roads, which is exactly what our officials want to make sure that we do. So we are waiting for a press conference with Governor McMaster, just as we're also waiting for a press conference to come with the governor of Florida. Ron DeSantis is expected to give yet another update as they continue with their recovery. Earlier here today, we heard him speaking about just some of the recovery efforts as more than 20,000 people are in shelters. FEMA beginning their individual assistance. He did report that there was more than 34,000 people who've already registered with FEMA. And speaking of FEMA and our assistance that's coming from a federal response, we are expecting to hear a little bit later here this morning and afternoon for our viewers watching with us on the East Coast. President Biden, he is going to be giving us some remarks on Hurricane Ian and the federal response. So a lot more still to come here when it comes to our press conferences with our officials, especially as many of them are still trying to brace for what's to come. So we'll be jumping into those press conferences as soon as they happen. Until that time, let's go ahead and continue our coverage with our Fox 13 team as they're talking about the aftermath of Ian, as their entire state is still conducting rescues, as well as they're just taking a look and assessing all of that damage that they have seen.
Well, as you've seen from Lee and Charlotte counties, it's one thing to lose your home and all of your belongings, but then you begin to wonder where your next meal is coming from. Metropolitan Ministries is stepping in to help with that. Fox 13's Matthew McClellan explains.
We're inside Metro Ministries kitchen in Tampa, where this is a joint operation between Metro Ministries and World Central Kitchen. They're going to be sending tens of thousands of hot and cold meals down to the area, seeing the worst impact, the hardest hit area in Florida, the Fort Myers area, where some people have lost absolutely everything. A lot of them have not had a meal since late Wednesday when the hurricane made landfall, and that is where World Central Kitchen comes in. I have Director of Relief Operations Fiona Donovan with me. And Fiona, you were just telling me that you all kind of scouted out areas in Tampa Bay some time ago, knowing the hurricane was going to make impact in Florida somewhere, but then you kind of had to make a pivot here.
That's right. So we decided to set up in Tampa, fairly centralized in Florida, and we were just tracking the storm. We looked at locations in Gainesville, we were searching down in Fort Myers, we didn't know where it would make landfall. Now that the storm has hit, the greatest needs are around Fort Myers, certainly right now. So we have this kitchen in Tampa. We've been cooking hot meals, preparing sandwiches, fresh salads, and delivering all of that food with water and fruit down to Fort Myers.
All right, thanks again to our Fox 13 team. We do appreciate the coverage that they've been giving us, and especially showing all the different ways that Floridians, as well as people all across the United States, are stepping up to help respond after this hurricane. I do want to switch gears, though. We do have our officials in South Carolina. They're giving us a bit of a warning ahead of this storm as it's about to make landfall. We do have the governor, as well as some of our National Guardsmen and other officials out speaking at this time. Let's go ahead and bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox.
Psalm 37, verse 23 and 24. The Lord directs the steps of the godly. He delights in every detail of their lives. Though they stumble, they will never fall, for the Lord holds them by the hand. Let us pray. Gracious Heavenly Father, we know that you are with us in both the calm and the storm. Even when the disciples began to fear, Jesus showed he was Lord over the waters. We ask that you would calm the wind and the waters of the approaching hurricane and spare those in the path from harm. Open our hearts in love and generosity to all who need help in the coming days. In all things and at all times, help us to remember that even when life seems dark and stormy, you are in the boat with us, guiding us to safety. In your most holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Okay, John Quagliarello, National Weather Service.
Thank you, Governor. John Quagliarello, National Weather Service. Hurricane Ian's landfall is imminent along the northern Charleston County coast. As of the Hurricane Center's 11 a.m. advisory, Ian was a Category 1 hurricane with 85-mile-an-hour winds, and we should be getting an update on its position here within the next hour or so. The impacts of Hurricane Ian are already ongoing across the state. Peak wind gusts as of noon have reached 83 miles an hour at Fort Sumter, 73 miles an hour at Folly Beach, 68 miles an hour at Murrells Inlet, 58 miles an hour at the Charleston Airport, 55 miles an hour at Georgetown, and 53 miles an hour at North Myrtle Beach. The strongest winds will occur into this evening across the northern Charleston Tri-County area, up through the Grand Strand and PD, with areas along the coast near where Ian makes landfall potentially seeing wind gusts up to 80 to 90 miles an hour, and 50 to 70 miles an hour farther inland along the track. Tropical storm force winds will extend west through the Midlands. These winds have already downed numerous trees and power lines across parts of the state, and these reports should become more widespread as Ian shifts inland and the destructive winds develop. Storm surge flooding is already ongoing as well across much of the South Carolina coast, with reports of inundation in many coastal communities, especially along the central and northern portions of the coast. Peak surge values of 4 to 7 feet of inundation are expected north of Isle of Palms, with lower values south of there, generally up to 2 to 4 feet. Storm surge flooding will be most problematic through mid-afternoon, but could certainly linger through the evening. Areas in and around McClellanville, Georgetown, Debidu Colony, Pawleys Island, Garden City, Litchfield, and Cherry Grove will be most affected. The storm surge will occur along the ocean front, the back bays, and tidal creeks. Coastal roadways could temporarily become impassable. Heavy rain is also ongoing, with many flash flood warnings right now in the Charleston Tri-County area. The flooding threat will continue into this evening, especially with the torrential rainfall, the high rainfall rates that we're seeing right now with Ian. Everyone's reminded that if you encounter a flooded roadway to turn around, don't drown. And finally, there's an increasing threat of isolated tornadoes, mainly in the far northeast part of the state where a tornado watch has now been issued. Conditions should improve across the state late tonight as Ian weakens and lifts to the north. So again, please seek higher ground if you're in a flood-prone location along the coast, and do not drive through flooded roadways. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll answer questions as we go through the team. As I speak, the center of Hurricane Ian is approaching the coast of South Carolina, just above Charleston, mainly from Bulls Bay up through Myrtle Beach. I've spoken to a number of the mayors in those areas, and they are well prepared. The Grand Strand, particularly right now, is seeing very rough seas. Also, behind the Grand Strand, the water is backing up because it can't get out behind the beaches and behind the creeks. But this is not as bad as it could have been. A lot of prayers have been answered, but I would ask people, don't quit yet, because it's still coming. We are not out of the woods. I remind people, as John Quagliarello just said, there's water on the roads. We've seen photographs of it that people have been sending us, the mayors and others, and it's still very dangerous. And there's still winds even where there's not much water in other parts of the state. So if you don't need to go outside in the wind right now, stay inside. If you don't need to drive anywhere, don't drive. Be careful and be smart. So far, fortunately, no deaths have been reported to us as a result of the storm. But there are still life-threatening conditions, and we need to continue to be very careful. I note that in Charleston, they have, according to Mayor Tecklenburg a little while ago, they have about 6 to 12 inches of water in the hospital district. That's much less than was expected. The low wall around the battery was not overrun with water. That is very good news. High tide in Myrtle Beach was at about 12:30, and so we know the water is high there. The winds are high, and as I said before, a lot of water is being trapped inland and can't get out because of the winds and because of the currents. But right now, when the storm seems to be receding in certain parts of the state and is moving on to others at hurricane speeds, this is when people normally get careless, get hurt, and unfortunately often lose their lives. So don't forget that human error is the deadliest thing that we have. Misjudgments, miscalculations. I agree 100% with that. So that is our situation so far, and we have a number of people to speak and provide details, and we'll start with General Jeff Jones.
Thank you, Governor. Major General Jeff Jones, the Deputy Adjutant General. Right now, the South Carolina Military Department, which comprises our Army Guardsmen, our Air Guardsmen, and our State Guardsmen, and our civilian employees, they are poised to continue to respond to our state and local partners and the people of South Carolina. Currently, we have 90 Guardsmen on state active duty. They are positioned forward, primarily performing high water vehicle support, and we are poised and prepared to shift operations in response to any request to any mission statewide. Thank you very much.
Thank you, General. Kim Stinson.
Thank you, sir. Kim Stinson, Director of South Carolina Emergency Management Division. The State Emergency Operations Center is currently at Operating Condition 1, also known as OPCON 1. This is our highest level of alert and response, and we are now fully staffed with a number of state agencies and voluntary organizations 24 hours a day until this event curtails. Right now, priorities include support to counties and responding to transportation, sheltering, supply, and equipment missions. We're also planning for damage assessment and follow-on recovery operations. We continue to work closely with the local authorities to share information and identify unmet needs. We've only received a few requests for support, but they include high water vehicles, swift water rescue teams, and shelter support. In the near term, we expect to receive additional requests for debris management assistance, generators, and also damage assessment. Damages have been light so far, with basically reports of downed trees and localized flooding, mostly along the coast, but we expect that to build over the afternoon. The governor mentioned talking to President Biden, and last night we received a federal emergency declaration which will allow us to seek reimbursement for response costs and any direct federal assistance we might request. And that emergency declaration is different, is not the same as a major disaster declaration, which we requested after the completion of any damage assessment that we would do and potentially provide funding for both infrastructure and repairs and assistance to individuals and families. So the emergency declaration is fairly limited, but it does give us some advantages, certainly at this point. As the storm moves through South Carolina, residents should keep in mind a couple of key points. One is to stay tuned to local television and radio stations for emergency information. Certainly stay inside a well-constructed building, and then try to limit your non-emergency calls to keep that grid open, and use text messages if you've got non-emergency calls. So, reminder: citizens can use scemd.org and the South Carolina Emergency Management app on your phone to keep up to date on disaster information. And we encourage you, citizens that receive damage, to go ahead and report damage through that app, that South Carolina Emergency Manager mobile app. And then the damage assessment report is on the tools section of the main menu, so it's pretty easy to get to. I checked it out last night. Sir, thank you.
Thank you, Director Nanette Edwards.
Thank you, Governor. Nanette Edwards, Executive Director for the South Carolina Office Regulatory Staff. So around 10:30 this morning, statewide, we had outages of around 32,927. As around 12:25 today, we're already over 69,000. I do anticipate that those outage numbers will climb. The crews are standing at the ready, and they will go out and do restoration efforts, but only when it's safe to do so. So when those winds get to about 30 miles per hour, the crews that are out there, you will see them pause. So for customers who currently have power, because I expect the number to climb, please do take a moment and charge your phones, do those things that you need to do while you still have some power. For those that are experiencing an outage, do notify your utility so that they are aware. And if you are out and about for some reason, stay away from downed power lines. If you do have a customer complaint, contact ORS toll-free at 1-800-922-1531. That concludes my report.
Thank you, ma'am. Secretary Hall, Department of Transportation.
Thank you. I'm Christy Hall, the South Carolina Secretary of Transportation. We currently have more than 2,100 employees working this event. As of now, we've responded to more than 200 downed trees across the state that's been removed in order to re-clear the roadway and enable the utility providers to get back in and do the work that they need to as well. We will continue to do that as the storm passes through the state. We are also aware of water on some of the roadways across the state. There are currently no major closures that we are aware of. However, we are closely watching with the local officials some of the causeways in the areas that John Q mentioned, really north of Charleston all the way up to Myrtle Beach area. As mentioned earlier, we urge people to avoid travel if at all possible today as the storm works its way through the state. And Governor, that completes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Director Ben Duncan.
Thank you, Governor. Ben Duncan, Chief Resilience Officer, South Carolina Office of Resilience. We are staying ready at this time to assist citizens who may have damage or may have some need for assistance from the hurricane. We help with short-term problems, we help with long-term problems, and we are here until we take care of those problems for you. We're here to assist the governor, we're here to help citizens, and we provide information that you may need in the short term or long term. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Emily Farr.
Thank you, sir. Emily Farr, Director of the Department of Labor Licensing and Regulation. Throughout this event, the agency, through its division State Fire, has been prepared should any search and rescue efforts be needed. Earlier this week, we mobilized Task Force 1 with collapse and water rescue capability at the State Fire campus here in Columbia, so that we were prepared to back up the regional search and rescue teams that are located in Charleston, Hilton Head, and Myrtle Beach. Last night, North Charleston did request 2 boat teams, so we did deploy Task Force 1, and they arrived there at about 10 p.m. last night. We backfilled those teams by requesting 2 boat teams through firefighter mobilization, and Anderson County and Oconee County answered that call, and their boat teams are now here in Columbia.
All right, South Carolina officials here speaking as we're just a few minutes away from this hurricane to land in South Carolina. So it is imminent. It is going to be happening, and residents need to now be staying prepared ahead of time, staying indoors as this is still a Category 1 storm. We want to continue that conversation with our National Hurricane Center team, as we do have the acting assistant director, Michael Brennan, joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And Michael, I know we were just speaking. You said it's imminent. It's coming in here. What should people be doing right now ahead of this storm?
Well, for folks along the South Carolina coast, this is definitely hunker down time. Be in your safe place. We're seeing, hurricane force winds in places like Charleston, up through Georgetown. We've seen 4 feet of storm surge inundation already near the Myrtle Beach area. That storm surge is moving on land now with the center of Ian. So this is the most dangerous time of the storm here in the next few hours along the South Carolina coast, all the way from south of Charleston up through the Grand Strand.
And as we look to these next few hours, once it does make that impact, what's going to be the most dangerous parts of this storm?
Well, after landfall, Ian is going to move across South Carolina inland, and it's going to bring a huge shield of rain and some gusty winds across much of South Carolina and North Carolina. We're looking at the potential for flash flooding due to rainfall, especially in this red area that includes almost all of North Carolina, Raleigh, Charlotte metro areas, Columbia, South Carolina, Norfolk, Virginia, Southern Virginia could all see potential for some life-threatening flash flooding as we go from later today and into tonight, especially at nighttime when flash flooding is especially dangerous. And we also have the potential for strong gusty winds everywhere, and you see in blue here, inland is under a tropical storm warning, so we could have tree branches down, limbs down, some minor wind damage. Certainly scattered power outages are possible, so we want people to be aware of that, especially if they're going to don't want to be out and about with the potential for trees and power lines to come down.
And we think about the damage and destruction that we saw all across Florida. Of course, that was a Category 4 when it was hitting the west coast of Florida. This now to a Category 1. But that doesn't mean people should be taking it any lighter than what they usually would for a hurricane warning.
Of course, right. Yeah, the wind is not usually the deadliest part of a hurricane. It's usually always the water. Storm surge and the freshwater flooding are both the largest killers of people in the United States from tropical storms and hurricanes, and especially the rainfall threat has very little to do with how strong the storm is. There's a tremendous amount of tropical moisture that's going to be pushed northward with Ian circulation and rain out over portions of the Carolinas and into the mid-Atlantic states as we go through the next 24 hours.
And I think we've talked to you before about this, but anything surprising when it came to Hurricane Ian as we were tracking it into the Gulf and now as it's headed back to the Carolinas?
Well, I mean, anytime you see a storm rapidly strengthening, that's a challenging forecast. Again, Ian's structure has been a little atypical today, last night into today. It has this big, broad wind field, so it's sort of a hybrid type cyclone. But the main thing to take away from that is the impacts are going to occur well away from the center. You can look at the size of the tropical storm force winds extend out more than 400 miles from the center. So don't just focus on the center, which certainly is important for the areas getting the landfall now in South Carolina, but these peripheral areas are going to get a lot of impacts regardless of exactly where this track of the center of Ian goes over the next 24 hours.
And then we think about, too, North Carolina and possibly even Virginia. They're still going to kind of see something from this system. But thankfully, I think you guys have mentioned it's really going to downgrade once it does make its way inward.
Right, we do expect those winds to come down, but the rainfall threat is going to continue over a wide area that includes parts of much of North Carolina and parts of Virginia, even as those peak winds decrease.
I know a lot of people have been just staying up to date with your guys' posts. Anything you want to leave our viewers with as they continue to prepare for what could come in the path of this storm?
Well, we want people to prepare for after the storm. There's going to be potential for power outages, tree damage, unsafe conditions. So especially if people are going to be using generators to power their homes, make sure you use them properly. We lose a lot of people due to improper generator use and in other post-storm accidents, traffic accidents, cleanup-related accidents, medical issues that happen after the storm. So we want people to be safe through that phase as well.
Yeah, we've certainly seen that already in the state of Florida and now want to continue to prepare people as well. So we do appreciate your time here. Again, Michael Brennan joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for keeping everyone up to date, especially as residents are still trying to prepare for Ian.
Thanks.
And don't forget, when it comes to our coverage here on Live Now from Fox, we're going to continue to keep you in full coverage of Ian, especially as we're just a few minutes away from landfall in the Carolinas. As we just heard, that coastline going to really see the effects here in these next few hours into this evening as well. Live Now going to step away for a brief break. We'll come back, continue on with our South Carolina officials. They're still speaking about what to do once this hurricane does touch land. We'll bring that press conference to you here in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is some live pictures coming to us from South Carolina, where in mere moments, Hurricane Ian will be touching land. And we just spoke with the National Hurricane Center. They're, of course, keeping a close eye on it because, as we just heard him mention, it's not only going to be the wind that's coming with this hurricane, it's the rain that's going to be also very damaging and, unfortunately, dangerous for those residents who are in some of those areas that could see that flooding. We do have our South Carolina officials, including Governor McMaster, as well as others, who are speaking about Ian's impact on South Carolina. Let's go ahead, get back into that press conference right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Afternoon. Michael Leach, South Carolina Department of Social Services. Currently, we have 5 shelters open across the state. All are general population shelters. 2 are in Charleston County, 1 in Jasper County, 1 in Orangeburg, and 1 in Williamsburg. As of noon today, we have a total population of 119 individuals in our shelters. Our current total capacity is 759, and so we are about 15% of that capacity. All locations are resourced. DSS staff, Red Cross volunteers, law enforcement, and other volunteer organizations are currently engaged in that mission. There are 0 medical needs shelters open at this time, and we recommend anyone who needs a shelter to bring blankets, sleeping bags, pillows, medications, any personal hygiene or personal items, or special foods if you're on restricted diet. And shelter information could be found at scemd.org or redcross.org, or contact your local county emergency manager.
Thank you. Director Rob Wood, Department of Public Safety.
Thank you, Governor. Good afternoon. I'm Rob Woods, Director of the South Carolina Department of Public Safety. Beginning yesterday, we deployed law enforcement officers from the state throughout South Carolina in anticipation of higher calls for service on U.S. highways, interstates, and other highways throughout the state. We have, in fact, seen an uptick in calls for service. Starting last night, we were over 90 calls for service from 6 p.m. until 6 a.m. this morning, and we're currently over 131 calls for service from 6 a.m. until noon today. And those calls for service were primarily for assisting motorists and for trees and other objects in the roadway. As it stands now, we have over 300 law enforcement officers from the Department of Public Safety, from SLED, Triple P, and DNR who are patrolling the highways. We'll have those folks out there with the expectation that those calls for service will continue to increase as the storm moves ashore. Again, and just to echo the advice given by Secretary Hall, given what we see with these increased calls for service, with these increased traffic incidents, please stay off the roadways until the storm passes. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Ed Simmer, DHEC.
Thank you, Governor. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Ed Simmer, Director of the South Carolina Department of Health and Environmental Control. We have been working very closely with our healthcare facilities, dam owners, drinking and wastewater facilities to ensure that they are ready. We are very confident that they are ready and prepared to weather this storm successfully, but we do have teams ready to deploy on a moment's notice if we do have any problems. Most important right now as the storm is passing through is to be safe. As the governor said, we've had no one die. We want to keep that going. We don't want anyone seriously injured in that storm. To do that, we need folks to make good decisions. Please stay indoors. If the winds are blowing hard, be away from windows. Stay out of the floodwaters. The floodwaters not only have a risk of drowning, they can have bacteria, they can have toxic substances. If somehow you do end up in the floodwater, as soon as you possibly can, rinse off, get fresh clothes on. That will help protect you. Please be careful with carbon monoxide. People may be using generators as the power goes out. Make sure that generator is outside, vented outside, so you don't have carbon monoxide, which is colorless, odorless. You will never know it's there, but it will kill you. So please be careful with that. Also, never add fuel to a hot generator because that can cause an explosion. Remember that all shellfish beds are currently closed to harvesting in the state because, again, of the toxic potential of the water, so please do not be harvesting shellfish right now. And finally, sometimes when we have flooding like this, we can have coffins float to the surface. I know that doesn't sound very pleasant, but if you find that, please call us, and we will help manage that. We will make sure that gets taken care of. And the number for that is 803-622-7259. I'd also note that many of our emergency medical services, as the storm is coming in along the coast, are no longer able to operate safely. So if you do call for help, you may not be able to be responded to right away. We have checked. All of our hospitals are open. All of the hospital emergency departments are open. If you do need emergency medical assistance, that's where you should go, because many of our regular medical clinics and urgent cares are currently closed, especially along the coast. If you do have questions as the storm passes about things like mold, your private well, food in your refrigerator if your power has gone off, and when is that safe? Please go to our website, scdhec.gov. We have information about each of those topics and also hotline numbers you can call for things like mold, dam safety, and those sorts of issues. Finally, let me just say, South Carolina is great because we take care of each other. If you have a neighbor, a friend who maybe isn't as able to take care of themselves, please check on them when it's safe to do so. Make sure they're okay. Provide them the assistance that they need. And, working together, we will be safe and we'll get through this successfully. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you, Dr. Silva. Chief Mark Keel, SLED.
Good afternoon. I'm Mark Keel, Chief of SLED. All of our personnel has been on standby since the day before yesterday. We began assisting ESF 16 Highway Patrol with patrols of our major highways, interstate, major roadways. We started that at 3 p.m. yesterday afternoon, and we'll continue that until after the storm. At that point, if there are areas of the state that we need to transition into security missions at request, the chiefs and sheriffs will do that. I've personally been in contact with the chiefs and sheriffs along our coastal this morning, as well as our regional captains are maintaining contact with them. We will continue to talk to them, communicate with them, and if they have any needs after the storm has passed, we will assist them with any of those security missions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Are there any questions?
Governor, are you recommending a certain time when people can actually leave their structures, leave their safe spaces?
Well, we prefer the wind to be gone and the water to be gone, of course, but we'll be providing that information. It'll be available online, and we'll be having another press conference to provide that. But this is something where people need to use their own judgment. If it's dangerous outside, they should not go. And these winds are high. They can blow projectiles through the air. You can get struck by a projectile, and again, water on the roads can be very dangerous, particularly when there's water in the ditches. And so we want people to use common sense. Stay tuned to the channels. We don't know exactly how the water is going to flow or how deep it's going to be in various places. And there may be some flooding that we haven't seen yet as the water makes its way down to towards the coast. Yes.
How would you describe working with the Biden administration while you're preparing and responding to the storm?
They've been helpful and cooperative, and as we all know, when there's a hurricane, there's no politics involved there. And everybody agrees that we want to keep everyone safe and protect people, help people recover as well.
For the South Carolina Department of Transportation, are there any specific areas where we're seeing the most flooding or trees down that people need to avoid, like certain locations in Columbia that people may need to avoid?
Just sporadic trees down in the Midlands and the upstate as the strong gusts move through the state, as described by John Q. with the Weather Service. Of course, in the coastal areas, really from Charleston all the way up to Myrtle Beach, as the tide, currently at high tide, so as that tide is here and the storm's coming in at the same time, there will be elevated water levels across some of the roads. We're seeing that today as we speak, and of course, it'll take a little bit of time for that water to recede, but as soon as it recedes, we're prepared to go in immediately. We've pre-positioned assets to go in and clear any sand or debris or anything that may be blocking those roads immediately to restore service.
Question. Director Woods, you said there was about 221 calls for service to your agency. Are they concentrated in any certain areas right now?
No, what we're experiencing, obviously in the coastal area, that's where we're seeing the highest increase. We see some sporadically statewide, but mostly it's in the coastal areas where the storm's impacting us.
One other question. With the conditions the way
they are now, do you see anything that may suggest that there could be severe weather such as tornadic any activity and things of that nature?
Yeah, there appears to be an increasing threat right now. That could be some isolated tornadoes. That threat is really just limited to the far northeast part of the state, so right along parts of the Grand Strand. I believe a tornado watch was just issued for the northeast part of the state for that threat. And it'll continue through the afternoon, maybe into the early evening hours, but it looks really localized just in that one part of the state. The rest of the state, the threat for tornadoes looks very, very low.
More questions? Yes, sir.
Director Edwards, you mentioned power outages. Are those largely in the Charleston, Tri-County area, or are you seeing those across the state?
Well, we track all outages. Our system, the Palmetto system, does record statewide. So as you can imagine, the ones that are in the up part of the state, they're lower. You are correct. As I was coming in for this meeting, Dominion, I think, was already over 23,000 because they had to pause restoration efforts. The winds had gotten high enough in Charleston. I'm hoping maybe around 2 o'clock, as the winds die down, they'll be able to get their crews back out. I anticipate that the outages will be along the track that you expect, Charleston, Georgetown, that on Myrtle Beach.
I have a question for John Q. You said, when it will hit the coast and then come through the Midlands, will it hit around 5 or 6 o'clock? Do people who are at work right now maybe need to head home early?
So the track of the storm has shifted a little bit, so it's going to make landfall along the coast, and then it's going to track through the northeast part of the state. So the Midlands won't be experiencing the brunt of the storm, but we're already seeing the high wind gusts out there now, up over 40 miles an hour in many areas. So I think that threat will certainly just continue to increase here over the next couple of hours, and I think be with us through the afternoon and the commute home for many people. So I think people just need to use caution. With those kind of winds, even in the Midlands, while they're not as strong, we're still going to expect to see some trees coming down. So people just need to use caution with that. But I think overall conditions will begin to rapidly improve once we get into tonight and the winds start to diminish. So yeah, certainly the rush hour this evening, everyone needs to be cautious, whether you're on the coast or even, in the central part of the state. We even had some gusts near tropical storm force in Greenville earlier this morning. So even parts of the upstate are seeing those winds as well. So just everyone really should just use caution.
John, while you're up there, can you talk about the timing of landfall in relation to high tide versus low tide?
So high tide generally occurred right around 12 o'clock along many areas along the coast, give or take an hour. So, I haven't gotten word yet that it's officially made landfall, but we expect it to be really any time now. It should be making landfall based on what we're seeing on radar and satellite. So, that's starting to come in. Here now, and the National Hurricane Center will make the assessment on when that happens, make the official word. What was the rest of the question?
I guess, is the worst? I hate to use the worst case scenario.
Yeah. So the tides were coming off of high tide. So the water's already built up essentially. That the tides come in and it's not able to flow back out as the storm approaches. So it's just going to continue to build up. So we really expect the worst of the conditions here in the next 1 to 2 hours, we think, as we're coming off of high tide and the waters continue to come in with the approach of Ian. So that surge isn't right with the eye wall, it's usually just out ahead of it. So that's coming in right now with the time of high tide. So the next several hours will probably be the key time to focus on that storm surge threat.
For a little more detail on that, John Tecklenburg, Mayor of Charleston, the high tide there was around noon. But of course the storm hit a little north of there, so that was good news for Charleston. As I mentioned earlier, the water did not go over the battery, the low wall at the battery, which is good news, but it was 6 inches to a foot at that time when I spoke to him about an hour ago, I guess, in the hospital district, which usually flood. Whenever it's flooding, it seems it's always there. But in the Grand Strand, Mayor Brenda Bethune in Myrtle Beach, Marion Hatley in North Myrtle Beach, and also Bob Heller in Surfside, we're expecting high tide there. Of course, the farther north you go, the later the high tides are. And it was around 12:30 was when they usually, and where they would begin today. And that's why what John Q mentioned is that water is coming in and the wind's coming in. Whatever rain and water is coming down and trying to get out can't get out, and that's what causes those flooding conditions and flooded roads. Yes, sir.
Governor, you speak a lot about infrastructure. Is there anything infrastructure-wise that can be done in South Carolina to help the coastal areas in events like this, or is this just something you have to bear?
Well, one of the things we do, and of course, that's one reason we have so much interest in I-26, because that typically is a road that has a lot of traffic when a storm hits. But we are working, as you know, we're ahead of schedule.
Yes, sir.
I'll ask Ms. Hall to address that question on our roads, and that's really the main thing we can do is get those roads, and also to have the people understand the danger that they face in providing them timely and good information, as we attempt to do by having this full team here for your questions. Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Yeah, it's exactly what the governor said. I mean, clearly focused on the evacuation route of I-26, primarily making sure that gets widened using the resources available to the department, and those projects are progressing quite well. The one north of Columbia is well ahead of schedule, and the contract to begin the first part of widening on the section between Charleston and Columbia is about to be signed to move forward with that project, again ahead of schedule. All that work's been accelerated due to leadership efforts with the governor and our legislative body as well. So you've got your major routes, and then of course there's a large emphasis looking at drainage projects throughout the state, especially in areas where we have frequent flooding. So more to come on that, but of course there's plenty of work to do when it comes to drainage work across the state.
More questions?
Director Leach, are you expecting more shelters to open up post-storm?
At this point in time, the local emergency management departments they're prepared. We have not said that they have not said that they're going to open any. But if we have to surge and get one up and ready, we can do that pretty quick. But there are, at this point in time, we don't have any word for any more at this moment.
More questions? All right. Thank you very much.
All right, our South Carolina officials here really trying to prepare their residents. You can see already Ian right there, almost upon shore. So rain and wind speeds already picking up, and of course they're trying to just keep everyone prepared ahead of time, telling them to stay hunkered down, don't go out into those floodwaters, especially once they start to see that flooding. Live now from Fox, stepping away for a brief break, but we are expecting here shortly President Biden to be speaking on the federal response to Hurricane Ian, especially as we've just seen that damage and destruction that's been left behind already in the state of Florida. Plus FEMA also supposed to be giving an update on their response to the hurricane. More to come here in just a few moments on Live Now from Fox. Well, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, a live look here at the radar as we are just mere moments away from Hurricane Ian hitting land in South Carolina. Those in Charleston, Myrtle Beach, you can see right along the coastline, they're really going to be getting the very first portion of this hurricane here. They've already been seeing rain and strong wind conditions, and our officials really remind people it's not just during the hurricane. Once it does downgrade and start to make its way northward into North Carolina, into Virginia, folks need to continue to be very careful, especially when they go out to take a look at damage. Of course, it's something we all like to do, right? We all like to be involved and see what happened firsthand in person, but it's important to remind everyone that you have to be safe, especially when it comes to those floodwaters. You don't know how strong some of those little areas of currents could be. You also don't know what could possibly be in the water, as it could be very contaminated. Now, we've seen already here today our choppers up giving us a look at just some of the damage and destruction that had been left behind. Here's some look at Sanibel Island. This is an area where I can say personally, I have family members who have spent time here. And they've also spent time on Captiva Island as well. And just so sad to see just the damage and destruction that has been left behind. All around in Florida, there is an estimated about $120 billion in damage across the state of Florida. Governor Ron DeSantis earlier here this morning saying that this area, Lee County, they lost water. They know there's also still about 1.9 million people. That was as of earlier here this morning that were without power. So they're still working on restoring power to multiple areas. They did say that they should have ports running by Saturday. And obviously, they've been working on trying to get funding behind this. So not only do they have some local funding, state funding, federal funding, but the Florida Disaster Fund, Governor Ron DeSantis announcing this morning that they've raised more than $12 million already here today. So recovery is still going to be underway for many more days here after this hurricane, especially when you think about the Category 4 hurricane that had arrived here in areas like Sanibel Island. State of Florida, again, they set up that private Florida Disaster Fund, but President Biden is just a few minutes away from speaking about the federal response to Hurricane Ian. We'll be playing that out here as soon as we see him step up to the podium. Plus, also supposed to hear from our FEMA officials on their response to the recovery efforts that are underway as well. We've heard places like Starbucks, they said that their employees, customers, they can help those who've been impacted by making donations to their World Central Kitchen's website. Salvation Army also saying that they're taking donations as well. A lot of people just stepping up in a number of many ways as they continue to try to recover here from the hurricane. So Fox, and I want to remind everyone, Fox here, they've donated $1 million to the American Red Cross for Hurricane Ian relief efforts. So they've already done that to help aid the efforts that are going on. Currently, Red Cross is on the ground in Florida providing resources to those who've been impacted by this Category 4 hurricane. They've been doing things like providing shelter and meals, medical supplies, and much more. They had also announced through our Fox company that they're going to be matching any and double any donations made by employees to the Red Cross. So that was just something really great to hear. You hear about this happening all across the United States, different ways that people are really trying to reach out, lend a hand, especially as we know that there's many people who are going to be out of their homes for months to come here after this. So FEMA already doing some assistance for their homeowners. We have Florida linemen. They're out working 24/7. Actually, funny enough, my parents who are there in Florida, they're getting prepared to go back to the island that they were on ahead of having to evacuate for this hurricane. So they were spending the last few nights in Orlando. And while they were there in Orlando, of course, there's not very many places that were open there either when the hurricane was hitting. But one of the restaurants that they were eating at, they had a whole bunch of linemen there eating some food, fueling back up before getting back out on the road and getting their next assignment as they're working hard to restore electricity. Right now, Hardee County has the highest number of power outages. They're at about 99% without power. This coming to us in a Friday morning update. Again, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis said about 15% of electricity has been restored in Lee and Charlotte counties. So there's still a lot more to be done there. In Sarasota, Manatee counties, about half of the customers there without power. In DeSoto County, about 80% of the customers don't have electricity. So that's definitely something that we're going to have to see be improved here today and into the weekend. DeSantis going on to say that transportation officials had inspected 800 bridges across the state, including 67 high priority bridges in Lee, Charlotte, Sarasota, and Manatee counties. They're all cleared to open. Bridges that connect Pine Island and Sanibel to the mainland, they're going to need to be rebuilt. And you can just see why with this video that we've been playing out here. The governor was saying this morning the Sanibel Bridge had breaks in multiple parts of it. It was not where the water those really held up well. It was where you had some on the sandbar that got washed out from underneath. In the meantime, they're going to be running barges in order to bring more heavy equipment onto the island to help with the response. So other issues with Lee County, they're facing a water main break. That means that the county does not have water at this point. U.S. Army Corps of Engineers began surveying how to fix that water infrastructure. And on Friday, 2 major distribution centers opened to offer food to hurricane victims. So that is something that is good to hear coming from this as well. We're still waiting for President Biden, still waiting for our FEMA officials. We'll take another quick break here while we have the time. And when we come back, we know that this hurricane, it's left a path of destruction in Florida. It's about to impact those in South Carolina as we take in this live picture from Florence. And we want to go into a press conference from our Georgia officials. They lucking out as this storm pushed a little bit more north than their state. They did say, though, in their press conference this morning that they're getting prepared to lend a hand to those in South Carolina when that time is needed. So let's go ahead. We'll step away for that break. When we come back, we'll take you out to Georgia to listen in with Governor Kemp. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox as the Carolinas prepare for Hurricane Ian, the landfall imminent here at this time. We do have Georgia, who is getting a little bit of a sigh of relief. So we're going to head into the press conference that happened just earlier here this morning. Do want to remind people, though, as soon as we see President Biden, we'll be jumping into that live. So we might have to switch gears quickly once we do see him step out here and make remarks about the recovery efforts that are going to be happening on the federal side for Hurricane Ian victims. But let's go ahead until then go out to Georgia as Governor Kemp as well as other Georgia officials are speaking about what they have been seeing with Ian as well as what they're going to do since they aren't going to be directly hit here once it makes landfall.
right, well, good morning, everyone. We're at the State Operations Center here with Director Stallings from the Georgia Emergency Management and Homeland Security Agency and General Carden of the Georgia National Guard. Just wanted to give you a brief update this morning on what we saw overnight. Thankfully, the storm has continued to move east and away from the coast of Georgia, so we've really dodged a bullet on this one. We continue to have the folks in Florida that have literally been devastated by this storm in our thoughts and prayers. And really at this point, we are starting to ask them if they need any of our potential resources that we've had geared up and ready to go for the last several days, and potentially helping our friends and neighbors in South Carolina as well. What we're seeing on the coast right now are very, under the circumstances, pretty mild winds, 25 miles an hour, gusts a little bit higher than that. We've got just a little over 1,000 people across the state without power, which for us is very minimal, and that's under control, and we have crews responding to that. We've seen minimal flooding on the coast as well. We continue to have messaging to the locals down there just to be prepared, because we feel like that could continue throughout the day, and just keep a watch on that. We're seeing normal traffic flows all across the state right now, and the Sidney Lanier Bridge down in Glenn County has reopened. So anybody traveling through that region, perhaps coming from the east coast of Florida, can make their way across Sidney Lanier Bridge now if they need to. Thankfully, we never had to close the Talmadge Bridge in Chatham County. And our port operations, as you can imagine, are continuing to be at a standstill waiting for the storm to pass, and it's our hope that we can work with the Coast Guard and the Ports Authority and their great team down there to get traffic flowing just as soon as it's safe to do so. We have seen a few folks from Florida that have come up and are sheltering in the great state of Georgia, and we're honored to be serving them. And we still have a lot of capacity in our state parks, shelters that have been set up by local communities, and certainly in our hotels and motels around the state. I asked Director Stallings and General Carden this morning, and they'll both give you a quick update after I finish, to start asking how we can participate and help our friends and neighbors in Florida and South Carolina. We have a compact that allows us to do that, and we stand ready to use our resources to help our friends and neighbors in a time of need. And with that, I'll turn it over to Director Stallings for an update, and then followed by General Carden, and we'll be glad to take questions. Chris.
Thank you, Governor. First of all, I want to thank the Governor and his team for the constant support and open lines of communication we've had throughout this event. Georgia has been extremely fortunate that we did not take the landfall event that was anticipated, but we are primed and ready now to start preparing resources to assist with Florida and with South Carolina and possibly into North Carolina. I would just say if you have family and friends in South Carolina, they have not been in the forefront of the predictions, but now they are there. So I would make sure they're weather-wise, make sure they're prepared. And I would imagine in South Carolina, it's just like we are here in Georgia. We can't get help to you until the storms are safe enough for us to come. So they've got some rains that have already started there. But Georgia itself has been very fortunate, and so we're very proud of that. Still thankful for the team here at the SOC. We're still at level 1 activation and ready to take on any challenges that come our way. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Major General Tom Carden with Georgia DOD so he can give you a little brief on what they've got going on, sir.
Thank you, Director. At the direction of Governor Kemp in coordination with the Georgia Emergency Management Agency, the Georgia National Guard is anticipating requirements that we might receive from Florida or South Carolina. And the focus of those requirements at this phase is logistics, transportation, debris removal, and possibly some security augmentation, as well as aviation. So we're certainly honored to help support our neighbors. Governor Kemp and I had a conversation this morning with the Adjutant General of South Carolina, and the Governor offered that support as he has with the state of Florida. We certainly look forward to serving them at their time of need. Thank you all very much.
Just in closing, before we open it up to questions, I just want to thank everybody, all the state resources, our federal partners that are here in the State Operations Center. They've done an incredible job getting prepared for the storm. Thankfully, this storm, even though we were over-prepared, the storm under-delivered, at least in the aftermath for the state of Georgia. So we're blessed and thankful for that, but we stand ready to help our friends and neighbors. But I just want to thank the whole team for how hard they've worked over the last 3 or 4 days to prepare for Hurricane Ian, and we stand ready to help our neighbors. And with that, we'll open it up, any of us, for questions.
Governor, have you had a chance to speak with the governor of Florida yet?
No, I have not. I talked to Director Stallings yesterday about any requests that they've had. I did talk to Governor McMaster recently, but listen, I know, Governor DeSantis has got his hands full down in Florida, and he knows how to get me if he needs me. He knows that we've offered to help, whether it's the Guard or other resources. I've also talked to Commissioner Williams with the Department of Natural Resources. I mean, we've had chainsaw teams, watercraft teams ready to respond, and so we stand ready to help them if needed. The intel that we're getting right now, there's a lot of resources in Florida already. And so it may be logistically better for us to go to South Carolina if they have a need. And, Director Stallings and General Carden are going to continue to communicate, as well as everybody in the SOC will today, as the storm passes and hits South Carolina, and see, where it is we need to respond or where we're being asked to respond, and we will be glad to do that.
Governor, how fast can those crews respond to South Carolina if there's an event like
Well, I mean, you never know how bad the damage is going to be from a, road perspective of having blocked roads. I think in the case of this kind of storm, we could probably respond very quickly. But the point is, we're ready to roll when they need us, and we just need to have the request. And they obviously won't know that until the storm hits and passes.
Can you give a sense of the scale of National Guardsmen who would be available to deploy either there?
Well, I think it's pretty big scale, but I'll let General Carden speak to that.
The Georgia National Guard is actually the home of the FEMA Region 4 Homeland Response Force. So we've got 500 at the ready today, and we can scale that up to several thousand. There's 14,000 men and women in our organization, only about 1,500 of which are deployed right now. So in terms of the toolkit available to our neighbors, it's significant.
All right.
Director Stallings, you had pre-positioned a lot of equipment in Macon to move down to the coast quickly. Is there any movement of some of those closer to South Carolina to be able to move more quickly?
Yes, sir. Our team is starting to relocate those items today. We'll be working, that's part of our partnership with General Carden and his team and transportation to be able to rapidly move those wherever we need them around the state.
Governor, of course, we saw the damage that this hurricane did in Florida. If, God forbid, something were to happen like that here in Georgia, do you think Georgia is ready to respond to that? Do you think your agencies are ready to respond to something like that?
Oh, yeah.